Oh, here we all are. Some of us arrived yesterday, some this morning. And arrival is always a very important experience. Because when we arrive in a new place, there is the impact of that place. It's the possibility of experiencing ourselves in relation to the world. So that rather than starting with a fixed sense of self, well, I was in my own home and now I'm here, which becomes the ceiling self-referential attitude, we just allow ourselves to feel what it's like to be here and what happens to us when we're here. So we really see, oh, I arise in dependent origination with the environment. As part of the environment, the world speaks through me. And my illusion of a separated identity can start to dissolve. So maybe we begin with some sitting practice. People here have different backgrounds, so maybe you can just do some quiet sitting for half an hour. And you can do that with shamatha practice, focusing on the breath, or you can relax in space without focus on any particular object. Whatever allows you to feel settled and here. So we meet here to explore the nature of our own mind. Clearly, in order to arrive here, we have to be people. We have to be a person. And to be a person is to make choices. We go this way or that way. We're faced with accepting and rejecting as we build up images of ourselves and come into formation through this activation of making choices. But when we study the Dzogchen text and we get the transmission, we see that the mind itself is free of choice making. So how do we find the relation between the pattern formation, which is a necessary part of our participation in the world with others, in which we manifest in the unique specificity of our individual temperaments, the kind of food we like, the colors we wear, the kind of holiday we might want. There's a particular patterning that feels like me. So that's not going to change. You can turn that into a problem and say, well, but if the mind is infinite, I shouldn't be limited. But of course we are limited. The body has certain capacities. We become tired, we have to sleep, there are some things which are really disagreeable for us. Other things are very agreeable for us. So how to bring the patterning of our experience into relationship with the openness of the ground of being, or the openness of the mind itself. This is really the issue in Dzogchen. This is the central point of non-duality. That all patterns, all formations from the very beginning have been inseparable from emptiness. That is to say, the shaping of the pattern, that is, like, you like some kind of music and not others, you like some kind of food and not others, these specific patterns which have an impact on you, which feel friendly or unfriendly, harmonious or disharmonious for you. All of these possibilities are without internal essence or substance. What you have is a relational vibration or resonance, in that some things sing sweetly and other things are disharmonious. They don't have compatibility. But that's not because there are two internally defined true entities which clash and bang into each other. It's just a pattern formation. So, people here will listen to different kinds of music, some kind of music you wouldn't want to dance to. Even if we're all dancing to the same music, people dance in different ways. This is ourselves. This is the expression of the patterning of energy. The question is, where does the energy come from? When we manifest, we can feel, I'm manifesting me. I'm just me. This is how I am. How are you? So this shaping which I seem to have seems to be the showing of some internal defining structure. And so every time I make choices or act on the world, I'm getting a kind of feedback loop which confirms, oh, this is me. This is exactly what I do. Or, God, I don't know why I did that. That's not like me. So there's some kind of template, some kind of shape portfolio which helps us to recognize I'm being me or I'm being a bit strange. I'm straying away from who I think I am. This feedback looping helps to maintain a kind of rectification, a righting, a resettling into myself, because we think, oh, I want to be authentic. I want to be true to myself. I don't want to live in deception and hypocrisy. I want to ring true. I want to have a clear note that that's just me. And from the humanistic point of view, that's our best shot. That's the highest goal, to live truthfully. From the point of view of Dzogchen, the problem with that, although ethically it's not a bad stance to take up, the problem is that it's about the externalization of attention. That we're keeping an eye on ourselves. We're monitoring how we're doing. We're trying to examine, do I live up to my standards? Should I be doing something better? Could I correct what I am running as my ordinary daily life? Do I need to apologize to other people because I've made a mistake? So, myself as a pattern, and the world as a pattern, requires a kind of ongoing vigilance to bring about the best possible meeting, the best or most harmonious rapprochement, engagement time. And of course, if you spend your life looking out through your senses, there's a lot to look at. Because our situation is embedded in impermanence, the forms and structures of the world are always changing, and so there's always a lot to do. And once we were young, and now some of us are getting quite old, and then we will die. And most of our life is spent in moving around these patterns of manifestation, trying to get it right. But of course we can't please all the people all the time. We please some people some of the time. And when we please one person somehow, without intending to, we've upset someone else. So the main focus in Dzogchen is to try to just tilt the focus of attention back from what we see, what we hear, and on an inner level, what thoughts arise in our mind as a kind of indication of who we are. Instead of looking at the object, whether it appears to be outside or inside, we now want to focus on the subject. Who is the one who eats, who walks, who smells, who tastes? Some experience is arising. Who is the experiencer of that experience? As we know very well, we can all tell lots of stories about that. We can invent and develop and imagine all kind of narratives about the meaning of our lives, whether they go well or not. We might think we've made some mistakes in our lives and have regrets about them and so on. There's endless things to say because there's endless things to think, and because of thinking and saying, we're committed into endless doing. And so this is, from the Buddhist point of view, this is the engine which is driving rebirth. That when you die, there is a pulsation of a self-looping, self-referential, self-reflexive quality of consciousness that takes on another shape, finds itself in another pattern factory. Clearly, animals have patterns. They do things in a particular way. Rabbits, through their embodiment, move in a way different from squirrels and different from sheep. So when you look around the world and you see the different kinds of birds, you can see some manage a kind of walking, others just do hopping. Some birds really don't like to be on the ground very much. You see, oh, their particular context, their particular situation leads them to a repetition compulsion. Sparrows do sparrowing, blackbirds do blackbirding. And that's what they do. We human beings have more choice, and so we are not so much species directed as individual directed, but we have the same issue of repetition compulsion. We regenerate, rebirth ourselves through doing more of the same. That's essentially what a stable personality is. Somebody who can perform consistently so that other people can have a identification of that person and their patterns without too much difficulty. People who are stuck in a rut are very lovely because they're no trouble. People who jump about a lot are much more disturbing. People who are depressed sit at home and don't do much. People who get a bit manic, now you're moving into trouble territory because they go out and get a bit crazy with sex and drinking too much and start to cause trouble. Depression is better for the other person. Because we like object constancy. We like predictability in people. Because if I know who you are and I can predict roughly how you're going to be, I don't need to be so vigilant. I've got you slotted. And this is a very important aspect of our psychological functioning, that we are lazy. We are very, very lazy. We seek complacency. We want life to be sorted, because then it's easy. If there's a lot of turmoil around, it's much more difficult. If you imagine that you're living in Syria, in this terrible, endless fighting goes on, you never know what kind of plane is going to come into the sky, whether a helicopter is going to come and drop barrel bombs. You don't know what people are going to come into your town and what their intention is. So it's the levels of anxiety in that environment are terrible. It's so unpredictable. That is the real horror of war. Nobody knows what's going on. Nobody can say. That's why we always pray for peace. Om Shanti. We want to have peace. We want some kind of tranquility, which on a general level is a beautiful and wonderful thing. The shadow side of the tranquility is the predictability, which then allows us to fall asleep in our own life. So the middle way is to have a degree of disruption. For many people, the progress in Dharma, in spiritual awakening, comes about with a kind of trauma. The breakup of a relationship, the death of a parent, becoming unemployed, becoming sick. These moments kind of create a lesion or a tear, which makes us think, whoa, what's it all about? What's it all about? And if these events hadn't happened, it would just be business as usual and we'd be going on. So, if you like, meditation is a way to effect that kind of new perspective without having to induct some kind of trauma. It's a very gentle way of resituating our identity of the one who is seeing, the one who is knowing, so that we ease ourselves out of our formalized self-position, built up on our notion of who we are, our identity, our history, and start to explore, well, what is the ground of my being? When I talk, where does the talking come from? When I eat, where is this eating movement coming from? Is there someone inside me deciding and doing these things? Or do I find myself doing them? Does my conscious apprehension, my taking hold of an understanding of what is going on, does this arrive after the fact? Because I'm already eating, I'm already walking. So in that sense, our experience precedes our interpretation. So that's samsara, is when we're stuck in that situation. We're always trying to work out what is going on. And you see that with animals. The farmer's always trying to find a way to trick the animal, to get the animal into the cage so that they can get them from the cage into the truck to take them to the abattoir. Because they don't want the animal to cause trouble. The animal, if a big bull's got a sense of, hey, you want to kill me? But somehow we can trick that person. We can trick that animal. But if you're lulling and you're reassuring, don't worry, that's the way to do it. Makes the meat taste better too. Anxious animals to give bad meat. This is the ghastliness of our life. So, how do we find the open ground in a way which allows us to relax and be less defended in a world in which we might well have to defend ourselves? Samsara is not safe. We're lucky, we're living in Western Europe. At the moment we don't have any war, but in the background all kind of unpleasant people have seized power in our countries and are determined to be in charge or even masterful, and that puts us all in danger. Because the discourse of winning and losing is becoming very powerful again. In the Dzogchen text it says that the beginning of samsara is polarization. And the basic polarization is self and other, inside and outside, and that escalates to friend and enemy. And we can see that politically across the world, friend and enemy becomes a very, very strong framework, and the vibrations are incredible. More and more money goes into military development of new kinds of weapons. And it seems to be ethical to kill our enemies. So this kind of thinking easily takes people over. Because once you start saying that people are terrorists, then by definition, terrorists cause terror. If they cause terror, I need to be afraid of them. I want them to stop frightening me. What's the best way to do that? Well, I can't change them because they are terrorists. So I have to kill them. No, there are many countries dedicated to the annihilation of others. Because if I get rid of my enemies, then I will have peace. This is the logic of duality. Because subject and object are not truly apart. It is as if they are apart. Duality is a delusion. Because we are always interconnected, if you move, I move. And if I don't like the way you're moving, and your moving is affecting me, I want to control your moving. So we can spend a lot of time in this. People do it in their relationships or with their children or at work with colleagues who are all the time trying to manipulate and make the patterns which are most agreeable to ourselves so that our anxiety level goes down. But if we're resting inside our ego identity, which is a dualistic identity, that is to say, I as an individual am connected with you as an individual, how can I have peace if you keep moving? So object constancy is a blessing. If only everyone followed the rules, life would be better. That's why all across the world people seem to be voting for strong leaders. Strong leaders who will control the bad people and protect the good people. And the very interesting fact is that the bad people are always somebody else. The bad people are never me. We don't go knocking on the door of the president and say, I confess, please kill me. I'm a troublemaker. We say, no, shoot these fuckers, not me. I'm a nice guy. So always we're projecting the cause of trouble into other people. Now, of course, as soon as we start to meditate, the fantasies that we have that we are a nice person start to dissolve, because we see in a more immediate way what's arising in our mind, and it's usually not so sweet. All kinds of thoughts arise, most of them pretty selfish. Oh. So, liberation is not going to come by sorting out the bad people and removing them. What we have is complexity. My own mind is complex, complicated. I am not all of a piece. I am not just one thing. I'm a polyphony. So many voices and aspects and tendencies move through me as they move through everyone else. So in this field of incredible complexity, how do we find any kind of peace and tranquility? Because your complexity can easily trigger aspects of my complexity. Controlling myself, controlling the other person is not going to work because we are beyond control. It doesn't mean we are out of control, but we are beyond control because there are so many variables manifesting, so many unpredictable variations. How could we be in control? Nobody here knows what kind of thought they're going to have even 1 minute ahead. We don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what's going to arise in your body as sensation in 1 minute's time. We don't know. So the metaphor or the paradigm of control is very, very harmful for us, but we return to it because it seems to be the best option inside the domain we find ourselves in. And in Dzogchen, it's pointing to another kind of way of experiencing being present in this existence. That instead of mobilizing to change the patterns of the world, we want to see what is the ground or the basis out of which these patterns arise. Both patterns in the subject, in myself, and in the field around me. Where do things come from? What is the origin? Now we are very used to tracking origins through history. We can study archaeology, paleontology, and find about when the dinosaurs were there, and we can look in cosmology and see the origin of the planet and the gas gradually solidifying. There are many, many stories about origins. There are biblical stories about origins, and most traditional cultures in the world have stories of how the world began or how our people came into existence. So we can tell ourselves a story about who we are, that we came from our parents, and our parents came from their parents, and so on, back many, many generations. So we have family lineages that can be reinforced with ideas of genetic inheritance and the organizing function of strands of DNA and RNA. But these are stories. These are conceptual formulations. What is the actual origin of ourselves moment by moment? Where do we spring from? Because clearly we are dynamic. At the moment I'm talking, so you're listening, but inside your bodies, sensations are going on. You are a living dynamic system which is unfolding, and you don't know how it's going to unfold. So where is all this movement and emergence arising from? If you take a kind of linear cause and effect line, you can relate it back to, oh, I have a pain in my back, that's because I had an accident when I was on my bike. You can find some kind of causal sequence which links everything inside relative formation. And now you know something about why your back is sore. This is a story you tell yourself. And you take this pain to the doctor, and the doctor is an expert in stories about pain because they spent 7 years medical training learning many kinds of stories. So your story meets their story, and together they put something together and they write a prescription, which is another kind of story. Because that goes to the pharmacist, and the pharmacist takes the medicine which is developed in the pharmaceutical industry, which is a whole set of complicated stories. Everything is stories. Whether you're dealing with the food you eat, the complexity of this agro-business, international commodity trading in vegetables and so on. There are stories and stories and stories. Our world is made of stories. Is that all? Is that all? Well, Dzogchen would say no. Who is the storyteller? When we speak, when we think, when we walk, where is the site of this arising from? Now, we can pose the question as, who is the one who is doing this? Which is a useful question, but its very formulation can evoke the sense of, I am doing it. So we have to be very careful not to slip back into this naive and banal answer, which seems meaningful, but which on investigation is actually rather meaningless. I am speaking. Well, what are you going to say? I don't know. So what does it mean to say I am speaking? You seem to be the owner or the master of speaking, but actually speaking is coming through us. So I am the vehicle of speaking. Okay, so who's doing the actual speaking? I don't know. It just comes up. Oh, where does it come from? So this is the focus of the meditation that we do. And the reason that we don't do elaborated forms of meditation, is because we're not trying to construct something, but rather to remain in open receptivity so that the patterns of emergence can reveal themselves. And in that moment, the focus is not on the interpretation of the pattern or the reaction to the pattern, but rather on the energetic emergence itself. So say, for example, you're sitting in the practice, just relaxed and open, and some thought sequence starts to emerge, maybe about someone in your family or at work, and something you're irritated about. So involved in this is a kind of tension that starts to come. You're starting to fixate on what is emerging. And one thought leads to another. Because I don't like what they did. So there's a memory of what somebody said, and that's just an echo. I don't like it. The thought is being energized by my attention to it, and now we've got a kind of mutual reinforcing. The energy of the subject feeds the object. The identified status of the object hooks further investment from the subject. I can't stop thinking about what you said. That's a normal thing that people say. Why did you do that? I couldn't sleep last night. Why would you do that? I am agitating myself because I think that what you say must mean something. I don't know why I said it. I just said it. I'm sorry if it upset you. That's not enough. Why did you say that? I don't know. Fuck you. No. Why would I want to be with somebody who doesn't know why they say what they say? Huh? But none of us know why we say what we say. We live in this persecutory fantasy that we are rational creatures and that somehow we know what we are doing. We find ourselves doing. So again and again, we have to relax the desire to make sense of what is going on. This is the real litmus test, or the real clarifying point between going into the spiral of samsara, which is the domain of fabricated meaning, meaning that you create by the combination of different factors of interpretation, and in the other aspect, the immediacy of the clarity that it is what it is. And what is it? So what is it is so precious for us because it's already here. It is what it is. Yeah, but what is it? Let me tell you what it is. And so we turn in the other direction and we start our narrative account, our conceptual elaboration, taking this little fresh moment and wrapping it in our interpretation. So here we have the difference between the raw and the cooked. The raw is fresh and vanishing. It's always vanishing. But the cooking, this is slow cooking. Slower even than you'll find in Milano. This is very, very slow cooking. It can go on for years and years as we bear grudges, as we remember what you said. And it goes deep through us. And in that way we compound, we build up, ever elaborating pictures which also have increasing density. We know what the French are like, we know what the Turks are like, we know what the Scottish are like. We have endless prejudices built up of little vignettes from the past. And this comes in as a very quick kind of knowledge. So we'll do quite a lot of meditation in these days together. And the key point is to watch how you cheat yourself by falling asleep in the thought. Thoughts will give you meaning, but the kind of meaning that they give you is enclosed, it's encapsulated, it's a sealed world. So, if you think of the various kinds of prejudice which have been made more conscious in the last 150 years, we have more consciousness now about racist attitudes, about anti-Semitic attitudes, about denigration of women attitudes. We can see all over the world that groups develop prejudices. And we see how completely limiting it is to other people's existences if they're trapped inside a prejudice, whether it's against homosexuality, particular sexual orientation, or a desire to live in poverty, or a desire to make a lot of money. We have all kinds of strong views about patterns. When I have a strong view, I feel powerful because I know something definite. I can get the number of that person. It's very bad that people do these things. Whether you think Mr. Putin is good or bad is an opinion. Some people like Mr. Putin, some people don't. Is he good or bad? It depends. It depends. Nobody's entirely bad. You may have a political decision that a certain small man born in Linz is very, very bad, and if you say he's good, then you get in trouble. But is he really bad? Some people liked him. Oh, that's because they were caught by his magnetic personality. Some people liked him. Nothing is entirely good, nothing is entirely bad. That's why our world is complicated. That's why you can't work out who is the good guy and the bad guy. So how do we live with complexity? We have to see that the conceptually based interpretive schemas that we use, how we make sense of the world, how we construe it, how we put it together, is inadequate for the job. That we construct interpretations which do not have sufficient validity. So, for example, when we had big development of plastics from these side products of the oil industry in the first case, there was a lot of extra stuff made in the production of oil, and you could transform it and make plastics. Plastics were an amazing thing. Everywhere there was plastics. People wanted plastic surfaces in their house. It was very easy to clean. And now, later, we see, oh, the fish in the sea all have little bits of plastic in them. There's plastic everywhere, and it's not a good thing. But at one time it was a really good thing because it was cheap and cheerful and brightly colored and really useful and easy to mold. This is something wonderful, and now we think, shit, this is really toxic, it's spoiling our world. The savior becomes the demon. And you can see that in the area of food. Butter is good for you, no butter's going to kill you. What can you trust? People say, oh, if you have arthritis, you shouldn't eat any vegetables that came from South America because gives you button. Then you read another book and another book and another book. It's all ideas. Ideas. And there'll be some truth in the idea and some things which are a bit more obscure. So this is what it means when it says that conceptual elaboration is the engine and the fuel that drives samsara. That our world is made of thoughts. It's made of interpretations which formulate as narratives. We talk about the world. And this is the main force that we have to face when we do meditation, because we sit in a meditation and our mind, as a field of stories and grasping and accepting and rejecting, continues to pulsate. How do we relax out of that? Well, you can't relax as an intentional focus. This is why we study the view or the ethos or the orientation of Dharma, in our case particularly Dzogchen, because the view helps us to have a more open perspective in which we start to see that what we had taken to be our friend is not necessarily our friend, or rather, our friend is useful in certain situations and not in others. If you want to function in the world, you absolutely have to have a skill in moving concepts. You wouldn't be able to earn any money unless you could elaborate some kind of, whether you run workshops or you work in a bank, you're dealing with narrative structures. You have to be able to participate in that story, accommodate the patterning of your thoughts and your way of speaking, so that you seem like an intelligent, helpful person to other people. Otherwise, nobody's going to give you any money. It's not that the thoughts are the enemy. It's the fact that the thoughts function well in certain areas of existence, but not in terms of clarifying what is our true or actual identity. That is to say, if we exist through telling stories about ourselves, we remain in that gap of aboutness. Because there is the direct presence of here we are, and that's true for each of us. And then we have the story about us. So the story wraps itself around us, and we see the story, not the directness. So when we do the practice, it's not to blame the thought. It's not that the thoughts are bad or out to get us or the enemy. They're not obscurations. We just have to see we don't need them. We don't need them. So, we all suffer from psychobulimia. We like to binge on thoughts and then we puke them out after a while. So, if you imagine that these pattern of thoughts are like an endless series of large slices of chocolate cake. A little is quite good, but a whole chocolate cake, that's getting kind of extreme. So, when the thoughts are arising in the mind, do you need them? What do you need them for? The function of the thought is to bring you into relation in the domain of duality. That's what thoughts do. They link us subject to object, object to subject. I think we all know this to be the case. So if I merge with the thoughts, if I entertain the thoughts, it will keep me operating on that bandwidth, because that's what they do. They are the kind of guarantors of our understanding that the world is constituted out of many different things, and some we like and some we don't like, and so we construct our personal world. That's what they do. That's not bad in itself. We can't be in the world with others without that. But when we want to see what is the ground of these thoughts, the thoughts are structurally incapable of telling the truth about themselves. Because the thought says, I'm something. That's why you want me. I'm something. The thought can't say, I'm nothing. Because the thoughts only survive if they can hook enough interest. And if they say, nothing here, okay, fuck off. I want you to love me. I'm really special. So, if you like, your mind, when you meditate, is some vast dating website. And each thought is arising, posing with a nice little best aspect. I'm a fascinating person. So that's why we get sucked into the thoughts, because they're maintaining our familiar sense of self. You don't have to stop the thought, but you don't need them for the purposes of this project. When you go swimming in the sea, you might have a snorkel and little flippers to put on your feet, but if you go walking in the hills, you don't need a snorkel and you don't need flippers. You need climbing boots. So what are we going to give privileging to in the meditation? Non-involvement. Relaxed. The more we can see nothing to do with me, allowing the thoughts to self-liberate, to go free by themselves, which of course they always do. If the object is nothing to do with me, then the subject starts to be revealed in its true form. As long as the thought seems to be something to do with me, I incorporate the appearance of the thought in my persona, in my presentational self, and then I have that constructed sense of identity. So releasing on the object allows the subject to go free. Releasing on the subject allows the object to go free. I don't need the thought. The ego needs the thought. The ego is our site of participation in duality. The ego composes itself, constitutes itself out of patterns of thought, feeling, memory, and so on. So if I don't merge, if I don't identify, if I'm relaxed, it's just patterns moving through. Now I'm more relaxed. I don't need them. And the more I see I don't need them, we start to see, I really don't need them. I really, really don't need them. And then we start to see what the texts say when they say, the mind is complete from the very beginning. This is Dzogchen Chimpo, the great completion. The mind is complete, self-sufficient, not dependent on anything, uncompounded. I'm just here. So awareness, presence, which is free of intrinsic content and which requires no grasping at contents to fill itself up, because it's at peace, contented, satisfied. This awareness has no problem with allowing the interactive thoughts of participation in the world to arise. So then we see how primordial purity, or the empty nature of the mind itself, is non-dual or inseparable from all the forms which arise as we participate in the world. Because these forms are arising out of emptiness, they are illusion. Illusion doesn't mean something vague and hazy, it's extremely precise. Tea doesn't taste like coffee, which doesn't taste like orange juice. Each phenomena in the world is redolent in color, smell, shape, and so on. But it's not held in that form by its own internal self-definition. So this is a rough overview of what we want to start to focus on. What is the ground or the basis out of which experience is arising moment by moment? And the key thing is to be very kind to ourselves. Sometimes meditation seems to go well, sometimes it's very difficult. Sometimes we might be interested in what's going on, sometimes we might seem bored. However the mind is, allow it to be as it is. If you go into judgment about yourself and say, I would be better if I was more like this or more like that, then what you're doing is manifesting your inner duality, your inner subject and inner object. I have to control myself so that I don't do that. This is what you learn in childhood, in which we carry on all of our lives to get to work on time and pay the bills on time and so on. We are self-managing. Self as object is being shaped and molded by self as subject. In this inner dialogue, this inner dualistic structure parallels subject and object functioning in the world. So in our practice, we're not trying to correct the mind. We're not starting with any template or regulatory structure that helps us to see, oh, this thought is intrinsically truly better than that thought. There is no truth in the value in the thought. It's always projected. Some people like some things that we don't like. They really, really do. Some people like food we wouldn't eat. Some people like music we wouldn't listen to. And some people want to vote for dictators. Some people become soldiers and they're quite excited with the idea of putting a bayonet in someone. Personally, I wouldn't like to do that. But some people do. How do they do that? Because of the patterning of their mind. Oh, but it's much better to help people than to harm them. On one level, of course, that is true. But I want to help people and I want to harm people. It's very similar grammatically. I want to do this or do that. I want to eat oranges. No, I want to eat bananas. I want to help people. I want to kill people. Grammatically, it's the same, subject onto object. we attribute particular value. If someone is, invading your country, you might be quite glad to have soldiers who are willing to kill on your behalf. You might be, like me, a hypocritical meat eater who is quite happy for other people to work in the abattoir so that I can have a kebab from time to time. I don't particularly want to cut the throat of a goat. I really don't want to cut the throat of a goat. But if somebody's cooked some goat curry, I'm quite happy to eat it. So we need to know our own deviousness, our own mental cheating, the games that we play in order to not confront ourselves with these the fault lines in the fabrication that we have of ourselves. It's not that you suddenly have to think, oh, from this day onwards I will never ever do that, because that kind of New Year resolution usually doesn't last very long. Much more important is to see, oh, these are mental structures and they are intrinsically limited. They cannot be the whole story. So as long as I construct my life on the basis of concepts, there will be limited validity to what I believe in and what I act on the basis of. So the first thing we need to do is start to be more curious about how we are. And the best way to do that is to be kind to ourselves, not to judge ourselves, but just to gently see, oh yeah, liar and cheater, full of funny stories. Okay, let's see the nature of these funny stories. How do I cheat myself? How do I cheat other people? What image of myself do I want to present to other people? Because it's not that we are uniquely bad in doing that. This is how the game of samsara arises. So if we want to see the intrinsic wholeness of ourselves, what we need to do is to recognize how we fragment ourselves by hiding one bit of ourselves from another. We split ourselves, and through that self-splitting maintain the split of the world. And if we're saying Dzogchen is complete from the very beginning, means never fragmented, never split, never divided, then all the fragments are allowed. All the fragments are already within the great completion. So if you take a harsh, judgmental attitude towards yourself, you're endlessly trying to separate out and make hierarchies of value. And then, how will you see the whole if you're endlessly moving all the little bits around? So you just have more and more complicated patterning of fragments. Of course, in the world we need to make ethical choices, which involves a degree of self-regulation. But for the point of view of the practice, we relax and open. Okay, we're going to take a break in a moment, so I just want to go over some of the practical things about here. We have food at 1 o'clock and at 7 in the evening, and we are quite a lot of people. So, and some of us have to help to tidy up in the kitchen with the plates and so on. So it makes sense if you find out if you're going to do some of that kitchen duty and you go and get your food first so that you're ready to begin. And also if you can, it's very good to chat when you're eating, but just have a sense that some people have got to get all the plates and help to get them washed. So we want to operate as a collaborative community in which we're a bit thoughtful of how the whole system functions and what our part in it is and how we can operate not against ourselves but with an awareness of how we can make life easier for others. So when you're choosing the food, if you can do it a little bit quickly, to stand for 2 minutes deciding soup or not soup is not necessary. We're going to work a little bit on the text by Padmasambhava. It's very short. It's a chapter from the book Simply Being. Does anybody have a copy of this?
No.
How many people have a copy with them? Okay, no, do it the other way. How many people need a copy so we can Xerox it? How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A lot.
A lot.
So we need to get a lot of copies. Probably 40. Yeah, okay, we'll get 40 copies made. So the other thing is I have a new book which has been translated into German by Leah, who is not here today but should be here tomorrow afternoon. She's, I think, done a really good job, and but very generously she is open to receiving feedback on the translation, because one of the qualities we want is supportive collaboration. So the books are available for 15 euros, which is pretty cheap. But we would invite you, if you can, if you read it through and you see anything in the translation that seems a little inharmonious or is not very clear, then I put her email address there, and she's very happy to receive any comments in the next 3 to 4 weeks, and then we can reprint it, because we're doing it print on demand, which means it's not, we don't have 1,000 copies stored. We can fine-tune the translation. And I personally am very happy with this, because translation is hard work, and finding the right words, it's a terrible burden for one person. So the idea that all our minds can move towards making some kind of Dharma ideas more available, more acceptable, that's a beautiful thing. The text we're going to look at from Padmasambhava outlines the intrinsic basis of our existence, and then he indicates how we lose touch with that. And there are many different styles of giving this explanation in the Tibetan tradition. But just as a preliminary to that, if we return to this idea that the mind is open and pure from the very beginning, but this is ignored. The ignoring is not done by a bad person. It's not a personal straying. It's that ignorance arises and gradually thickens and congeals like jelly. And then it takes on a seeming substance. And this is the world that we find ourselves in. And the question then, well, what is the glue? Is the glue in the subject or the object? And this is something we each have to investigate about ourselves, because for each of us, some objects in the world are very, very powerful. Some people have difficulty giving up smoking cigarettes, or difficulty not drinking too much alcohol, or eating too much, or working too much, or they might get an obsessional fixation on someone. And it appears as if I have to. That there is some power in the object which is calling me, and I'm responding to that call. Now clearly when we look around, we see that other people don't feel that call. They don't hear that. So in politics we could say, when people in the 1930s, many people became very interested in communist view, and they felt that that was the right view, certainly in Western Europe, and that people who didn't have that view had something wrong with them. Because anybody in their right mind would read the critique of the capitalist structure and would necessarily come to the conclusion that it was faulty and bad and should be changed or overthrown. And the people who were convinced by that view saw it as a self-evident fact. But it wasn't self-evident, because it wasn't evident at all to many other people who had a critique of that view. So you have that in your mind, you can see that we believe in things that other people don't believe in. Now that should make us start to think, oh, it's not the quality of the object that makes us believe in it, it's the relationship that we have formed with that particular object. And if we're thinking of material objects in the world, they don't make relationship. We make relationship. So we have a process which is operating in several phases. We project value into the object. Then secondly, we forget that we have projected the value into the object. Then we perceive an apparently inherent value in the object, and we respond to that value. So that's a very profound form of self-deception. Not only am I making myself stupid by imagining that this object which is shiny for me should be shiny for everyone else, but I'm ignoring the power of my own mind, which is actually the source of the shininess of the object. So this is why this projective disidentification is so dangerous, because it's the engine which drives the false inherent, which situates a truth in the object as if it belonged there. This is the inherent self-nature that we hear a lot about in Buddhism, that a tree is intrinsically a tree, a banana is intrinsically a banana, rather than banana is an idea that we have. And when the first Europeans were going to countries where they had bananas, they're kind of not sure whether to eat them or not. And you see some of the local people eating them, but local people are the people you should kill if you're a conquistador. So why would you eat what they eat? So it takes a while for people to realize that we can eat this. And then gradually eating bananas becomes normalized in the culture. Eating mangoes now becomes normalized. And the normalization means that the projection that this is a safe thing, this is a delicious thing, this is something I want, seems to be in the object. Oh, I love bananas. Seems to be about the banana, not about me. I love bananas because they are delicious. But I love bananas because I love to love. Because my attention is selective. I don't particularly love these church bells, for example. For me, they are an annoyance, and if the Christians want to call people to prayer, they could hire a muezzin. But so here is something which has value for people in the village. Some will be Christian and it will be a reassurance. Others will just be familiar because it's always been there and it symbolizes that this is our village. Actually, it's a loud noise. And on the basis of the noise, we can project our value and interpretation. There is no value inherent or intrinsic to the noise, because it's noise and emptiness. But if I think, these fucking bells, then I start to see they are annoying. But they don't have any power to annoy, otherwise everybody would be annoyed by them. So I am annoying myself on the basis of the bells. So how do I do that? I imagine they shouldn't be ringing, or they're very loud, or they always seem to ring when I want to say something. Rivalry with the bells. So this sound What do we hear? Oing, oing, oing. We know it's the sound of the bell. We hear the sound of the sound. The bell is our interpretation. We know that this is the sound coming from the church tower where the bells are. That's a knowledge we are applying to the sound. The sound is not carrying the stamp of the church on it. You can buy some biscuits and they put the maker's label on them, or chocolates, stamp it made here. But nobody's stamping the sound. The sound is completely virginal. It's untampered with, unmodified, just sound. But it's church bells. From us to that. Now I know it's the church bells. Why do they ring these church bells? So I can start to have all kinds of interpretations and opinions about the church bells. But what can we say about that? It's very emptying. The sound itself, if we hear the sound, just its sound, relieves us of the burden of hating the church bell. Because the sound is not the sound of the church bell. The sound I hate is the sound of my own mind hating the church bells, which I impute onto the thought. The cause of the trouble is me. It's not the object. Objects don't have that power. Now, that brings the center back to myself. I'm up to something. I'm up to dividing the world into what I like and what I don't like. What makes me happy, what doesn't make me happy. I do this. Everything in the world is open. People like things I don't like. Why? Because they have access to different constituting factors from me. I constitute the world in one way. They constitute it in another. With this open field of potential, my manifesting tendencies, habit formations, co-create with the potential the particular form which I experience. But the potential of the world is like a canvas. So I have my paints and I can start to make marks on the canvas. The canvas doesn't have any image in it. When we just hear the sound, it's there, but it's not there as anything. It's just naked. I wrap the sound in the clothing of my conceptual elaboration. I make the sound into something. Wow, I am at the center of my world. This is the key point of trying to see in this way, that I need to really pay attention to what I am projecting out, because this is constructing the world that I perceive. It's not that the world is there. The world comes into existence through my participation. So this is the higher Buddhist and the Dzogchen view of the immateriality of the world. That the world is not made out of dead matter. You know, in school when we learn that matter is neither created or destroyed, there is this continuing matrix of energetic formation. From a Buddhist point of view, this is not true. It is the movement of the mind which gives rise to all the forms that we experience, which are elaborated into the 6 different realms of samsara. Patterns, in their emptiness, are not homogenized. They are not bland or tasteless. There is an absolute precision to the impact of phenomena. So if I look at the redness of the pillar and then I look at the whiteness of the ceiling, very different feeling tone arises in me. Red as a color, especially this sort of deep red, has an impact which the white ceiling doesn't have. It has a different impact. So colors, shapes, there is an immediate impacting, and so there is movement. What is it? It's the immediate non-dual swaying of the field of experience. So I am dynamic in a dynamic field. The dynamism of what I take to be me and the dynamism of what's arising are flowing together, mutually moving. Once you start to conceptualize it, the concept extrapolates, takes out certain features of this dynamic field and privileges them on the basis that these are something I can apprehend, I can take hold of, and now I've got the building blocks for constructing my interpretation of what's going on and what I like and what I don't like. This is all my mental activity. And other people don't share it. This is the loneliness of seeing what happens to us as a consciousness cut off from the ground and cut off from the field. We don't know the ground of our own being, and we look around in the world at other people and we think, well, who are you? What are you on about? Eh? What are you on about? Huh? Why do people do what they do? You can live with someone for a very long time and think, who is this? In fact, the longer you live with them, the more that question. Other people are a great mystery. And of course, we imagine at first they're going to complete us or make us happy or do something. But after a while, we start to see, oh, there is an unchanging strangeness to others. And there is also an unchanging strangeness to ourselves. If we really start to see ourselves, we are quite strange. We don't really know why we do what we do, why we like particular things. So, you're not me. You're not like me. Am I like me? Am I a simulacrum of myself? Am I my own doppelganger? Because I stand in relation to myself. Who is the one who is me? Well, the one who is me is not one for a start. The one who is me is multiple. So the multiple me's arise in relation to the evocation of circumstances which I have projected as an identification. Wow. So in this very dynamic field, there's a lot to sort out. So again and again, when we see the movement of our mind and what it generates, there will be no peace until we stop the unnecessary activity. We suffer from excessive mobilization. There is, of course, mobilization that you need to do to go to the toilet. You have to wash your hands. You have to do lots of things if you go to the toilet. You have to know how to take your trousers down, put them back up, do the buttons and so on. When you're 3 years of age, that's quite difficult. When you get older, it's quite automatic. So we know how to mobilize and deal with tasks, but we have excessive mobilization. What is that in the service of? Why are we on the job all the time? Because we are fueling the illusory continuity of the individual ego self. The ego, I, me, myself, is an empty signifier. It has no content. if you don't fill it, it will be empty. For the point of view of people interested in Dharma, that emptiness is liberation. From the point of view of people wandering in samsara who want to exist, that emptiness is terrifying. So, our samsaric tendency is the ongoing process of continuously filling ourselves with meaning and value. And we can do it in its negative form, with worry, with preoccupation, anxiety about old age, or money, or children, or relationship, or climate change. There's endless things you can worry about. Endless things. And we need these worries. We want these worries. Because they give us something to chew on. Dogs will chew on bones that have no nourishment in them. There is not one piece of cartilage or meat left on the bone. But they're chewing on it. And this is what, because it keeps the teeth going. And this is what we do a lot of the time. We are preoccupied, turning things over in our minds for the purpose of keeping the show on the road. Mental activity fills the ego. It's like blowing into a balloon. There's no way, at least with a balloon you can tie a knot in the end. But with the ego, you can't arrive at a point, tie a knot, done. So, you see that if you go to a wedding. Here's the happy couple. Oh, everybody's so happy. Now they're sorted. It's not like that at all. The story goes on. The story goes on. You finish school, out of there, never going back. But now you've got to go into something else. So the ego is like that. It's constantly requiring filling. And it can be filled with happiness or sorrow, with thoughts about other people, with thoughts about ourselves. But it requires filling. So, diagnostically, this is very, very important, because if you examine yourself and you can see, oh, this is true. Like maybe you're on a train journey, you look out the window a bit, you might flick through a magazine, you look at the other people. You think, I could just sit here. But no, the mind is moving around. Like when I was on the plane, I was looking at the people, the different things that they were doing. Pick up the magazine, put it back, because aeroplane magazines are very boring, and then after 5 minutes pick the magazine up again looking, because I want something to be happening. I'm stuck in a metal tube up in the sky. I can't go for a walk, but so make something happen. So it's not that we can just say, oh, that person's got a restless mind, so that could be a problem to be solved if they could calm themselves down. We have to see what is the structural function of that arousal. It is the absolute maintenance of the ego. The ego is movement. Movement which is searching for stillness. The ego always wants to arrive, to be finished, to be completed. But it's never completed. So the domain of awareness, unborn awareness, is called the great completion, Dzogchen. And the domain of the ego is the great incompletion. Because everything we do is one thing leads to another, and on we go. Excuse me. So if you get some clarity of your mind, in your mind, when you're sitting doing the practice, you can start to see, oh, I just spent 5 minutes in ego maintenance. Now, the thing is, the ego dies. As far as we know, whatever we've learned in this life is going to vanish when we die. Babies are clearly born with enormous potential, intelligence that can develop in many ways, but they don't come back speaking Russian or German or Chinese. They arrive as a potential. So the edifice which we have constructed with a lot of effort and suffering, the edifice which we now are, competent adults, able to do many things, to hold a life together, to find the money to pay the rent, and so on and so on. All of that will dissolve. Ego structures arise, and then they die. Some people's ego structures are collapsed a lot in life. Some people train in a profession and then they go blind and they can't carry on their profession. Some people go deaf and can't carry on. Some people are in car crashes and are in pain all the time, so they can't carry on their profession. Some people's lives are absolutely modified by some trauma that cuts across their existence. They become refugees. But anyway, even if we get through life without some of these major hurtful situations arising, we die and it gets washed away. So we are maintaining something which cannot ultimately be maintained. And at the same time, the Dharma says, we hope it's true, we have to find out for ourselves, Dharma says, awareness is unborn. That is to say, it hasn't come into existence as a phenomena in the field of temporal phenomena, the field of transient phenomena. It doesn't exist as a thing. It doesn't have a beginning, a middle, and an end. So awareness is unchanging, and the ego is always changing and is bound to collapse before it's recreated in the next life. So there we have two horses. We have awareness and we have our ego consciousness. They're running in the same race. It's the 3:30. We still have time to put our money on it. What horse do you want to bet on? You look at your own life. Which horse are you betting on? Which horse do you put your time and energy and interest and value into? It's the old horse that's going to die. This horse should be heading for the retirement home, not some galloping into freedom and truth and enlightenment. The old nag never gets to enlightenment. Not possible. We're betting on a bummer. So when you see that, so why would I do that? I sit to meditate and I spend the time following my thoughts. Why is that? It's not because we're bad or stupid or don't know how to meditate. It's because if we don't protect the ego gets thin. And if we're identified with the ego, we don't want it to get thin and fade away. I'm me, and I don't want to die, and I want to be healthy and happy, and I want to have an interesting life. And the best way that I know to maintain that is to eat lots of thoughts every day. The more thoughts, the better, because then you have a kind of balanced diet. It's like having a big multivitamin. More thoughts, the better. That is the discourse of the ego. We know this to be true. We don't like boredom. We don't like to feel useless. We like to feel that we can act in the world and be appreciated and make something of value. That's why meditation is difficult. It's not a moral failing. It's that you're investing your energy in protecting something which has a limited validity. And there is another option which has an infinite validity, but you don't know how to do it. But you do know how to do the thing which is not so useful. So I can be a competent member of samsara or an incompetent Buddha. Now, we like to feel competent. This is one of the ego's things. We like to feel, I am the one, I am the maker, I am the doer. So what can you do? I can make myself busy from morning to night. There's always something to do. Some people like to clean their house so that there's no dust. I personally am not worried about dust. I'm worried about people moving my papers, because I live with a lot of papers. So people who would like to dust where I live are very wary of them. They cannot believe that I live in so much dirt. I cannot believe that they think cleanliness is so very important. What would you want a clean house for? What the fuck? Look in the summer, you see the light shining in the window. You see the amount of dust in the air? You want to get rid of it? Huh? You clean the air. Air dust extractor. It's silly. Dust is dust. Anyway, we all find something to do. I write lots of things on bits of paper and put them in piles. Other people dust the house. What's a better way to spend your time? This is how we pass our time. So this is a key thing. What are we doing that for? Of course, we can tell some story. Oh, I like to have a clean, tidy house. My mother's house was all about. That's one story. Or I'm really fascinated by these ideas. I think it's very important. That's my story. What are we doing? The explicit content of the narrative is a story that reveals my profile, my personality. But the implicit dynamic of the activity is the self-maintenance of the ego. The reason I do this is to be me doing me, being me doing me all the time. It doesn't really matter what you do. You could buy old motorbikes and repair them. You could make your own guitars. You can spend your life doing endless number of things. What are you doing? You're doing self-creation. It's not that one shouldn't do that. It's that one just has to see, oh, I'm having to create myself because the self is always vanishing. This is the heart of impermanence. It's not just that the seasons are impermanent or the food in our stomach is impermanent. The ego itself, I, me, myself, is constantly being replenished by the offering of the subject into the world of objects. As long as I've got something to be engaged with, I give myself a rebirth. Here I am. Oh, now I'm doing this. Now I'm doing that. All day long from morning to night. If I don't do that, I won't exist. But because I had to keep creating myself, maybe it's a funny kind of existence anyway. It's not a self-existing existence, it's an artificial existence. So in this famous prayer to Padmasambhava, it says, Macha Tetra Lama Chukiku, the Dharmakaya, or the mind of the Buddha, which is our own mind, is free of artifice and conceptual elaboration. Artifice means it doesn't have to create itself. We create ourselves. When you're a small child, your parents kindly help to create you. They tell you who you are. Parents are ceaselessly talking to small babies and saying, oh, you're so pretty. That's an interpretation. You're so pretty for me because I'm your mother and I'm stuck with you. And because I'm stuck with you, I may as well say you're pretty. Because if you start comparing your baby to the next baby, you think, oh, I'd rather have that one. So the parents are filling the child with their thoughts, with their projections, with their interpretations. And of course, it's a difficult thing as a parent because the child grows up to be someone else. The child starts to, like a snake sloughing off its skin, the child starts to excrete the parental impositions, all the introjects that baby had to make into itself in order to form itself. At a certain point it's saying, well, fuck you. I'm me, I'm not you. You want me to go and study this? I don't think so. I don't want to. Why should I? That's you, not me. Now, that's quite painful for parents, and of course it's very uncertain for the teenager, because they know I'm not who you think I am, but I don't know who I think I am. So it's a very wobbly time, and then gradually you become more competent as an adult, and you start to be able to tell yourself a story about yourself that you can believe and keep on the road, running on and on and on, because I'm me being me. It's all construction. It's all artificial. It doesn't mean it's wrong or bad, but it is not self-existing. It is not fundamentally reliable. Because if you don't keep the activity, it won't be there. It's like if you're in India on a hot day and you have a little fan. If you stop fanning yourself, you get hot. Then you fan yourself, you get a bit cooler. It's just like that. Coolness requires movement. You're keeping the coolness going by the movement. You're keeping your sense of self going by the movement of the mind. So, in the practice, we allow the mind to move. We can't actually stop it moving. We allow the mind to move, but we don't need the movement. The ego needs the movement of the mind to fill itself. Awareness doesn't need the movement of the mind. Because awareness is relaxed about being empty, because it sees emptiness as the basis of potential, whereas the ego fears emptiness as the annihilation of self. Does that distinction make sense? So we have the traditional example of the mirror. The mirror is able to show reflections because it doesn't have intrinsic content of its own. The mirror always shows something else. So this is given as a metaphor or example for awareness. Awareness shows whatever is arising. Whatever is arising is awareness because it's within the field of illumination of awareness, but it's not awareness because you can't say, I see a shiny tree and happiness arises in me, I am happy. That I am happy doesn't define awareness. It defines the self-construct which momentarily arises on the basis of the sunlight dappling through the tree. Awareness has no fixed content and is okay about that. So if it has content, okay. If it doesn't have content, okay. Consciousness, our ego structure is not like that. This ego self needs to have content in order to exist. It is content. And as we go into the text from Padmasambhava, you start to see that more clearly. I am who I say I am. I am who I think I am. Maybe we start to do a little bit more practice now. The basic practice we do is very simple. We just sit in a relaxed way. Relaxed means that the skeleton is holding the weight of the body, so the muscles can relax. This is a meditation without formal intention. We don't know in advance what is going to happen. We're not trying to visualize something, control our breathing. We're simply allowing whatever comes to come, whatever goes to go. And because it's free flow, like a stream running down a mountain, just flowing with the contouring of the rocks and the waterfall, and the wind moves it this way and that, just the mind is just tumbling, sometimes beautiful, sometimes ugly, whatever it would be. Because it's in free flow, you don't need to edit it or do anything with it. It's just occurring. Now, normally we're used to observing from a distance. I see the far wall of the room. I look out the window, I see a bit of a tree. I am here and I am observing there. When we sit to practice, be attentive to the tendency to locate the knower inside this body structure. I am in here looking out. That's an interpretation. That's a thought. What's arising? There's colors, the lights are shining. I can see the forms of people, and I feel my knees, I feel my feet on the cushion, I feel the curve of my spine. That's all interpretation. Sensation is arising. If I don't put the interpretation, this is the curve of my spine, there's just some transient formation and it's gone. Transient formation is gone. What I call I, me, myself, and which seems to be my stable ground, the site, the place from which I engage with the world, this is also transient. There is no security to the self. The self has no ground of its own. It fabricates its illusory groundedness by holding on to what is arising. So when you find yourself being here doing meditation, I'm sitting here, my eyes are open, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but anyway, nobody else is moving, so I'm not going to. Will this be over soon? So this is a lot of thoughts. You fall into the thought, and the wheel is turning. You let the thought go by, and it just vanishes. The meaning of the thought is revealed through participation in the thought. If you don't participate in it, there is no meaning. So, if you live in a big block of flats and the postman's lazy and he just bunches all the letters, there's a lot of letters, but they're not for you. Some of the letters might be love letters, some of the letters might be bills. But it's not your name, not your letter. You don't need to open the envelope. So when the thought arises, is it for me? It looks like my name on the label, but that's because I've written my name on the label. The thought is meaningful to me because I've made that kind of thought meaningful to me by habitual repetition and investment. So I don't need to do that. So this is what we're doing in the practice. We're relaxing. If you just stick it on the table, thank you. Thanks very much. If you don't activate yourself in that way, the thought goes free. If you give yourself into the thought, you get infected with the meaning, you get filled with the meaning. This is your ego construction. So now we have this basic separation of awareness and ego consciousness. Awareness doesn't need thoughts for anything. Ego consciousness always needs thoughts, feelings, sensations, memories, plans, in order to continue its felt sense of existence. So we have a choice. Merge with the thought, continue feeding the ego. Not merge with the thought, space. Open, empty space. I'm here, but I'm not here as somebody. What I call my body continues to manifest, but it's not me. It's available, it moves as energy, but it's not the site of my identity. I'm not somehow hiding inside this flesh frame. So the ego power dissolves by itself. You don't have to destroy the ego or get rid of the self. The self is a form of energy which is our communicative participation in the world with others. It's not an essential truth about who we are. Just holding this in mind when we sit, we can start to see what happens when we get pulled into thoughts. Again, it's not about blaming yourself or judging yourself or feeling you have to try harder, but simply observing what it's like to be a bit clear and what it's like to get entangled. And just keep observing, but as I say, not observing from here to there, but more, we're open as the luminous field, the infinite stage within which subject and object are always moving. The mind is the empty stage, the dharma dhatu, the open expanse of awareness. It's not located in the subject. It's not split off from the object. Subject and object are contained inside the field of awareness which is inseparable from emptiness. So whenever we find ourselves caught up in our subjectivity and judgments, don't try to jump out of that or do something different. Just almost in a very delicate way, just slightly tilt and be present with this formation that's arising. You started to merge into it. Don't discard it, but stay on the middle point. I'm here and this is arising. It may even seem to engulf you, but you are the stage, you are the space, and then it moves. Whether it's a depressed feeling, a happy feeling, let it come, let it go. Okay, so we do this practice for a while. As some of you know well, with this kind of practice, it's more helpful to do it for short periods of time, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, then have a break and do it again. Because it's not something you can do with effort. After lunch, there's some free time, and you can go out and walk in the woods. And just, without controlling anything, be aware that if your mind is identifying what it sees or making a judgment about how the fields are, even if it's quite a tight formation which arises, allow it just to be there. You don't like what the farmer's doing, or you think it's beautiful, it's a judgment. And if you don't do anything with it, although it's already cooked up a little bit, it dissolves. It dissolves. So instead of having to correct your mind or develop your mind, the mind cleans itself. The mind is always refreshing itself because it doesn't stand in relation to the thought. In Dzogchen texts, they talk a lot about kada, primordial purity. Something is made impure when it's brought into contact with something else and it gets marked or stained. But awareness doesn't stand in relation to anything. Awareness is not a thing. You can have a biscuit and a coffee, and you put the biscuit in the coffee and it starts to dissolve. They are interacting in a way that leaves a mark on each. But awareness is not touched, just as the mirror is not made horrible or bad if you put some ugly thing in front of it. The reflection that fills the mirror doesn't contaminate the mirror. Therefore, you don't need to worry about cleaning the mirror, because the mirror is not having a trauma. It's not soiled or sullied. In the same way, your awareness is filling with this particular image externally or this strong judgment internally, and then it goes. What is left? If you're open, nothing is left. If you hook that thought, if you go after that thought, then you start to build up a patterning of thought, and that's what's left, a trace or a smear. So if you wanted to clean the windows and you just pick up a cloth from the kitchen and you start on it, and suddenly you realize, oh, I was washing the the frying pan with this, and some fat has now gone all over the window. It's like that. When you try to clean with a consciousness that's not clean, you get smearing, and the mind gets more opaque. So, whatever arises, let it be and it will go. The primordial purity of the mind is not improved by good objects, nor is it harmed or damaged or made impure by bad objects. This is the fundamental freedom that we have, that the mind is vajra, or dorje, indestructible. But consciousness is not. Consciousness is very fragile and very feeble and easily affected. So when we see something horrible, we get a shock. I remember walking down a little path, I saw a little dead, tiny country mouse. And I looked down at it, and suddenly it started moving. Oh. And it was full of maggots, and they were wriggling around inside it. I thought, ah! Ooh. This is the ego. But then if you let that go, the ego's gone. The ego is the continuation of commentary and involved thought construction, interpretation construction. Everything is there. The dead creature lying on the path is not has no power to control me. It's my thought about it, my sense of the something disturbing in this, some sudden unheimlich, some sudden oi, what is that? That gets to me. But that's my mind. It's not the mouse. It's my sense of, I know what's what. Now this, is it dead, is it alive? That kind of uncanny on the borderline, that's what gets us shaken up. But that's the structure of my interpretive framework. So, when we go to lunch and you're queuing and then eating or maybe cleaning and then you go out, whatever is occurring, whether you're walking or talking or sitting, whether you're on your own or with other people, don't try to block the movement, don't try to control the movement, but just be present with the movement. Not observing from a distance, but observing how this person talking to me is in my field of experience. And my body and my feelings and thoughts are in my field of experience as well. So the object or the other and self are arising together. They are co-emergent in the undivided field of clarity. When I start thinking about the other person, I'm shrinking into myself and seeing the other as different. But actually we're both emerging in the same luminous field, just arising and changing and patterning, arising, changing and patterning. So we always have this choice. The door is always open. Even if your mind's dull, you're walking down the country path and you're caught up thinking about something, you do that for 15 minutes. And when you wake up from that, the trees are here, the birds are singing, it's fresh. That has all gone. Stay with the fresh. Oh, why did I get so lost? Why did Now you're off on another little journey. So always, if you trust and relax, the fresh is always available. And then you start to see, as the text say, the clouds are in the sky. If I'm here on the earth and it's a cloudy day, I just see a big mass of grey clouds. I imagine maybe there's a blue sky beyond, but I don't see it. So I say the clouds are obscuring the sky. Because I have a fantasy that the sky is blue and bright and shiny. The kind of sky you get in Greece. That's the proper sky. So it's like when you look at these statues of the Buddha, they're all smiling. These are the proper Buddhas. They're not easily available except in statues. Ordinary Buddhas are a bit more grumpy. So, when you see the cloud is in the sky. The cloud emerges from the sky. The cloud is an aspect of the sky. When the sky is not obscured to itself by the cloud. The sky seems obscured by the cloud to me because I am outside the sky, because I'm me. When we relax, the mind, open awareness is like the sky. Now I am the sky on a very cloudy day. So I'm full of clouds. Some are very dark, sometimes there's storms, but I'm the sky. The clouds are moving in the sky. Where else would they move? You don't buy clouds in the shops, you don't find them in your freezer, you don't open a book and a cloud comes out. Clouds are always in the sky. Thoughts are always in the mind. The mind is empty. Thoughts and the mind are non-dual. Feelings and the mind are non-dual. Regret, self-hatred, guilt, these are all non-dual with the mind itself. Oh, but I don't like them. They're not good. Now you're out of the sky. You're out of the mirror. You're standing in your own little territory thinking, shit, I'm not doing very well and I'm getting older and I can't be bothered. And why? Boring story. Where's the sky? The sky's here. We come back to the sky, come back to the mirror. So this is always the choice. It's not far away. The clouds, the depression, the hopelessness, the self-hatred, this cloud is in the sky. Without the sky, you wouldn't have a cloud. This is why the wholeness, the Dzogchen, the great completion, has never been lost. Because we are lost in the realm of the Buddha. We are lost in the mind of the Buddha. So, in the teaching example, they say, if somebody is asleep, they're lying in bed, and they have a nightmare, and they are disturbed and upset. And the Buddha comes along and he says, oh, sweet one, wake up. And you wake up, and safe in the bed. Because they were always in the bed. It's always in the open sky. But when you're in the cloud, when you're in the nightmare, you imagine you're somewhere else. This is the delusion of our interpretation. But the interpretation smears the world, covers the world, and intensifies the sense of separation and isolation within the ever-open sky. This is why awakening is possible. Because if there were two domains, if there was heaven somewhere up there and earth down here, how would you get from earth to heaven? If you climb up Jacob's ladder, there's always a few rungs missing and you can't get up. You can't go from here to there, because if you're here, there is not here, by definition. As soon as you're here, you've excluded there. There is made by here being here. But if you're not here, if you're relaxed and open, there and here are together, co-emergent. So there's nowhere else to go. There's nothing to be removed and nothing to be gained. So this is the heart of the Dzogchen teaching, and it's very, very practical. Because moment by moment, we can be in the sky or in the cloud. There's only two choices. But the cloud is always in the sky. So we're either aware of where we are, or we're dreaming about being a cloud. But where are you when you're dreaming about the cloud? You're in the sky as the sky. So this is the meaning of non-duality. It's never split, never separated. So we start just with a little sitting, as before. Just relaxing and opening awareness to the field within which everything is emerging. look at the text. And this text is from Padmasambhava, who, as many of you will know, was the great yogi who brought Tantra and aspects of Dzogchen to Tibet. He's credited with many writings which have come through as terma. And this text is from the Sangalamrim, the graded stages of the secret Tantra path or mantra path. And it's a very precise account of the open nature of the mind and how this becomes obscured. In Tibetan it's very dense and it's in very technical language, so I'll unpack it. But the advantage of looking at traditional text is that this is what has been studied for over 1,000 years. It's deeply meaningful and very precise. This particular extract from the larger text was recited every day in the daily practice, the church, in my teacher's monastery in Tibet. It was something that all the monks were very familiar with. In the first part, which is here translated as the natural way, is in Tibetan it's nelu. Ne means to stay, and luk means the mode or the style. So it's the style or the way of abiding, like how it is before it's changed in any way. So it's, if you like, the authentic or intrinsic or unadulterated way of being. And of course it's always referring to the mind, because the mind is chief. All Buddhism is concerned with the mind. Mind here, of course, is not just a rational thinking function. Mind is everything. People say, oh, we shouldn't just focus on the mind, we should focus on the body. But without the mind, you wouldn't have a body, because your body is an experience. The body is an experience within the mind. There is no division of mind and body. There is no division anywhere if you find the mind. So, he begins in a very dense way, and then he does his own commentary. He says that how our mind is, or how we are, or who we actually are, is non-dual, effortlessly arising, pure from the very beginning, and primordial Buddhahood. So these are 4 aspects of understanding what it means to be present. So, firstly, the natural way abides in non-duality. And there are 5 aspects to this. And hopefully by the time we've gone through these 5, you understand precisely what non-duality means. It's a term which becomes very popular nowadays. Many people are teaching forms of non-duality. Hindu traditional Advaita teachings on non-duality and Buddhist ones are not very different. But usually the Buddhist one is presented in a way that's actually many of the technical terms that they use to describe it are the same. So he says, firstly, whatever appears is without any actual reality whatsoever. Therefore, the essence is the non-duality of appearance and emptiness. So this is pointing to the importance that we find in the very first teaching of the Buddha, the first turning of the wheel that he did in the deer park, when he said there are these 3 marks of conditioned existence. There is suffering, which we know, and there is impermanence, which we can observe all the time and see in our dynamic experience, and there is the absence of inherent existence. This formulation in English is, in Tibetan, it's dogme, or in Sanskrit it's Pudgala Anatmadrishti, and then Dharma Anatmadrishti, which means that dharmas, which includes Pudgala, which means people, all dharmas, all phenomena, are devoid of any inherent ego or self or essence or internal definition. So the absence of inherent existence means that phenomena don't exist from the inside out, that the existence of phenomena is always relational. So, for example, in my hand I have these reading glasses. So these are very common features of our world. We see people putting glasses on and off all the time. These are glasses. They are composed of different factors. They have two legs and one main frame, which is holding the glass in place. They arise due to the developments of international trade, because for sure these are made in China since they were very cheap. And they're developed through technology, and they're made available in the shop, so you can buy them anywhere, because you tend to lose them and the legs fall off. Now you could say, well, the history of the development of glasses belongs in history. It's got nothing to do with these glasses. But without the history of the development of the glass, of these early opticians finding out how to grind glass and looking at concave and convex and so on, and seeing magnification and coming to standard formulation of strengths of reading glasses, without all that background, these wouldn't be in existence. So there is an invisible history that, if on one level you could say these glasses are on the top of a whole pyramid of experiments and investigations. But actually that pyramid is inside the glasses. It's inseparable from it, because if that history wouldn't be there, these wouldn't be there. So they appear to be existing as just glasses, but they exist because of their history, and because of the people who made them, and because of the development of plastic. Glasses used to be very, very expensive, and now they're very, very cheap due to mass production. So changes in modern technology make easy availability for things like this. Also, you will notice that these glasses are in my hand. If they're not in my hand, then they have to be somewhere. Glasses are not self-existing. They are situational. Now, usually that is an invisible fact. We don't pay any attention to situationality. But we are in this room. Before we were in this room, we were somewhere else. Some people were in the movement, some people were in the forest, some people were lying in the sunshine. People were in different places, and we gather here together for a while, and then we go somewhere else. We're always going somewhere else. We are always located in time and space, location and duration. This is the dimension we inhabit. And therefore, the glasses and the context of being held in my hand or put in my pocket are not two separate things. You cannot have the glasses alone. So that's the relative context. In the morning we looked at the fact that you never have clouds apart from the sky. That's more the absolute integration. But on a very relative level, everything in this room is related to other things in this room. We sit on the cushions. When we finish on Sunday, we stack all the cushions over by the wall. Before we arrived, some kind people took the cushions off there and spread them out on the floor. The cushions have to go somewhere. Our bodies have to go someplace. That's just a fact. We are always someone, somewhere. And this somewhere-ness is our inseparability from the environment. When we think of I, me, myself, it is as if I am an autonomous individual. I'm individual. I cannot be divided in myself. And I am autonomous because I am clearly apart from the environment. I am not the chair. I can get up from the chair is left behind. I am making use of the chair, but the chair is not determining me. Of course, the chair is determining my current posture, or at least influencing it. So, when we say there is an absence of inherent self-nature, this is an investigation to recontextualize yourself. We investigate how we delude ourselves by our fake autonomy, and then we see, oh, I am part of what is going on. I feel, sometimes at least, probably quite intensively, I stand apart. I am inside myself looking out. The world is out there and I am inside. But actually, as we know, we breathe in and out. We need to drink and eat, and we shit and piss. And we are a system which is going on round and round and round. And this is how we are. So, the absence of inherent self-nature means we are relational, not autonomous. And this relationality is dynamic because the environment changes and we change, as we touched on this morning. So there is no governing or defining essence inside myself. If I say, well, I'm just James, James is a name given to me by other people. My mum wasn't called James, my dad wasn't called James. For some reason they called me James. Now I'm James. But the Jamesness of James belonged to them for whatever reason. Oh. So, what seems to define us or capture us, and often it seems that a name is some essential quality about you, because somebody calls out your name and you turn. They seem to have got you. If we remember when Padmasambhava went to Tibet, and he was helping to build a monastery at Samye, and these local deities, the spirits of the mountain and the water and so on, they didn't want this new temple to be built. So they would come and pull the walls down and so on. And by the power of his meditation, he forced these deities to appear in front of him. And on their chest they would carry a big mirror, and in this mirror he forced them to show their seed syllable. And when he caught their seed syllable, that was their defining name, and he inserted that in a mantra. So if you do big tantric rituals, you recite the mantras of the protectors, and by saying that seed syllable, when you're in the visualization of Padmasambhava, you catch them. Names catch people. The police build up databases and exchange information across countries to try to find criminals. Criminals try to change their name. They get many false passports and so on. Some of them even damage their fingers so they can't get stable fingerprints and so on. But increasingly they try to find some marker that will define people. Now DNA is used a lot in police investigations because you want to get the way of catching someone. It was you did it. You cannot deny it, we have the evidence. So in a similar way, when we say, James, oh, that's me. It's as if, oh, I can't escape from that because that's me. Here is the name is my essence. But of course this is nonsense. This is a delusion. The name is my habit. It took a long time for me to accept that I was James. When I was a child and I would play in the back garden, my mother would say, James, James, Jimmy, come in, come in. And I would not hear anything. Then she would have to come out. Didn't you hear me calling? No. So, gradually, James is seeping deeper and deeper inside. For children to have to understand that their name is a hook is very upsetting. You can't really hide. So, once we have this essence, it can be grasped. And the grasped essence locates you in a particular form, a form which is different from other forms, and that becomes the basis of the delusion of the separated ego self. I am my body, I am my name, I am my history, I am my identity, I am my database, I am my passport. We have thousands of ways of finding aspects of locatedness. But all of these, from the Buddhist point of view, are constructs developed in time and space through interaction. So, on this idea of dependent co-origination, when it's outlined by Nagarjuna, he says, on the basis of this, that arises. So on the basis of the dynamics between my parents, my elder brother was named after a relative on my father's side, and I was named after a relative on my mother's side. So they balanced that out. So that's dependent co-origination. On the basis of some loyalty to some person who was dead or someone who was much loved, a name is applied. It's nothing to do with the person who's being named. It has to do with the network of loyalties in a family. And so the outside is invested into the inside, and as we looked in the morning, and then appears to be inherent. It appears to be intrinsic. This is the great confusion. The projection is denied as a projection, and then is used as a site of information which appears to be external. So I'm James. But Jamesness was put into me. I'm not inherently a James. I could be somebody else. So, this is what he's saying here. Whatever appears is without any actual reality. Actual reality here means having a truth in itself. It means our truth or our definition is always relational. So there are people in this room who speak many different languages. We have Italian and Russian and so on. These languages each call bananas and apples and so on with different words. So when you learn your mother tongue, you learn in this very absorbent way the deep truth that there is a one-to-one correlation between the word and the object. This is a horse, this is a house, this is a dog. And then you start to learn another language, you start to see, oh, languages are systems of conventional signs. There is no direct correlation at all between the sign, the signifier, and what is signified. It appears to be the case because it is a habit formation which is conventional to the speakers of those languages. That's all. There is no inherent truth in calling an apple because there's only an apple in English. Appleness is a concept. What is this thing? Well, if you stop telling it what it is, it will show you. You can't say. The world is inexpressible as itself. It is expressed through the projection of signs. That is to say, the world is the semiotic web. It's not that we have interpretation after the fact of the object, but objects arise through the naming. Huh? So normally we think there are things, and these things are referred to by nouns. So we have different kinds of potato, different kinds of apple. Maybe you like quite a sharp apple. So in English we would say a Granny Smith's apple. Deep green in color, quite crisp when you bite into it. That apple understanding has no meaning unless I have other apples. Some are sweet, some are quite soft in their texture, some are very hard in their texture, some have thick skin, some have thin skin. All of these are ideas I have about apples. I am inventing the different kinds of apples through the words. Yeah? So it's not that there is a noun there, an entity, an item which is there, onto which I, as me, am entitled to express my opinion. I like this apple, I don't like that apple, but there are apples. That's our ordinary way of proceeding. This is our relative freedom to have our own opinion, our taste. The Buddhist view is very different. It's much more radical. He says, if you don't identify what is there, you won't find anything there. That is to say, what you will find is light and sound. There's nothing there. When you start to interact with this moving network of light and sound, you thicken the sound. Apple, apple, apple. Like we heard the church bell. Apple, 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 apple. Oh, an apple! So the apple becomes meaningful if you can recall at all as a child, or maybe you've been with small children, you see them doing this. They play with the sounds and then they realize, if I say it the right way, other people will give me an apple. But if I say it in my own way, only my mum's going to understand. So children gradually get pushed out of baby language into more conventional usage because they realize it empowers them to get lots of people to do what they want. So this is the conventional nature. It is from the outside to the inside. This is what it means by absence of inherent reality. There are no entities. The meaning or truth or reality of the object is the play of the subject. Now, what this means is the world is always fresh. Every moment is a new beginning in which how the subject constellation arises evokes and constellates the potential of the field of clarity to manifest as particular objects, as particular people. And if you can do this lightly, then your world is a world of light. If you do it in a solid, dogmatic, concretizing way, then you get quite a solid world. But this is our freedom. This is why the mind is chief. How your mind works. If it's full of grasping and hunger, it makes the world heavy. This is more important than that. Therefore I must have this. I don't want to have that. And you see, especially, it's so interesting to be with small children. They get so upset if things go wrong. I didn't want that one. No! No, it's the same. No! Right. Okay. For you, this is really important. Yeah. So what you see there is the raw energy of starting to solidify the world. Because once you start to say to the child, yeah, I know we said we would do that, but we have to do this now. No, we're going out. No, but look, it's very wet now, and your granny's coming. She's coming here, we're not going there. No! Because because now I know what we're going to do. So the child is building up a little raft of idea on idea on idea and forming a kind of solid base of being able to predict and to know. And when that gets disrupted, it brings a lot of anxiety. So as adults, we do quite a lot of work to try to maintain the seeming solidity of this base, which is, if I know what things are, I can move them around, and they have a predictive, they offer me the basis of predictive clarity. On the basis of knowing how to manipulate objects, I can feel myself to be a strong and powerful operator in this world. Does that seem to make sense? Mm-hmm. Does that link with your experience? So that's what Padmasambhava is pointing to here. If you observe yourself and you start to really look at what you see around you, you see that the meaning is not intrinsic. The meaning is not there before you arrive. You bring the meaning with you and project it into the object. As we've discussed in past meetings, if the people of the village, many of whom are Roman Catholic, come into this building, they're not really very interested in the shrine as being an object of virtue, because this is against the faith. Why would you pray to the Buddha? We've got a Jesus down the road. Why would you bother? Jesus is the right one. You guys are all deluded. That's a belief. We don't have that belief. We say, why would you go to the church? Look what we got. We got shiny. Clearly, these are beliefs. When you have a belief, your light energy makes the object shine. When you don't have that belief, it drains out. So, one of the things that happened in the last 30 years is in Saudi Arabia, the intensity of this Wahhabi aspect of Sunni Islam has led to the religious police destroying many of the ancient monuments in Mecca. All the Sufi shrines have been destroyed, the shrine of the Prophet's mother and so on have been turned into dust. And you can be arrested for going there because you are honoring something which is worshipping a building. The Prophet said, don't have any images that you worship. So for the Sufis, so this is a shrine of the Prophet's mother. If you go to a shrine like that, there is a blessing in the air, it helps you in your practice. And they say, no. So there you see these conflicts of belief leading to absolute destruction. We've seen this with these battles between Protestants and Catholics in Europe in the past.
You also can see this with nature. Nature is also fading away because the human beings are not so interested anymore in nature. They're more interested in techniques and looking on the smartphones and too.
We don't need to worry about nature because we will invent a future. We're going to travel to Mars and colonize Mars. So this kind of crazy idea is very, very popular. We can dominate and control. We're not at the mercy of the world ecological system. That's not going to determine who we are. We are kick-ass people. We can do it our way. It's a very powerful thing. And that comes from the idea that everything in the world as an entity can be transformed into a commodity, and I can own and direct the commodity. And Padmasambhava was saying, this is completely not true. This is why we say it's a delusion. Because first we have an illusion. An illusion is like a rainbow or a mirage on the road on a hot summer's day, where you see something which is not the case. But when it's an illusion, you get it. Oh, that's not really there. There is no real density in a rainbow. But when you have a delusion, you fall into the illusion and you take it to be a real substantial truth. And that's what we suffer from. So that's what he's meaning. every appearance that we see is devoid of internal self-definition. And so the essence or the real truth is the non-duality of appearance and emptiness. Emptiness is a complex technical term in Buddhism. It means, in its early formulation, it means exactly just this, the absence of inherent self-nature, where by a process of analysis, as you engage with each phenomena, you can see how it's manifesting in relation to the environment around it. So we're clearly manifesting by breathing in and out. If we stop breathing, we die. So we cannot claim to be separate and autonomous because we're breathing. The building is, of course, not breathing, but it seems to be hard and solid, and we can imagine it continuing through time. But the ceiling is resting on the pillars and the walls, and the pillars and the walls are resting on the foundations, and the foundations are resting on the earth. So the building is not autonomous, it's not separate, it is inseparable from the ground that it's standing on, and it's inseparable from the payment of the community tax, because you have to pay money to the local organization. You have to pay your water bill, your electricity bill, your gas bill. They've just whitewashed the stupa, which is very nice. But they had to do that because of wear and tear, and the water went into some of the cracks and it was starting to open up. So buildings are existing in relation to the climate around them, and repair and maintenance is necessary. When we look around, we see there is nothing in the realm of appearances which is self-existing. Everything arises in dependent co-origination. Everything is relational. But our language denies that. Our education denies that. The ordinary currency of the world denies that. So, for example, if you have a 10 euro note, look, I've got 10 euros. It's a piece of paper. The value of the 10 euros is entirely relational, that it's a social commodity that people are willing to accept in the shop, that you give them 10 euros and they give you a packet of coffee and some milk and a bottle of Coca-Cola. You get that for your 10 euros. Because it's a part of a system of signs. There is no meaning in the piece of paper with 10 euro on it, except that 10 euros links to the understanding of euros. And the value of the euro in international trade goes up and down. The dollar's a little bit wobbly at the moment, the pound's going up against the dollar. International currencies are always shifting and turning. So 10 euros is affected by inflation, it's affected by the country that you're spending it in, it's affected by many different things. Very often if you go into small country shops, they charge you more than the supermarket in the big town. There's less competition around. So, these values are all relative. And this is not just a statement that you should believe, this is an invitation to investigate for yourself. Whenever you think you found something which is self-existing, look at where it's situated. Does it have a history? Is it being held in place by other factors? How do I identify it? And then you see every appearance is inseparable from your own mind. Not only is it appearance and emptiness, but it's an appearance and the function of your mind. So, again and again, whenever you find yourself taking something seriously as a truly existing phenomena, this is a kind of sleep. This is a kind of absence of clarity, a kind of dullness of the mind, which on a conventional level we need in order to interact with other people. But when we want to see clearly, there's nothing there. It doesn't mean there's nothing there at all. It means there's nothing there inherently by itself. That the appearance is undeniable. It's the appearance of nothing. So in the traditional Tibetan text, they say, Kyewa mepa gakpa me. Kyewa mepa means nothing is born. Nothing really comes into existence. Everything is in the womb of the Great Mother. Everything is emptiness. But gakpa me means continuously arising and arising, manifesting, moving, changing. Experience, movement, subject and object never stops. But this is inseparable from being unborn. So when we see, oh, this is a woman, this is a man, and we think that womanness or manness is some inherent quality, we can see, well, this is relational. It stands in relation to the balance of the factors that are manifested at the time they were developing in the womb, the chromosomes and so on. It manifests according to gendered stereotyping prevalent in the culture and so on. In some cultures, man and woman are very, very separate. Now with the movement into transsexual identity, as that gathers momentum in America, then the rigid polarization of male and female starts to be dissolved. And you see that there are multiple gender identities. So you might need to be very hesitant to say, oh, this is a woman. On what basis do you say this is a woman? Perhaps this person doesn't want to be called a woman. So you have no entitlement. That's your idea. Fuck me. This is a bloody woman. Come on. No. This is your arrogant idea. Then the ego has to, like a snail drawing in its little horns, the ego, sorry. So now we're walking on eggshells, which is very good. Because if we're not walking on eggshells, as Waldemar was saying, then we walk through the world in our big boots, standing on everything and destroying it. So if we're more tentative and we realize, this is a woman according to my template, I have to look and ask before I decide. My conclusion should come at the end of a process, a discourse, a dialogic interaction, and not arise from some presumption in myself. Because it's these presumptions that create the idea of the inherent self-nature. Yeah? And of course, then we start to dissolve the power of knowledge. When I grew up in Scotland in the 1950s, it was very clear to me that the only purpose of Germans was to exist as someone for the British to fight. Because there was war movies everywhere, and there was war comics, and in school we're swapping all of these about fighting here and fighting there. Everything was about the war. It was the kind of trail end of the war. This is what the Germans are. These are people we fight. So, in that way, you grow up with all kinds of expectations about we know who they are. And then you start to travel in the country. So actually, the people are not like that. That each individual has their own unique specificity in this moment, according to these circumstances. So how could you ever generalize about the whole people when it's almost impossible to generalize about one person? Mary is like that. Some of the time. Depends who's with her. So then we have to keep retracting. But now I don't have certainty. I can't just vomit my profound knowledge onto the world so that I feel heroic. I have to be much more tentative. That is to say, I have to be aware. I have to check it out. I have to allow the world to show me how it is before I take permission. I'm taking permission from the world, not out of myself. So, hopefully that gives you the sense. This is the unification of wisdom and compassion. The more wisdom you have, the less you presume that you're entitled to dominate other people and tell them who they are, which makes you softer and kinder, with more empathic attunement and more tenderness in your relatedness. So again and again we have to check out this relation of appearance and emptiness. Then secondly, he says, mind itself has been unborn from the very beginning, and what is there to cease in that which is unborn? Therefore, it has the characteristic of the non-duality of beginning and ending. Okay, so, mind itself has been unborn from the very beginning. To be born, as we know, when you're born you come out of your mother's body, and then the midwife cuts the umbilical cord, or in some cultures bites it with her teeth. So now you and your mother have become separate. Before you were one. You were two, but you were also one. You were a kind of dyad. But now the baby has become separated off and appears to be autonomous. So, to be born is to separate from the source, from the ground, to step apart from the field of emergence. You emerge out of it, like a fish jumping out of the water. But, he's saying, the mind is unborn from the very beginning. The mind hasn't become a thing. If the first point that he made was that all phenomena are unborn because they're inseparable from emptiness. Now the mind, which identifies all these different phenomena, it also is unborn. So if you think of yourself, probably you can remember being 5 years of age. You have some felt sense of what that was. Then imagine you're 10. Then you imagine you're 15, 20. At each of these points in life, your body was different, the clothes you wore were slightly different, the kind of things you were interested in were different. Which one of these is your true self? Momentarily, due to causes and circumstances, you appeared in this particular formation. Some people are very confident when they're 5 and shy when they're 10. Others are very shy when they're 5 and more confident when they're 10. Which is the truth about the person? These are situational identities. So actually, when we look at the course of our lives and these various formations we've had, have we ever been born? Or are we always in the process of birthing, becoming? I'm appearing like this for the moment because of these circumstances. But am I born as this? Is this really me? For a while. And then it vanishes. So actually, we are born and dying without leaving the womb of the Great Mother, which is emptiness. All our lives we've been moving in this realm of emptiness, becoming this, becoming that, but without ever becoming anything that was enduring. We haven't arrived anywhere. And when you die, people have to bury you, or burn you, or chop you up and feed you to the pigs. Depends who's killed you. Maybe it's a mafia. So, something has to be done with the body, because the body will start to rot and smell very bad. It keeps going. It's a process. It's not a thing. He's dead. No, somebody means a bit of him's gone, but look at this stinky thing. What do we do with it? Funerals are quite expensive. It costs a lot in Britain to bury someone. at least 3,000 pounds to put someone in a hole in the ground. It's ridiculous. So what are we going to do with the body? It continues. But it continues becoming something else. If you see someone, if you're with them just as they're dying, you look at the face of this beloved person and you sit with them through the next 24 hours. And in the next 24 hours, and it's April, and it's hot, and the body's ripening. At what stage does my beloved mother become a stinking corpse? Something's happening, becoming. So this is a real question. Have I ever been born? When I was born, they say James. This is James. So all the way through my childhood, people lied to me and cheated me by saying, you're James. I was so many different people. But all of them are gathered together in this big wrapper called James. As if James has been born, James does this and that and the other. But each of these was, just like a trout just slightly breaking the surface of a pond. It doesn't even leap out, it just whoosh. Becoming this, becoming that. Impermanent. So, we can take this deeper and see the mind is like this. The mind has not been born. The mind means that the stage or the arena or not really a dimension because it's more complex, but the space within which you have the unfolding of your experience. The experience that seems to be external because it arises for us through our sense organs. The experience which seems to be internal, proprioception in the body, memories, thoughts, and so on. These are all evanescent. They arise and pass. And the mind itself, is it a pot? So, I have a glass. Inside the glass is water. The water is not as stable as the glass. To get rid of the water is quite easy. You can throw it away or drink it. But a glass is more difficult. Now we got something here. A glass. You can put orange juice in it, petrol, sperm, whatever you want. Put many different things in a glass. Because there's a glass. So, is the mind like a glass? Is the mind a container? I need to keep this in my mind. I must remember too. It's as if the mind is some big filing system, some commodious receptacle that will allow you to store a lot of information. But is your mind really like that? We feel overwhelmed. Too much. I can't take any more. As if the mind had a limited capacity. Is this true? Probably not. Certainly not from a Dharma point of view, because it would say what you are describing is the impression which you carry of your mind. I can't take any more. Means I don't want to take any more, but probably you can. I can't take any more, but if somebody is coming behind me with a gun, I can certainly walk another 10 miles. So, due to this frame of reference, I'm at my limit. But if the frame of reference shifts, a little more is possible. I've had enough to eat, but if that pudding is going to arrive here, and it smells delicious, then probably a small bowl, which is quite big, is possible. So the limit of myself is not fixed. So what is it then? If the mind is expanding and contracting, is that then like the stomach? What is the mind? So, saying, inviting us to look. From the Buddhist point of view, the mind is not born. So, Some of you are very familiar with these famous 5 questions. Does the mind have a color? Does it have a shape? Does it come from somewhere? Does it stay somewhere? Does it go somewhere? This is exactly on this point, because all the phenomena in the world seem to have this location and duration. But the mind itself, where is it located? When you look for your mind, you can say, oh, my mind is inside my body. What does that mean? I mean, you're repeating something somebody's told you. My mind is in my brain. You read that in a book. You saw it on the telly. How do you know? Well, because it was in a book. Lots of things in books are not true. Look for your mind. When we start to look, what do we find? I find thoughts. I find memories. I find sensation. I find the content of my mind. The content is showing itself, but it shows itself as impermanent. What can I grasp in the content of the mind? Nothing. But the mind itself, does it show itself? No. So, this is exactly why we have this image of the mirror and the reflection. You never see the mirror itself. The mirror shows itself as a reflection. The mind is not a thing. It is an awareness which has no size or color, no defining characteristics, and yet is always here. So in Tibetan they say Rigpa Tong Sal. Rigpa means awareness, Tong means emptiness, Sal means clear. The mind is clear, that is to say everything arises at once. You see in this room, moment by moment by moment, everything is arising. This is called Hlundru. This is, everything is here. And this Hlundru is like the breath of Kada, of the primordial purity. The unborn mind is ceaselessly showing evanescent content which is ungraspable. So we have the ungraspable mind and the ungraspable content, and it's here. And this is what we have. So we have colors and shapes and sounds with which arise the movement of the mind that says there's a car. I can hear the car coming in. How do I know this? Because that's the sound that the car pressure through the wheel makes on the gravel. I am imputing carness to the sound. I am making a speculation. This is what our mind does. That's how we build up pictures, imaginations, ideas about the world. This is the movement of the energy of the mind creating experience. And experience, like clouds in the sky, never leaves the mind. I experience that there is a car coming into the grounds behind me. I experience that. That's not me thinking about an object. That's the experience arising altogether. So the first point he's making is there are no self-existing objects. We say car, we make car by saying car. If somebody in this village is very depressed, they go into the garage with their car and a piece of rubber tubing. And they put the rubber tubing over the exhaust pipe and they sit in the car, play some music, drink a bit of Jack Daniels, and they vanish. So the car is a death machine. It's certainly a death machine for insects in the summer and for unlucky pedestrians on Friday night. So what is a car? A car for a mechanic in the garage is money, because you don't know anything about car except you own one. And the mechanic can say, I would be very concerned about this. You say, really? Yes, the carburetor, very important. How would you know? So, a car is a site of lying and cheating and deception. What is a car? Nothing there. Everything is there. Whatever you want is there. This is the potential of the world. This is what it means salwa in Tibetan. Salwa means clarity. It means the arising of the potential which is open to multiple formations. If things were truly themselves, just one thing, everybody would agree to what it was and what its value was. But clearly we don't live in a world like that. People have their own relationship with the potential of the world, and they bring it out according to their particular situation. The sun is shining, which is great news for us. But if you are an albino and you have highly sensitive skin and your eyes are very light sensitive, it's not such a good thing. Winter and grey days are much easier for you. It's all situational. But when we sit inside our own complacency, our own belief that I am normal, start with me because I'm the one that's okay. You're not so like me, I'm a bit worried about you. Me, normal. Everyone else, weird. That's how we proceed. So, saying, actually, nothing is normal. Normal, as we know, comes from norm. It's like a statistical norm. It is an abstraction. It is a concept. In terms of the phenomenology, you cannot have normality, because the phenomenological field is so complex and multivariable, multifactorial, that it's shifting moment by moment. This is the freshness of the Buddha's breath. You have to be here to be here. If you're here and not dreaming about being here, not interpreting being here, if you're just here, everything is open. Everything is possible. And that's our freedom. But if you start with a rigid projection and interpretation, the possibilities become increasingly limited. So, in this second point, mind itself has been unborn from the very beginning. And what is there to cease in that which is unborn? It means rigpa, awareness in the mind. Here mind means semni, the actuality of the mind, not the content of the mind, but the sphere or the openness within which mental phenomena arise. How could that ever come to an end? If something has no beginning, it can't come to an end. Beginning and end, these are two polarities, they link together, but it's never been born, so how is it going to die? This is to say your consciousness of the day of the week, or whether you're hungry or whether you need a pee, your consciousness arises due to specific factors. You drank a lot at lunchtime and now you need to pee. That has a particular beginning, middle and end. It wasn't the case that you needed to pee. Now you feel more sensation in the bladder, so you have to go and pee. So that's going from something which wasn't there to is here, then you have a pee and you don't need to pee anymore because you had a pee. So the content of the mind and the way in which we understand what is arising, our dualistic consciousness, manifests due to causes and circumstances. It is not self-existing. No? But the mind itself is unborn. So most of what we take to be my mind is the transient content of the mind and not the mind itself. And because we can look at the content of our mind in the same way we look at entities outside, this is a camera, this is a pillar, this is the ceiling, I am happy, I'm a bit tired. We're using the same grammatical structure. A subject talking about an object, a subject describing something. This is the ceiling, I am tired. It seemed to be referring to some defining characteristic, and yet I am tired arises and vanishes. And then something else happens and I don't feel so tired. So the content of the mind includes consciousness. What you take to be me thinking about the world, me thinking about me, all of this is not the mind. So we have to be very careful in these text that we understand what the mind is. The mind is not me thinking, oh, we need to have a tea break soon. That's a thought. I have to be mindful of something. That is to say, I need to join some signifiers together to make a pattern so that there will be a remembrance of an activity which needs to be performed. That's transient content. And no content can stay in the mind for more than a few seconds. Observe that for yourself. Nothing stays in the mind. All experience is changing. Even this room, if you just sit with your eyes open, not in the meditation, but just looking at the room, is moving. Not only are people moving, but your sense of what's there, because your attention is suddenly caught by the light shimmering on the gold paint, and then then the blue, and that, like some pinball machine. We're moving around inside, responding to these various stimuli. It's never stable. This is called movement. There's stillness and movement. Stillness is awareness inseparable from the openness of emptiness, the Dharma Dhatu. Movement is everything else. Everything else. Thoughts, feelings, mountains, seas, rivers, football matches, everything is in movement. Nothing to hold on to. So understanding that the mind has never been born and will never end, therefore it has the characteristic of the non-duality of beginning and ending. Here's two polarities. There's beginning and ending. And they exist as back-to-back. They are oppositional. If it's the beginning, it's not the end. If it's the end, it's not the beginning. But the mind, because it has never been born, has no ending. And so the seeming opposition between beginning and ending is dissolved, or its intrinsic integrity as non-duality is revealed. Nothing has ever come out of the womb of Prajnaparamita. Yum Chenmo, the great mother, is emptiness herself, and this womb is the entirety of the universe. So the non-duality of beginning and ending is you can't set one against the other. When you split beginning and ending, you have a polarity. And as ignorance starts to manifest in the mind, one of the first things which is installed is polarities. In Sanskrit, these are called prapancha. In Tibetan, tröpa. And they have, one of the famous ones is beginning and ending. So there are 8 main polarities, but all polarities belong in them. So there's good, bad, me, you, right, wrong, summer, winter, whatever you imagine existing as polarities. All of these are the dualistic pulsation which is generating the sphere of samsara. Samsara arises due to the operation of polarities. Because polarities work on the basis of the law of exclusion. I am a man. Why are you a man? Because I'm not a woman. Tell me about being a man. I wouldn't know what to say. But I do know I'm not a woman. Here's a banana, here is an orange. Tell me about bananas. I don't know anything about bananas, but I will tell you it's not an orange. That is the law of exclusion. This is this because it's not that. And if you observe yourself, this is what you use to organize the world. This is the structural foundation of the world. One of the great tragedies in modern European thought has been the very brief period of structuralism as being a driving force. The structuralism that was around in French intellectual life in the 1960s was an immensely helpful theoretical mode of inspection, but it got knocked out with post-structuralism and all these wanky modern things. Because structuralism really sees binary opposition. Binary opposition is the movement of modern mathematics. It's how computers operate. Things are on or off, on, off, on, off. And if it's on, it's not off. If it's off, it's not on. That is the dynamic of these huge elaborated structures that will determine our life. Artificial intelligence is exactly grounded in that tension of polarities. What he's saying is there are no polarities. Polarities are conceptual interpretation. And when you think in a particular way, it will manifest through the clarity of the mind as the phantom tormentors of your dream life. We create the world we live in. So having invented robots and people who have money being able to make more money out of selling robots and selling them to factories where they can get rid of 100 workers and have 3 robots, a lot of people are going to be very poor because of robots. And a lot of people are going to be very rich because of robots. And do we have a national meeting to all sit together in a huge circle and discuss the pros and cons of the development of electronic technology? Nah. No, we don't. Because we are victims. We don't have a voice. We're hardly citizens. It's going to happen. Everybody knows it's going to happen. On the horizon, the transformation of industrial production. Are we smart? Are we intelligent? Nah. We're very good at self-destruction. We're very good at making new weapons. Tactical nuclear devices developed big time in America. We are very good at diminishing people by blowing their arms and legs off, by gassing them and so on. So we don't have much common humanity. So what he's saying here is, if you understand that the mind is devoid of polarity, again, here you have wisdom and compassion. Because if there are no polarities, how can you say, this is my friend, this is my enemy? How can we say, my country is more important than yours? How can we say, straight people are better than gay people? All the prejudicial statements that come in the world, all are grounded in polarized thinking, in binary opposition, in the law of exclusion. So this is very, very profound. Because if nothing is polarized, everything is integrated. And if everything's integrated, it is a whole. And if it's a whole, it's Dzogchen, it's the great completion. So you can see the direction he's going in. So then we have to look to ourselves. How much do I rely on polarization to make sense of what's going on in the world? And do I believe that they're really true? Because I may feel I'm the master of the game and I'm just using these conventional ways of talking. But actually, they're quite powerful. They suck people in. So, politically, there are many countries in Europe now that are getting very wary of foreigners. An idea of national purity. And then from national purity, it's not far to go to blood purity. And when you go to blood purity, then impurity is very dangerous. It is contamination, miscegenation, mixing the pure bloodline of our people. Let's at least have a fence. If we can't have a fence, then we need to do something drastic. So fences are going up all the way through Israel, going up in Hungary, keeping the other out. All of this is polarized thinking. We are good, they are bad. Why should we share with them? Who are they? Well, the one thing we know about them, we don't need to know anything about them, but the one thing we do know about them is they're not us. And we're the good guys. So you can see from the micro-development of the individual identity to all the nastiness that's enacted in the world, this is the key point. If we don't see the infinite embrace of emptiness, the fact that everything is insubstantial, then it's very easy to say, this person is really my enemy. But if this person is form and emptiness, appearance and emptiness, where is the essence that is my real enemy? So this is very, very profound. And we take it into the meditation when we observe how we enter into judgment in our own minds. And we see that tendency and we observe, when I get into judgment in meditation, I lose spaciousness. I become small and limited. And when I'm small and limited, for sure I'm going to be bigoted. So we relax and open. We relax and open. We don't accept and reject. Whatever comes, comes. Whatever comes, comes. No border guards. Arising and passing. So this is the wisdom and compassion here. And now we need a tea break. Okay, so we are not here to study Buddhist philosophy and theorize about what it might mean, but to find out something about ourselves. So if we take this point that the mind is unborn, this means also my mind. So each of us here just now, we experience, that is to say, arisings register or display themselves. We hear sounds, movements, colors. Something is happening. If something is happening, there is a mind, because the mind is the knower of what is happening, or the revealer of what is happening. So now we just focus on being present with the mind. And the key point of these 5 questions, which I'll repeat again, is that these questions provide the basic points of identification for the familiar phenomena in the world. Like when something is an object that you can know about, like a motor car. You can know what color it is, how old it is, what the manufacturer is, has it got 2 doors, 4 doors, and so on. So we're looking at color, shape, where it came from, where it is, and how long it's likely to be there. So now there's pressure on diesel cars. So if it's a diesel car, maybe they want to take them off the road before petrol cars because of increased pollution and so on. So we have a frame of interpreting what the status of this phenomena is. And it would be the same if you were looking at potatoes. Some potatoes rot very easily. The growths are already coming in them. They don't last well from the old season. So this is how we make sense of the world. We interpret. This is the sound of the bell in the church. So location, signification, identification. Now that can be applied to any object. So we have a lot of research on the body now and on the functions of the brain. Now all kinds of elaborated machines for investigating and getting more and more information, which is then composed into hypotheses and further testing out. This is how human knowledge is developing. That is to say, we start with the assumption there is something there, and then on the basis of that, we investigate what are the qualities of the thing that is there. Now, we have to be very careful, because if you start examining your mind on the basis of the assumption that there is something there, then you can spend a lot of time trying to find evidence that proves that there is something there. This is a kind of bias, what they call a confirmation bias, that you start with a pre-existing view and you kind of bend the information to fulfill it. So without prejudice, how is the mind? How is it? I'm aware that things are showing. How does the mind show this? That is to say, does it show it like a torch, like a big searchlight? like a telescope? What is it doing? Is the mind, that is to say, does the mind stand apart from what is arising and observe it? Does it reveal it in the manner of a hologram? Let's look. It's our mind. Our mind has been here certainly since we were born, and according to the teachings from well before then. So the mind is here. So, does it have a color? Does it have a shape? Is it big? Is it small? Does it come from someplace? To me. Here is I'm present with my mind. Is it resting inside what I call my body? Is it outside my body? Is it neither inside nor outside? Does it go anywhere? Does the mind vanish? So, it is our mind. We should be able to find out a bit more about it. So, this is the function of the meditation, is to bring us closer to the mind itself. So that's what we do now. We sit in the usual relaxed way. And as you settle into that, you become aware that experience is arising. Some of the experience looks like object, some of the experience looks like subject. It's arising and passing. And it's revealed. So subject and object, they're like two dancers on a stage, they're doing a pas de deux. The bodies are moving, there's an interaction, and a particular form is arising. But you have the stage. The stage is the mind. So, if you fuse into the subject side, then you find an object, because subject and object are born together. But if you relax and you let subject arise and pass, and object arise and pass, and you see the lack of inherent self-nature in both, then you start to see the dynamic waves of appearance within this luminous space of the mind. Okay, so now, how is this mind? So that's what we want to investigate. Any questions about that before we begin? Bravo. Okay. So clearly when we are sitting, there's a lot arising. Sometimes it's clear, sometimes not so clear, it might be fresh, it might be a bit sleepy. Don't interfere with the content of the mind. Because if you interfere with it and manipulate it, you build one on top of the next. By allowing the mind to flow however it does, even if it seems cloudy and dull, the intrinsic impermanence or flow or self-liberation of these phenomena becomes apparent. And that makes it obvious, well, that couldn't be my mind because it vanished. So you might have some sensation in your body, some feeling, oh yes, my mind is in my head. If you just stay with that, you don't have to believe it or disbelieve it. You just allow it to be there like a hypothesis and see what happens. And if it vanishes, then it's a temporary content of the mind. It's not the mind itself. So we do this again and again and again until you see that the mind and the content of the mind is not the same and yet inseparable, like the reflection in the mirror. You can't just empty out the mind to find the mind itself. You can't just sort of take all the clouds out of the sky. Because then you have a blue sky, but who says the sky is blue? Blue is also just a color which arises due to colors and circumstance. The nature of space is clear. The mind is clear, but full of movement. the more we stay with the movement shows directly the emptiness of the mind. It's not that you have to do some logical inference, oh, because of this, on the basis of that, then I can decide this is how it really is. That's just going to be another concept structure that you've cooked up. But if you're sitting with the movement, the more relaxed, that is unagitated and uninvolved, ungrasping the subject side is, the more subject arises and passes and object arises and passes within the mind. You hear a noise outside, and that noise, is it outside the mind, coming into the mind? The noise is there due to a car or the bells or someone moving. I'm here, the noise is coming from there to here. Oh, there's a car. Now, is the car outside my mind or inside my mind? If I rely on my ordinary rational interpretation, clearly, oh, it's not inside my mind. That's because my mind's inside me. That's what my mind is. It's a bit of me. But if we relax out of that interpretation, the sound arises in the mind. Oh, so maybe the mind's not inside or outside. So this is what we have to look at again and again and again until we have that clarity. It's not a theory, it's not a dogma that you have to make your own by repeating it again and again. Dogmatic solutions are no solution at all. We want to see directly the content of the mind always vanishes, but there is always content present with the mind. The mind is unchanging presence, but it's not a thing, and it's not a thing. Okay, so we do some more practice then. We start to see the familiar moves that occur in the practice. We can be merging into what is arising. We can be seemingly seeing and judging what is arising, trying to avoid what is arising. It doesn't really matter which of these moves occurs. This is a movement within the mind. So the key thing is, don't react to a movement which has already occurred. It's not a mistake. You don't have to improve it. If you find you're getting heavy and sleepy because there's not so much air and it's a bit warm, then you're just a bit sleepy. So this is an experience which is arising. It shows itself. Maybe you nod, oh, then something else, then something else. No experience is definitive of, as it were, the essence of who you are, because when you look, the essence is empty. We cannot be defined, we cannot be caught. So whenever you find yourself grasping at something and thinking, oh, this is it, just stay present with that and see what happens. So how can I be an ungraspable awareness? Well, it's not really a proper question, because you are an ungraspable awareness. It's more, how can I deny being an ungraspable awareness? That is easily done by pretending that you're not. We are not what we are by making ourselves be something else. So these moves of fusion into what's arising, or judgment, or building patterns, these are all ways of this dance, this between subject and object, catching our attention. We're intrigued, fascinated. And if you're in the ballet and you're watching two dancers moving, you don't really see the stage. You're not even really aware of the space. It's as if the space is the facilitating factor which is taken for granted, which is not attended to, yet without which these figures wouldn't be moving. So when the subject and object are moving in our mind, we're just, whoa, what's going on? And of course, even to keep that level of observation is difficult because you fuse into being the subject. Once the mind is moving and you give yourself into it, you think you're having the clarity of observation. But you're tilted towards the object, and then you get wrapped up in it. So where's the space? The movement requires space. Any kind of movement requires space. If you're in the rush hour in a busy train or tram, you can't move. You're packed in with other people. Then half the carriage gets out at the station, and people go, oh, start to can loosen up. So that's just the fact. You need space to move. So you've got a lot of movement. Must be space. The mind is the space within which the movement is occurring. But again, it's not theory. It's not something. A little bit of analysis clarifies it, but then you have to return into that. Okay, resting in the space, not making it, but being with it. It's already there, so we relax into the self-existing or the intrinsic or fundamental quality of the openness of the mind. And we come out of that when we start to construct. Construction is artificial. Construction is adventitious, that is to say, it has a beginning. And construction involves interaction of subject and object. So we can observe this for ourselves. I'm busy making something happening, or I'm busy observing what is happening. Separation of subject and object. But this subject, who is me, vanishes. This subject formation was a temporary home for the ego. It was one of the myriad forms of becoming that the ego identifies with and says, this is me, here I am, undeniable, and then gone. So this is not awareness. This is just the busyness of conceptual elaboration and construction. So again and again, however the mind is, just relaxed and open. Relaxed and open. And when you find yourself merging into the subject, or maybe if there's a strong sound like the church bells, you seem to merge into the object. This is a position taking. This is a polarization. And so you've got a subtle dualizing achieved through fusion. Oh, what's that? Here's some stuff. Oh. But because I'm going here with this, everything else is vanished. It's not inclusive. It's not spacious. But the awareness is always open. Everything happens at once. Everything is arising together. Not from here to there, not this first and then that, but all of a piece. All of a piece. Okay, so we do some more sitting.
Can I ask one question? Just about asking, what's the shape, what's the color. Who is asking those questions? How is that non-dual? I don't quite understand how to use it.
Okay, well it's a means for opening up the understanding of non-duality, but of course you're starting from a dualistic position. The key thing is to ask the question in a way which begins with not knowing.
But somebody's asking. Who is asking?
Well, you want to allow it to arise hardly as an asking. Say, for example, you're walking down a little path here, and the blossom is coming out. And you stop. You're sniffing to get more of this. Don't know what the fuck it is, but so you're passive receptive. That is to say, I want this to show itself through me. I'm not looking at it and checking it from some checklist in my mind, but the more, here is the mind, and let it show itself, and then I'll see.
So it's not active asking in any...
It's not active asking, otherwise I'm like a policeman checking it out. Yeah. Where were you on the night of the 22nd? Mm-hmm. Here we are, the mind is here, because we'd be dead if that wasn't the case. So mind is here, stuff is arising in the mind. How is the mind which is here? Because it's here, so you start with the here-ness of it. It's not some foreign invader, it's not something from outer space. This is my mind. In a sense, I am my mind. How am I? Or in another language, who am I? So, you're not asking the question as subject to object. You're asking the question, as it were, subject to the most subtle form of subject. So, you're inviting the displaying or the unfolding of the mind. Because if you start with your definition, which is what we usually do, we tell the world what it is, and then we prove that by saying, I told you it was an orange, just look, it's an orange. Well, we put the orangeness in the orange. If you do that to your mind, all you do is bind yourself into the endless business of creating interpretations. And sometimes that will happen. And we don't worry because it's just another movement of the mind. So you can't make a mistake doing the practice. It's just that however the mind moves, you wouldn't know if the mind wasn't there. The example we sometimes use is like the moon. The moon has no light. The light of the moon comes from the sun. The sun is awareness. So awareness is the great illuminator, but that light is not directly seen, because if you look at the sun, you go blind. You can't see the sun. You can't see awareness, but you are aware. But you are aware of this. So it looks like the object is the shiny one, because that's what you're aware of. So the light of awareness illuminates the thought, the memory, the feeling, and that's the thing that looks bright, like the moon. So if you're in your habitual object fixation, you click into subject looking at the illuminated object. But where is the source of the illumination? Oh, I see it. So now you've misinterpreted the source of the light. The ego pulls back the lucidity, the clarity, as a personal possession. I understand what is going on, and that thought's gone. That was only a thought. So if you hear the thought and believe the thought in its brightness will make you stupid. Because it's a dull light, it's a dark light. So if we allow the thoughts, however they are, to come and go, and stay calm, patient, open, then we see. Now, in principle, there are no preliminary practices in Dzogchen. There's no particular thing you have to prepare. But clearly, if you've got some understanding of the paramitas, for example, they all help. If you've done any kinds of mindfulness, that helps. A lot of shamatha would help. Any kind of meditation will help. Because the more calm and the more present you are, and the less buzzed up you are. So if you're really buzzed up and you have clarity, it doesn't matter. But if you don't have much clarity and you're buzzed up, you probably have to do some kind of adjustment to settle a little bit. And the big problem is always desperation. Who is desperate? Who is needy? Well, it's the ego that needs something to be happening. That's what we looked at in detail this morning. Because the ego has no content of its own. It lives as a thief. It lives as a form stealer. It steals identity. It incorporates what's arising as itself. That's what we see in the meditation. We observe ourselves. I fuse with a thought. As a thought. I don't fuse as a thought as me, but it's me as a thought. That is to say, the subject sense, here I am, I'm hungry. I'm hungry is the thought or the feeling tone of hunger being the pervasive feeling tone, the sensational quality of me at this moment. I am not other than hunger. That is to say, the sensation has become my abode for the moment. I don't know if you saw Terminator 2. Science fiction movies are very, very good for this, because this shape-shifting person comes from the future and he can just take on the form of someone else. So he kills people and becomes them. So it's like that. That's what the ego is doing. The ego says, any port in a storm, I will be whatever is required. It can do that with duplicity, with an intentional, mischievous quality, or it can do it in a very naive quality. But we are hungry. So you see that with a baby. Babies are completely identified with what's arising. When they're crying, they're really crying, and you've got to pick them up. If you don't do that, you get a lot of noise, because they become desperate, because all they have is this primary fusion into the arising sensation. And then you distract them. You comfort them, you sing to them, and then you make some funny noises, and they're out of it. They were in that mood, and then they're out of it. But while they were in it, that was the totality of their lived experience. So that's the same as what we experience in the meditation. When we fuse into something, it is as if this is the totality of me. And then it's gone. Luckily there's another. Luckily there's another. So this is the driving engine of samsara, as we fuse into one and fuse into another, reject another or judge another. We're always standing in relation in this way, moving on moment by moment by moment. So when we're asking the question, if we ask it as a subject to object, we're just feeding into the game. But it's more like a kind of background. Like, say for example, if you imagine you're in the ballet and there are two dancers on the stage, imagine your gaze is tracking their movement, the extension of the limbs, the harmony, the leap, and so on, how the person's being caught. There's something to see in space. So we know how to look at the dancers, but how do you see the space within which the dance is occurring? Because there's nothing to see in that concrete grasping way, and yet without it the dancing wouldn't be occurring. So seeing space is really appreciating space. It's a softer thing. You can't apprehend it. There's nothing to hold on to, but you feel the space that they're moving in. Or if you're listening to music, you're hearing sound moving through silence. It's growing in volume, and then it's becoming quieter and so on. But without, as it were, the background potential of silence, the sound wouldn't have an arena. Silence is the space of sound. So in all these situations, the vehicle, the carrier, the medium, the medium is empty. And the vehicle is a pulsation of energy which is moving through the space or the silence. Yeah? So we want to settle into that, just open. In English, probably open's the simplest word. We just open. And then you observe, I close. I close into aversion, or attraction. I close into fusion or waking up. These are pulsations. Okay, we'll do one last short sit and then we have food. Now in public places like cinemas, if there's a problem with the electricity and the lights go off, the emergency lighting comes on. Oh. This is what happens for us in the practice. When you relax and you open, although on one level we know what we see is always light, and the light is organized by our mental structures and the structuring of our eyes. It's going to be different for a fly or a snake. We still see reds and blues and greens and yellows. And we see them on pillars and paintings on the wall and whatever is right in front of your face. Why is this? Because we have this like emergency cognitive structure, a kind of survival, what's going on, which arises the more you relax. So even though you're relaxing, everything doesn't just dissolve and open into light and sound. There's a kind of residual organizational faculty or facility which keeps kind of stabilizing, pinning things back in place. In the Tibetan tradition, this is compared to in a little valley. When you walk across the grass in the middle of the valley, the ground gets a bit wet and sinks because there's a little stream running under the earth through the water meadow. You don't see it from the outside, but it's always running. And this is the basis of our self-continuity. It's called Santana in Sanskrit, and it's a bit like the band Santana that just goes on and on and on. So this is kind of pulsing through. So in Tibetan it's Rangyut, so it means my flow or my continuity. So it's the flow of the stabilizing, organizing, a very subtle form of consciousness that, as it were, keeps identifying what's there. So even though you're not intentionally trying to do it, this is the kind of subtle level, the dullness of the mind, what's called the first of the five poisons, timuk, which is a kind of opacity, opaque, like the windows sometimes you get in toilets where they've done acid to the surface of the glass and you can't see through it. So this is the clarity is sort of broken up slightly, and so you still stay with the felt sense that there are things there. And then on the basis of that, it's very easy to go into liking and not liking and elaboration. So we just stay open. We just stay open. These are karmic traits. These are habits. And they will gradually loosen. And as they loosen, you get the arising of the nyam, these meditation experiences in which you might have no thought at all. So there's no conceptual interpretation. Or you might get dewa, you might get a feeling of happiness. Or you get a particular kind of clarity where the mind seems unobstructed. But these also are transient experiences which are arising and passing. So the key thing is don't buy into any answer. Don't buy into any form which arises. So in Buddhism, our practice begins with taking refuge. We take refuge in Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, Guru, Deva, Dakini, Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, Manakaya. It means don't take refuge in your ordinary self-formation. Don't take refuge in your habits, in your tendencies, in what you know, because if you rely on what you've already got, you just build up more and more structures. Taking refuge in the mind itself is taking refuge in emptiness. Emptiness is not a thing. So if a thing comes, it's not emptiness. So why are you grasping at the thing? I need something. Who needs something? The mind is empty, and what arises is empty. So as they say, we meditate sky to sky. Open awareness to the open field of the Dharma Dhatu, to the ground spaciousness of experience. Sky to sky, unobstructed. So when a cloud comes, what do you want a cloud for? The cloud passes through the empty sky, but if you hold on to the cloud, you get into formation of more clouds. So whenever something arises as a solution, if you rest on it, you will compact it, because your density and your need and your reliance will squeeze it and make it more solid, like squeezing the water out of some damp cloth. And the more you squeeze the water out, the more dense, the harder the cloth becomes. It loses its pliability. So when you rely on an arising as if it was reliable, you are cheating yourself. So in the meditation, again and again, we will find ourselves resting on, fusing with, needing, being fascinated by transient arisings. When that happens, don't worry. As soon as you see it, relax again. Open in the space. Open in the space. Because what you had got caught up in is in space. It hasn't taken you out of space. There is nowhere else to go. You are always in the mandala of the mind of all the Buddhas. That's all there is. But many things arise inside it. Our friends. Well, there are two main aspects to meditation in a simple form. Of course, with visualization, there are many, many different kinds of visualization. But the basic forms of meditation are shamatha and vipassana, or shine and lakton.
And what?
Shine and lakton. So, shine means being peaceful, or abiding peacefully, remaining peaceful. And lakton means the best seeing, or seeing clearly, or seeing how it is. So on a general level, in shine, we do shine with a fixation. In the fixation can be a neutral external object, like a pebble, usually a round pebble, something not too interesting. Or it can be an object with a symbolic significance, like a small statue of the Buddha, where your emotion towards the object acts as an additional support for attention. Or it could be an abstract symbol, like a white letter R with a rainbow-colored light coming out from it. Or, as we know, it can be the sensation of the breath at the nostrils. In all of these situations, you have the object of your attention prepared before you begin. If you're using an external object, usually you keep it about 1.5 arms length in front of you, raised about that high off the ground, and you just let your gaze settle on it. You're not looking at it, staring at it, you're not trying to think about it, but you're just using it as a kind of resting place, that as the gaze rests on the object, you're just kind of a little bit slumped out there. There you are, just gazing at that. So there's something emptying in the gaze, and yet it gives you a focus. And with the breath, it's a subtle sensation, so you have to stay focused with it. The purpose of doing this kind of practice is to increase the capacity for sustained attention. That is to say, to avoid distraction. distraction is a problem when we live in the realm of intention. That we want to do things, but we get led astray. We go off in different directions. So the focusing of attention allows a gathering of the various aspects of ourselves so that they have less autonomy. So in the language of psychology, we have self-states, we have subpersonalities, self-aspects, and they all have their own predilections, their likes, dislikes, intentions. And so we're prone to moving in different directions according to the arising of these different parts of ourselves. Therefore, if there is no organizing factor, it's a bit chaotic being a person. We're often all over the place. Now, of course, you can organize yourself by work, by necessity, in which case you have an object that you're focusing on. The problem with that is that a certain aspect of yourself or a certain subpersonality is now being privileged over the others. So if you have to be serious on this work project, there's no space for your playful self. There's no place for your ironic self, and so on. And so you get a kind of imbalancing of the psychological structure, which of course then has a compensatory activity later. So very often people who spend all day in the city of London looking at computers consume large quantities of cocaine in the evening. That's it, because it's too tight. And the Buddha said, not too tight, not too loose. If you go very, very tight, sooner or later it's going to go loose. And if you go very, very loose, sooner or later someone's going to be on their case. You're going to piss people off. So the function is, don't be distracted, but gather your attention on the neutral object, an object which has no particular ally relationship to any of your subpersonalities. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. You're not privileging any part of yourself. You're just looking at a very neutral, boring object, essentially. So, in a sense, it's purifying attention of biased intention. Usually, you look in a particular way at something that's attractive. So some good-looking person walks down the street and you track them. Wow! Wow! So you see that person more forcibly than somebody who doesn't catch your attention, who doesn't seem so attractive. So the bias of either I like, I want, or ooh, I don't like, these are the kind of two peak experiences in relation to attention. Would you think that's true? And if something's fairly neutral, it's almost invisible. You don't give much attention to it. So Shine is reversing this. It says, if it's interesting, never mind. If it's scary, never mind. Stay on the neutral. Bland, boring, tedious, unrewarding. Cold porridge, followed by cold porridge. So then you think, oh, but I want the waves. I want that labile emotional experience. Cold porridge. So it's a very powerful way of reframing the value system, because excitement is the main way that we antidote the fear of boredom. And the fear of boredom, as we looked earlier, is the kind of warning bell for the ego that there's not enough going on to keep me present as somebody. You've got to keep this show a bit more uppity. And so we go for distraction. So that's a function of Shine with an object of fixation. Then from that we have something you're probably mostly familiar with, which is vipassana with an object. So you take the focused attention and you bring it to the crown of your head, and then you scan down through the body, simply recording what is arising at the various stages. Clearly, this is a kind of dualistic investigation. It's like a scanning machine you have in a big hospital now, except you're doing it yourself. You're running this flow of attention through yourself. And the purpose of that is to highlight the delusion of a permanent, substantial body. The body of experience is unpredictable, unreliable, and ungraspable. Because as you go up and down through the body, you get these fluctuations of experience arising and passing. So you go down to the bottom of your feet and then slowly back up, and at each stage you're just noting this is arising, this is arising, this is arising, and then it's gone. The more we do that, what is present is attention, which is constant and even. It's not leaping ahead wondering, oh, I wonder if my knees will still be sore when I get there. It's not going back thinking, oh, that pain in my neck is maybe serious. It's just calm, clear, constant, going down and coming back up. So again, it's a kind of training in boredom. Because what could be exciting, a pleasurable sensation in the body, or what could be fear-inducing, something that can be interpreted as a pain, maybe it's a symptom that something's wrong, I haven't tuned into my body for a while. Neither that expansive, hopeful potential or the fearful, shrinking potential is indulged. We just keep scanning on down, scanning on up. So both are methods of developing equanimity, simply showing, simply being present with what's arising. But they're done in a dualistic way. In both of them, there is an observer and an observed. But that's the beginning one. So we'll do one and then run it into the other in your own time, and then we'll go on to look at it from the Dzogchen point of view. So we sit in a comfortable way. Usually for this kind of practice, the chin is slightly down. You're looking down the line of the nose, so the eyes are a little bit open, but not staring. The tongue is up on the hard palate behind your top teeth. Shoulders are open and dropped and relaxed. If you're sitting cross-legged, you can sit in the Padmasana, lotus position, if not, in a comfortable way. And the breath is slow and easy with the diaphragm. So you sit for a bit, 10 minutes or so, just observing the breath, or you can fixate on, if you're looking down the line of your nose, if you see a mark on the carpet, you can decide on one and have that as your object of focus. And then, in your own time, start to bring the focused attention up to the top of your head and then down, right through your feet and back up again. Okay? So these are two very simple and straightforward practices. The second one in particular is showing the nature of impermanence and the absence of inherent self-nature in the body. It's showing that the body of experience and the medical body and the conceptual body are not the same at all. The body of experience is ungraspable, but it's revelatory. The body shows itself through this arising. And that starts to give us some confidence that although I don't know, as it were, who I am or even what I am, here I am. and that the space of experience will continue to be filled. And so the attempt to shape it and direct it is unnecessary, because what is emerging is transient and interesting in its differentiation. So there's a huge amount of diversity to emergent experience, and yet, because each mode is inseparable from emptiness, there are not many things. So, when we go back to that technical term, prapancha, the polarities, there's not just one thing, nor are there many different things. We can't say all is one and subsume it into something, because the one thing that contains everything is emptiness, and it's not a one or a many. Nor can we say that there are many different diverse phenomena, because the diversity is within the unborn mind, and it's the showing of diversity, but without the inherent self-nature that would make it truly diverse. So there aren't many different things. So this kind of meditation helps us to appreciate that. Now, the basic practices of Dzogchen also fall within this understanding of Shine and Hlakton. Shine, sitting peacefully, well, the most peaceful way to be is to rest in the primordial purity of the mind, in Kada, that from the very beginning the mind has been undefiled, not mixed, means not many, not this covered with that or this infected with that, but just simple. The mind is simply open. It doesn't have anything else, it's just open awareness. So, when we do the practice, we sit, and we're open. We're sitting peacefully, whatever comes, comes, whatever goes, goes. This is the heart of Shine or Shamatha, undisturbed. We don't, except it's a Shamatha without a fixation, because you're not starting with a point that you know you come back to. There's no, if you get lost, you don't see some searchlight beaming on the mountain or some lighthouse on the cliff so you can direct your attention. We relax and open, and if we get distracted and caught up in stuff, as soon as you become aware of that, you simply release. And here you are. There's nowhere to go back to, because the focus in Dzogchen is to be with whatever is arising. So we don't know in advance what we're going to focus on. So in that sense, this is shamatha without a fixation. It doesn't have an object that we lock onto, but we are present with whatever is arising. With this style in the practice, the main focus is on the emptiness. That is to say, on non-involvement. Because when we, as we've looked many times now, when we get involved, we get filled up with the stuff. Although it's going by, it seems to give us a density and a substantiality. So, just relaxed and open. Nothing. Many movements, many appearances are occurring, but we are indifferent. This is the wisdom side of stupidity. Stupidity says, I don't care, I don't care. I don't care. I am not involved. So it's like that. Why would I get involved? No need. So this is very, very peaceful. Turmoil is going on, but it's nothing to do with me. So in this way you start to have a presence which is impersonal. When we have a personal presence, we are present with our personalities, our likes, dislikes, turns, and so on. And that easily moves us towards involvement, because that's what the personality is made of, involvement. But an impersonal attention, or rather an impersonal presence, is just open. Whatever comes, comes. It doesn't matter. It's the indifference of equanimity, not the indifference of being shut down or shut off. We are present, but there is no consequence for awareness in the quality of what is arising. It's not improved by what we would take to be beautiful or interesting arisings, and it's not demeaned or cast down by what we would take to be negative arisings. So in that sense, it's the great equality. And this is technical terms that you will see a lot in Dzogchen, that everything is even. So, and this links to what we looked at earlier today. What is arising is a potential which is evoked into presenting as a particularization of qualities as being something as such by our own mental operation. The movement of the mind is causing this formation to appear real for me. So if the mind is not moving, the appearance remains empty. The possible filling mind, the possible filled object are empty. The possible filling object and the possible filled mind are also empty. So whether you're going subject to object or object to subject, both are empty. So this is Shine from the Dzogchen perspective. Then if we just alter our focus slightly, something is occurring. Things are always occurring. This is the movement of the mind. This movement never ceases. And it's not movement in the mind, but it's the movement of the unmoving mind. Just as the mirror, if the mirror's on the wall and 100 people walk past it, there's a lot of movement in the mirror, but the mirror doesn't move. So in the same way, awareness is hospitable, is open and welcoming to many kinds of movement, but it doesn't move with them. It doesn't lock in with them. It's not conjoined. It is non-dual. So the movement of the mind, in the mind, as the mind, is the natural self-display of the clarity of the mind, and this is referred to as Lundrup, as the effortless arising or instant presence of the potential of the empty space of the mind. So we're just sitting. It doesn't matter what happens. So we're indifferent, and yet we're not blind, dead, and stupid. Differentiation, patterning, shows itself. So there is the precision of the patterning of whatever is arising, the sounds outside the room, people's bodies moving, and so on. But as illusion, when you look at a rainbow, if it's a clear rainbow, the colors are very precise. They're not all mixed up. Very precise differentiation. So in the same way, we're here in the room, things are arising, and each thing is exquisitely, precisely just what it is, as appearance. It's not the appearance of something, it's the appearance of nothing. And that's the major kind of awakening that we need to have with our practice. Because in normal terms, when something appears, it's the appearance of something. You hear a noise, what was that? Because you want to find what was the cause that led to that noise arriving here. Whereas now we know, it's always emptiness. What was that? Emptiness. Emptiness has 1,000 presentations. So you always know it's just empty. So there's no hopes and fears going up and down, but there is a precise attention. So the quality of the noise is very precise, which is why when you're walking down the road in the city and there's a lot of cars going by, you can hear the cars. And you can hear when someone's driving very fast, so you might step away from the edge of the curb. That would be very wise. You don't need to be frightened. Oh my God, there's a car coming. I could die. What would my mother say? Just the noise and the body moves. It's a seamless flow. So in non-duality, we are articulated into the world as part of the world, and therefore the movement of the world moves us. You don't need to have a cognitive processing to come to that conclusion. It's very quick. It's like when you have an Olympic skier going down a fast slope. They're not thinking about what they're doing. They have a seamless flow of perception and movement, because there is no time to think. When we think about it, we interrupt flow, and then we take the whole burden onto ourselves. This is why being the isolated ego is so exhausting, because it's all up to me, and there are variable interpretations and uncertainty. What should I do? That's very, very exhausting. Where if you just stay connected in the flow of non-duality, life just happens. Not so difficult. So this is vipassana, because remember, vipassana means seeing clearly. So what we're seeing very precisely is the differentiation of the clarity of emptiness. Like the rainbow in the sky, the clear light goes in through the raindrops, and the sunlight's coming at a particular angle, and that angle hitting the refractive index of the water droplets generates as the rainbow. So you can do the same with a crystal. So you can cut a diamond to be very brilliant or just average. So you do that by shaping the angle of the facets to catch the light and distribute the color in different ways. So that's what's happening all the time, is that the clarity, which is just empty, we're here, open, that clarity, without being changed, refracts into these possibilities of manifestation. So the basic clarity is called rigpa, or awareness, completely open. And when it shines into the crystal of the potential of manifestation, it's refracted out as all the diverse phenomena of the world. And this is Shlundrup, the instant presencing of all the complexity in the manner of a dream. There is no creator. Nobody made this happen. It's not done by God or the devil or human intention. It's just effortlessly arising and effortlessly vanishing. So this is a seamless process. And this is vipassana without fixation. Because you're being present with what is manifesting. You're not entering into judgment about it. You're allowing it to show itself as it is. Just as when with the fixation you scan through the body, you're aware maybe tight in the shoulder and then burning in the belly and different kinds of first level manifesting sensations. It is what it is. You don't say good or bad, and you see that many different things are arising in the body. This is now being extended into the open awareness without limits. So the whole world is inside the mind, manifesting as aeroplanes, birds, sunsets, trees, electric light. But of course it's none of these things, because these are all just names put by mind. If you don't put the name, what you have is the immediacy of the presence. This is clarity. And when you get used to the clarity, you find that the need for conceptual interpretation becomes less and less. In our general language, we would say you trust your intuition more. You don't have to think about it. You have a sense. And the more you can trust that deep sense, which is the quality of non-duality, of course you don't have to think. So if you don't have to think, you don't have to extract significant features, you don't have to profile out of how things are, so you stay close to the lived topology as it's emerging, and you act. And the action flows from the connectivity, not from working out a game plan or an agenda or an intention. So that will be the difference.
Can you just clarify the difference in this between Shine and Lundrup again?
Yeah, so the Shine, the peaceful, links to the Kada, the primordial purity. So nothing is, there is no stain, which is just emptiness. It's open and empty. Nothing which passes through the mind leaves a mark. So the sound of the bell, if it's just sound, there's nothing to do with it. If you turn it into a bell, a church bell, then you can start to build something up. Because the more you define what something is, the more you start to feel polarized positions. So the bell, it's a bell in a Catholic church. I'm a Scottish Protestant. What are these fucking Catholics doing here? They should have all been killed. You had 100 years war, you didn't manage to annihilate all of them. What sort of fucking Protestants are you? Huh? So clearly that kind of hot thinking arises very, very easily. We just had it in Ireland. A lot of people were blown up exactly on the basis of that. You identify the object, the subject goes into a parallel identification, and it becomes hot and solid at the same time. That's very dangerous in the world. So, Kada is allowing the sound without seeing it as something, because as soon as you see it as a sound and you take up a position, it's as if it's marked you. But if the sound as sound is passing through, it's showing itself, you're not dead, but it's not showing itself as something, because when something shows itself as something, it's being what you tell it is. It's your own projected identification. So that's on the side of just open. And then, without really moving at all, because it's not really two separate things, there's a side of, here is the manifestation moving through the emptiness, and because I'm open to the emptiness of the emergence, I can pay more and more attention, if you like, though it's not an intentional attention. I'm more aware of the details, the particularization of what's emerging as the display of emptiness. So I can have endless complexity, three-dimensional, multi-dimensional, simultaneous complexity, and it's fine. It's all going on. Because I don't have to sort it out. As soon as you get into conceptual organization, you're having to have hierarchies of value, think what do I need to deal with first, what do I want, what do I not want. It's very, very busy. And because that conceptual thought, like speaking language, is linear progressive, it's in a straight line. But the world is not a straight line. The world is this unbelievable immediate complexity. That's really what Lundrup means. So the only way to stay open with the complexity is to be open. And as soon as you close into trying to make sense of it, you've lost it. Because why did you need to make sense of it? It already is here. It is what it is. Sound. Yeah, but what sort of sound? Why do you want to know? What kind of car makes that sound? Are you a car dealer? what kind of nerdy preoccupation is this? Do you really want to have a mind that tedious that you can identify what aeroplane is flying overhead by the sound of the engine? Look at all the unnecessary, excessive mental energy you put into identifying things you don't need to know. It's just sound. And then you're here, very open. You don't fall off your seat. You don't forget what day of the week it is. In fact, your mind is brighter and clearer by having less cluttering knowledge. Information doesn't make you bright. You're present by being present, not by accumulating a database, whereby you can better process what is arising in terms of your interpretive template. You know, that is really to have the world upside down. So that would be the difference. Okay, so now we do this a little bit. Again, we just sit, you're present, and you can gently, in your own time, just imagining you have a kind of gentle fulcrum, and you can tilt towards just here, and oh, here, and oh. Nothing, everything. Nothing, everything. They are not two, but by having more sense of the openness, there's space for everything without fixating on something. And so the normal discrimination, do I need more of this or less of this, becomes less of a demand inside our mental arisings. Any questions about this before we begin? Okay, so we sit like this for a while. So in that way you can come to experience that although a lot is manifesting, it's not a problem. So in the text you can often read that it says mitokpa, without thoughts, natok drandralva, untouched or unconnected with thoughts. Now normally we do that by separation. So my left hand and my right hand don't touch each other at the moment. So the space in between them stops them from touching. But of course it increases the duality of the things which are not in touch. But in the Dzogchen text, when it says without thoughts, it doesn't mean that there aren't thoughts there. When the reflection is in the mirror is not touched by the reflection, although the reflection is in the mirror. When you touch something, you leave a trace. That's what detective books are based on, isn't it? There's fingerprints on the gun or fingerprints on the bottle. Everything we do leaves some kind of trace. And now with mobile phones, people realize they leave traces of themselves all over the place. So activity leaves ghost-like impressions. But that's not the case for the mirror, because the mirror is fully showing this reflection, and then it's gone without a trace. So you can say the mirror is full of the reflection, but not touched by the reflection. And so the mirror is free of reflections. So if you hold that image, and then we think the mind is free of thoughts. The thoughts pass through the mind. They don't touch the mind because the mind's nature is emptiness. So no matter how many thoughts arise, the mind is free of thoughts. Which means you don't have to work to try to dampen down thoughts, because we need thoughts to live in the world. That's why they say in Dzogchen, when you do the practice, life continues as normal. Maybe you have family or you have work to do, you have many things to do. All of these activities go on, but they're flowing through the space of the mind. They are the energy or the display of the mind, but they don't limit or contaminate the mind. And that's the non-duality of primordial purity and effortlessly arising. And now, I hope you all experience effortlessly sleeping. So here it's not our usual practice to do a lot of ritual, because at this time most of the rituals it's better to do in the Tibetan language than in English or German, because we haven't yet got a proper melodic form. Hopefully that will develop through time. But if we're reciting it in Tibetan, it's very easy to go into a kind of automatic pilot, and if you know the words, you just sing along, but you lose the meaning. And then it's a waste of time. And you can spend a lot of time doing that. To actually penetrate the meaning of what we read is very difficult, and it has to be done slowly. So this text we're studying, it's in the daily recitation practice for the monks in the monastery. The book has about 250 Tibetan pages, and they go through it very quickly, because then they have to do the Dharma Protector reading as well. So the likelihood that these monks know what they're saying is very, very small. So you spend your time making noise. Now, if you understand that sound is emptiness, that might be beneficial. But for people like us, well, especially me, I have to go very slowly because I want to know what I'm saying. And that's why we do these commentaries, to really understand, because a little which you really understand will be much more useful than a lot you don't understand. And this evening we'll do a ritual and we'll have some talk, and I always say, buy a little offering which is good quality rather than a mountain of cheap shit. And cheap shit is not good for you, and certainly not something Padmasambhava wants. So just a little, but really understand what we're doing. So this refuge and bodhicitta is the one that is the most well known in Tibet. Everybody learns this. We say it in quite a slow way. So it's Sanji Chidang Tsuki Chunam La Chanchu Badu Danye Chapsun Chit Dagi Jinso Gepe Sunam Ki Drola Penchi Sanji Drupa Sho. But we do it more slowly than that. And it means that we're taking refuge in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha until we gain enlightenment, which means for a long, long time. Why do we do this? Because in English we say we're all at sea. We're like in a little dinghy, a little sailing boat, and we're out there. We don't know where the coast is, and we're floating around, and the wind comes and the tide comes, and this is the course of our life. When we look back and we think what we imagined our life would be when we were 15 or 20, somehow it hasn't turned out like that. Because the winds of our karma blow and then cease, and then another wind comes. So we go all over the place. We take refuge in our own thoughts, but as we know, our thoughts are unreliable. We take refuge in our emotions, but we know they're unreliable. We take refuge in the outer forms of our life in terms of relationships and forms of work, but they're also unreliable. So we seem to have a need to cling and to grasp onto something, but how can we find that which is secure and will keep us safe? So Buddha means awaken, the enlightenment. We have this Buddha potential in ourselves. So when we do the meditation, as we looked yesterday, we can take refuge in our thoughts, our feelings, or we can take refuge in relaxing into awareness. That's how we take refuge in the Buddha. When we take refuge in our thoughts and feelings and go off into daydreams, we're abandoning the Buddha and choosing to wander in samsara. So this is not some abstract, vague refuge. For meditators, it's very, very precise. We take refuge in the Dharma. The Dharma is what the Buddha taught. It's the explanation of the nature of dharmas, which also mean phenomena. So we look around the world, we see many, many different things. What are these things? So Buddha taught the true quality of all the phenomena which manifest is that they arise independent co-origination with other phenomena which are arising. They mutually arise, so all phenomena are influencing each other, and that's how we manifest. They are not individual entities. So the sun shines and we feel better. It's just like that. We see the sunshine, we see the colors of spring, and a different mood arises in us from the dark days of winter. This is dependent co-arising, and it's happening all the time. So when we take refuge in the Dharma, we take refuge in the non-duality of emptiness and appearance, sound and emptiness, taste and emptiness, the movement of the muscles and emptiness, talking and emptiness, everything which occurs, whether it appears to be outside us or inside us, is inseparable from the non-definition by internal essences. There are no personal essences to any phenomena. So when we see that and we take refuge in the Dharma in that sense, then all phenomena are collaborating together as this field of appearance. This is the field of clarity, which in the Tantric tradition is called the Sambhogakaya. Everything arises radiant and pleasurable because you don't need to sort it out. It is what it is in its radiance. And we take refuge in the Sangha. The Sangha means meeting, or together, or gathering, or assembling. Sangha means to join. So we join together. The great Sangha are the Sangha of the enlightened Bodhisattvas. The ordinary Sangha are the Sangha of practitioners. But we also have the Sangha of all phenomena. From the very beginning, duality has been an illusion which clouds us and obscures the fact that everything is meeting together, everything is joined together. So the true Sangha is the inseparability of all forms which emerge. And when we take refuge in that Sangha, we can't take refuge in bias, prejudice, privileging friends over enemies and so on, because it's all coming together. It's meeting together in this emergence from emptiness. And we take this refuge until we gain enlightenment. That is to say, what we take refuge in is the living presence of the potential of awakening in ourselves, and by staying close with that, by simply being present with the presence of the open awareness, the light of how things are shines through us, and then we are awake. But when we take refuge in our opinions, in our judgments, in our prejudices, there becomes a thickening wall between the individual consciousness and what it perceives, and then we're blown hither and thither. Then the third line says, on the basis of the merit that I have accumulated, the merit that comes from generosity and so on, from our patience, from the paramitas, the transcendent qualities, diligence, endurance, the meditational calm and the wisdom that arises from that. Many qualities that we have facilitate our being useful for other people. And on the basis of developing these qualities, we can awaken further for the sake of others. So this is a general Mahayana reading, which is indicating that enlightenment is a kind of product, that you need the two accumulations of merit and wisdom to bring about the ripening of awareness. Then you gain enlightenment, then you help other beings. But actually the true basis for awakening doesn't need to be developed. It's unchanging, it's vajra and indestructible. What needs to change is our addiction to the distractions that stop us seeing how things are. So it's not so much that you have to accumulate merit and wisdom, you have to stop accumulating bullshit. That's the key thing. And when you get distracted, you can see how attachment builds up patterns which are misleading, prejudicial, destructive, unhelpful. And you sit inside them, and then they vanish, and they cheat you, and you cheat yourself by allowing yourself to be cheated by them. So, if we want to help other people, we have to be truthful. Doesn't mean we have to know what is going on. How can we ever know it? It's too complicated for knowledge to compute. But to be truthful is to be simple and not to overcomplicate the field by unnecessary interpretation, the game playing which the ego uses to maintain itself. So clearly having virtues is very important because these are the qualities which allow us to be more useful. And as the Buddha says, all phenomena arise from causes. The causes of virtuous qualities are good actions done in the past. The arising of negative qualities are the result of bad actions done in the past. And until one is completely present, resting in the mind of the Buddha, everything we do is determined by karma, cause and effect. So we need to be very careful to maintain the non-duality of relaxed open awareness and very precise attention to our behavior, how we talk, how we walk, if we're sitting with other people, what mode of communication are we having. It's not that you can say, oh, everything's empty, so it doesn't matter. It's very important to be generous. It's very important to be compassionate. If you develop empathic attunement, the world will disturb you. So, this is, if you like, this is the sacrifice of the pseudo-autonomy of the ego. Once you start to put other people first, their concerns come right inside you and you become disturbed. And then you have to balance yourself in a new way. You can't be balanced just in, well, I'm me and this is what I like. You can't have a self-referential grounding. You have to find a new way of grounding yourself in the dynamic of your participation in the world, your being part of the world with others. So this is the equanimity of non-duality. And so the more qualities we develop for other people, the better. Generally in Dzogchen they don't talk too much about kindness and loving kindness and so on, because sugar's bad for your teeth. It's a bit too sweet. May all beings be happy. Yeah, and people have been killed in Syria. They've been killed with weapons made in Britain. So what the fuck does it mean to say, may all beings be happy? It just becomes a higher order hypocrisy. So we need to be very, very careful. Sweet dreams. Oh, I send rays of light to all beings. It's really beautiful. But actually we're living in a toilet. We're living in an abattoir. You know, this world is not a pleasant place. Many, many horrible things are happening. So, if you actually think, I want to be available to other people, then I have to take their suffering into me. Sometimes we do this exchange Tonglen practice. And then you start to really think, oh, I'm going to take the difficulties they have into me. Do I really want to do that? My ego can't do that. Only awareness can take the unbearable suffering of the world into itself. So when we say, may all beings be happy, this is just putting a little bit of lipstick on the ego. Makes it look pretty. It's why it's very important that we are deeply aware of what we're doing. Good words are not enough. Can we actually engage and allow our lives to be limited by our connectivity with others? So that, shall we do our practice? If we do our practice, we might need to focus ourselves, and you want to go for a walk and the sun's shining, but you think, actually, I need to do a bit more practice, or I need to study some more. And in order to study, I need to focus my mind. So I need to renounce worldly pleasure. It doesn't mean that worldly pleasure is bad, but just like a child with some pocket money to spend, your parents, unless they're completely stupid, they don't give you 1,000 euros a week. If you're lucky, they give you 10 euros or 5 euros. So you can't buy very much with that. So then you need to think, what will I spend it on? So we are going to die. We don't know when we're going to die. We don't know how we're going to die. So we look in our little time purse, and we don't know how many years I've got left or how many months. What will I spend it on? I've already spent a lot of time on nonsense. Look at all these crazy things that we did when we were younger. What was the point? It seemed a good idea at the time. And now we think, but why? Because we got caught up and carried away. So now we have to reflect, maybe I die very soon. As you get older, you start to know more and more people who are dying or sick and got conditions which limit their capacity. So, what choices will I make? It's not that anything is bad, because everything is empty from the very beginning, but each form which arises has its own unique function. So, relaxation and chatting with people has the function of creating a warm, friendly ambience, allowing free communication. That's beautiful. Studying and clarifying the ideas of Dharma so that you can support yourself in the practice, that's another kind of function. So we have to think, what kind of function do we require? Again, it's an open horizontal field. We don't need to make a hierarchy and say, oh, Dharma activity is at the top. Because actually being friendly to other people is also very important. It's inclusive. But we need to look for ourselves. How do I cheat myself? How do I waste time? What am I just doing more of the same? Am I doing the things that I know I can do in order to make myself feel good? What is the function of it? And that requires really being sharp and clear about the subtextures, the subtexts of motivation. Because usually our motivation is quite complicated. Different strands of karmic impulse, or childhood messages from parents, or rewards from the world, or appreciation from others, or aspects of narcissism. There are many little filaments, many little feeding lines which can feed into our doing some activity. So we need to know what we're about. So when we take a bodhisattva vow, when we say, in this and all my future lives, I will work for the benefit of others. I will do it by accumulating positive qualities to let me help them. We also need to develop emptiness, because emptiness is wisdom, and good qualities lead to skillful methods to help others, which is compassion. And we need both wisdom and compassion. The ripening of wisdom is the Dharmakaya, the mind of the Buddha. The ripening of merit, of good qualities, are the two form kayas, the Sambhogakaya and the Nimanakaya, which means the radiance or expressive clarity of the mind, which allows us to be fully present in the field that's emerging. And the Nimanakaya is the participation without grasping, the participation without a self-referential agenda that allows us to take on the particular shapes that are required by the specific situation we're in. So this is what we're doing when we do this kind of recitation. We're wanting to bring all our Dharma understanding. So the text itself is a kind of mnemonic device, a method of remembering, of bringing Dharma into awareness in ourselves, so that we reorient ourselves, think, oh, this is what I'm about, this is why I'm here. And so the way we recite it is very slowly, because we've got half our attention on the sound, which is emptiness manifesting as energy, and we got half our attention on the meaning of the words, which is the emptiness of our engagement with the semantic web. Words, like phenomena, have no meaning on their own. The meaning of a word is its connectivity with other words. And that shifts and moves as language changes. So when each sound is specific and empty, but it takes on its meaning in relation to other people. So we have the dependent co-origination of the emergence of meaning through the articulation of sound. So we say the Buddha, the Dharma, and the best assembly, meaning the Sangha. So these three concepts, this sequence of words building three concepts, become the three jewels, which in Tibetan Buddhism are enormously important. They're depicted in art all the time. So it's by juxtaposition and linking that meaning emerges. Okay, so we recite this now 3 times together. And if you like, you can visualize Buddha Shakyamuni with the Dharma as many Buddhist books around him, in the Sangha as many high bodhisattvas, monks and nuns and so on. You can make these practices very, very complicated or very, very simple. You have to be aware of your own capacity. Because if you try to visualize something which is very difficult and you're thinking about what you're doing, then you're not actually in the practice. So for most of us, keeping it very simple, and then as you have more capacity, you can elaborate if that's helpful for you. Okay? Then we do the 3R Guru Yoga practice to open into the state of awareness. There are many different Dharma doors we can enter into to be present with our own openness. This Guru Yoga means that we stay in relation to the Guru. The external Guru are the teachers, all those who give us some help and support on the path. The inner Guru is the intrinsic presence of the Buddha potential, which is the main thing that we rely on in the meditation practice. Because when you meditate, you're on your own. There's nobody there giving you bits of advice from moment to moment. And so the key guiding line is the innate clarity of your own awareness. So in the practice, in the space in front of us, about 2 arms length, we imagine a white letter R. It can be a Tibetan letter if you know the shape of that, or a capital A. R is the fundamental sound from which the consonants and vowels in the Sanskrit and Tibetan alphabets arise. It's seen as the mother sound, out of which all the different differentiated words which grasp hold of phenomena arise. And around it are the lights of the 5 colors spreading out sequentially, and they represent the 5 elements, the 5 wisdoms, the 5 limitations, the 5 kleshas, and so on. That is to say, everything arises from emptiness. So without bias towards samsara or nirvana, we stay in the infinite openness. So we, with this presence of the heart of all the Buddhas, all the teachers in front of us, which is the presence of Kada, we make the sound of Ah 3 times. And Ah, because it's the root, it gathers all these tendrils, almost like autumn time, when the sap which has risen it through a tree in the summer and spread out to the finest little branches, gathers back down the small branch, the thick branch, into the trunk and settles in the root to get through the winter. So we are taking the elaboration of the world and bringing it into Ah. And this Ah is inseparable from the Ah in front of us. And when we make the final Ah, the Ah in front of us dissolves in space, and we have the space of our awareness and the space of potential, the Dharma Dhatu, which is all around us, which we are part of, and we just rest in that openness as we were doing yesterday. So normally when we are studying something, or trying to learn something, we are concerned with the accumulation of knowledge. But of course here that's not really our direction. And so there's a question of how to listen to Dharma transmission. In the Tibetan tradition, the transmission is very important. And it's important because we can't do it ourselves. A great deal of the training that we've had in our particular time in Western Europe has been towards developing autonomy, that you should be able to take care of yourself. And now with electronic devices, you have more and more responsibilities. You've got to decide which company should supply your electricity, your water, as everything gets sold off from the central government. So you have more choices to make. It's all up to me. From a Buddhist point of view, this is like the end point of the beginning of hell. This is just complete nonsense to make everybody work out who is the best. I don't know if you have this in Germany, but in Britain you have to choose your supplier.
Yeah.
Why? It's just water, it's just electricity. This is not freedom, this is a subtle enslavement. And so the idea that it's all up to me and I have to do it is exactly going in the opposite direction from non-duality, which is to say everything is unseparated, everything is already linked. So don't withdraw into isolation, but find yourself as part of the participative field. So when we do the Guru Yoga, and we're mentioning this, the presence of the teachers in front of us, it's not that we need their blessing, it's that we and they have the same nature, and by this opening we find the mutuality that we have in our ground, in our clarity, and in our moment by moment unfolding. So when we listen, the idea is not to accumulate a lot of technical knowledge, which of course can be helpful. The key thing is to allow the sound to be a kind of massage that softens the need to hold ourselves together, so that we can find ourselves more relaxed and more open. Because we have these modern possibilities, what I'm saying here is being videoed, and you have sound recordings, and there are many books, you can look at these later, but books you can always have with you. Our meeting together is very rare. We don't know if we ever meet together again. There are many teachers who suddenly vanish. It's like that. We never know. A car crash, plane can fall out of the sky. Anything can happen. So we never know. So we have a chance to generate together a field of participation in which we are collaborating in friendly openness. Now, that's not something I find in the streets of London. Maybe you're luckier where you live. But for me, the experience of modern cities is fairly desolate, as people are absolutely wrapped in their self-concern. So we have a very rare and precious opportunity to experience the feeling tone of collaboration, to allow ourselves to be less defended, less isolated, and find these pulsations of connectivity. So we meet people's eyes, you chat together a little bit, and we're belonging, but we're not belonging in a sect or a group. There's no membership card. We're belonging in the open field of clarity that we all emerge from moment by moment. So that's just how one might listen. And of course, with that background in the West, we start usually from the point of view of the individual. And we talk of certain lamas as reincarnations, back in the meat again, because that's what it is, back in the carne. This is a completely perverse translation. The Tibetan is trupeku. Ku means mode or body, but more like a kind of modality of expression. And trupa means magical, means illusory, means in English, probably the best translation would be apparition. It's something that's almost like a ghost or a spectre, something you see but is not quite there. Again, it's like a rainbow. So it's not that we come from openness into big, heavy, clunking solidity. This solidity is generated out of our own attachment, our own investment. We make the world opaque, solid, heavy, and then we see other people as separate from us and full of themselves. We see people in terms of their personality. But of course, their personality is a potential that unfolds in different situations. You can never know who a person is. You only have little glimpses of how they are. We are sculptural. We are three-dimensional or multi-dimensional. As you walk around a big sculpture, you get this impression, then this impression, then this impression. You can never capture a sculpture all at once. You can never capture a person. The whole idea of capturing it is to be in delusion. So we are all this apparitional showing, or the manifesting, but the manifesting of appearance and emptiness. This potential is then filled or enters into a dance or co-emerges with the particularities of what we project into it, or we find it being evoked in ourselves around this form moment by moment. So you might have some sense of friendliness with a person here, you might have some kind of erotic connection, you might have some kind of aversive feeling. These are the pulsations that open up aspects and close down aspects. So we are in a pulsatory field, and this is what the Nirmanakaya, the Trupeku, is showing. That you can't define a person, and it is the non-definition which is actually the force of liberation. Now clearly the social culture of Tibet didn't support this understanding very well, because you have the throne, and on the throne you have the Rinpoche, and the Rinpoche is very good, and you read the biography and you know something about the Rinpoche. And you read, oh, he was born in this village in Tibet, and his uncle was this man. And so now we know, hey, this is a man. And this man had a mom and a dad, and blah, blah, blah. And that is a way to become stupid. The stupefaction of social identity. And it's so merged into the dynamics of patriarchy in Tibet, of power, of hierarchy, of thrones and this and that, in which knowledge precedes the appearance. You know about the Lama before they arrive, but knowing about is by definition the meal ticket, the currency of samsara. So, I invite the Lama into my samsara, and then we have holy samsara. So this is devious and unhelpful, and you find it in Hinduism as well, famous yogis and so on. Who is in front of us? Look, listen, and learn. This is what we say to 3-year-old children. It's very helpful advice. Look, listen, and learn. The learning comes after the looking and listening. But we are the adults. We know, don't look very much, and assume. This is not much progress. Better to stay as a 3-year-old. What is here? How can I see what is here when I keep telling what is here what it is? So this is how we watch our own mind. I never have fresh experience because I make the world stale. I tell the world what it is. The freshness of each moment shows itself, but through my apprehension, through my holding it and putting it into the little templates that I have of interpretation, I mix the fresh and the stale, the new and the old. So the apparitional form of the true Bhikkhu is beyond grasping, and everyone is beyond grasping. So if we don't grasp at ourselves, we start to have more liberation. Self-knowledge is a terrible thing. To know yourself. To know yourself is to turn yourself into a thing, a knowable entity, a commodity. We don't know who we are. Why would we have to know who we are? Because we become according to circumstances. When the Buddha emanates or shows this form in the world, he does it for the other. So you can see in the pictures, when the Buddha goes into the hells, he goes into the hot hell with bottles of water. He goes into the cold hell with blankets. He's an ideal form of the Red Cross. But if the Buddha had bought a whole lot of bottles of cold water, and he said, hey, what am I going to do with this stuff? I've got to give it out. So he takes it into the cold hell. Hey, you need a drink? No. Yeah.
But for me you are a little bit too radical. Or too dense, I don't know how to say it. You said it is really, self-knowledge is by devil, let's say. Bring it to the point. And but it is good to look to the left side and to the right side if you cross the street.
Yes, absolutely. So that's knowing yourself in relation to the environment. That's not knowing who I am.
But knowing my, let's say, emotions, or knowing the things, the dangerous things I experienced in the past tense. Isn't it the same like going to the field of a street? And is it not good to see you a little bit clear and to know if I go now to a pub and drink 5 beer, then perhaps tomorrow I cannot go to work properly or something like this?
Yeah.
So this self-knowing is...
But that, you see, for me, that would be a relational knowing. That's knowing me in relation to beer. So after 3 beers, I find that the barmaid's tits are getting more and more interesting. Wow, now I have one good focus for my meditation. Wow. And in order to maintain this, I need to have another beer. This is part of the practice. So now I'm drunk and crazy. I've fallen in love with this woman. So that very happens, but that's a relational process. That's the process of getting lost. If we need to know that we get lost, probably that's not a deep inquiry. We all get lost in various ways. The question is, can I predict what ways I'm going to get lost in the future? We never know. So that's what I mean by, self-knowledge as knowing myself as a predictable entity. Of course we have tendencies, but we don't know which tendencies are going to be evoked in any particular situation. So it's not knowledge as a end point, as a conclusion. It's to stay in the process of knowing, so that if I'm crossing the road, I have my eyes open, I'm listening for the sound of cars and so on. It's to stay present, attuned, responsive in the world. I would see that as a dynamic knowing, but you can't do it on the basis of knowledge. I mean, knowledge can be useful. If you have to drive to work every day and you know that at a certain time there's going to be a traffic lock at one place, you might take another route. That kind of knowledge can be useful because it's a bit predictive. But in relation to ourselves, I don't know that you can have that. So that's why you don't just practice and practice and then arrive someplace. Awareness is just an ongoing presence. It's not a beginning, a middle, and an end. It's we find ourselves just here, working with the circumstances. Okay. So the limit to this apparitional self is self-concern. When we concretize our sense of self, when we know what we like and we don't like, this very, as it were, self-knowledge becomes the limit of my possibility of relating to other people. So rather than identifying myself as a particular formation, the function of the practice is to allow us to see the ground out of which this formation arises. So we have the open ground, the potential of the many different moves we can make, and then the habit formation, which is the kind of narrowing down and restriction of our potential. And the more we do the practice, we want to dissolve the pool of identification with our limited self-identity and allow ourselves to emerge more from the potential. But that's a fresh thing, because I'm emerging from the potential according to the needs of the situation. Not from an agenda in myself. When I start from my agenda, I'm just me being me. And me being me means I can't do very much for you. Because what I need to do is then recruit you into being part of my world as I see it. And if you don't fit, nothing much to do. So it's moving from the earth element, the solidification of the sense of self, adding water to the earth so that it becomes soft like mud, like flowing mud. And then you can mold it easily into other forms. So the potentiality is revealed through softening, through adaptability, through flexibility, responsiveness. And we're responding into the situation. So when we take the Bodhisattva vow, we say, may I become able to be whatever is required by beings. That's an amazing thing to say. It means, may I not hang on to my limited sense of self, but may I transcend that limitation, or rather may I dissolve that limitation by seeing that the limit is artificial and the potential is intrinsic. And due to ignorance, I have come to privilege the limit over the potential. Does that make sense? You see that? You probably see for yourself at certain times in your life you may be been anxious about something or had reservations. And then you talk with a friend, or you join a group, or you do a bit of therapy, or you go dancing, and you find you loosen up. Oh, now I'm not who I was. I'm less restricted. It's an amazing thing to think, oh, all these years I lived in that restriction, thinking that's who I am. And then we say, oh God, I was just kind of like flowing water freezing into a pattern. That was my ice modality. But the if you like, the essence of the ice is flowing water. And so when the ice is allowed to dissolve back into the flow, so much more potential is available. So every time we're limited in self-reference, we can observe, oh, I'm not only restricting myself, which diminishes the possibility of wisdom, but I am diminishing my capacity to relate to other people, which is the diminishing of compassion. So the unmediated flow of openness, compassion and responsiveness from the Dzogchen point of view would be the complete or integrated way of being. Now, intuitive, spontaneous responsiveness is very different from the impulsivity of a habitual tendency. If you are relating to the field, you won't walk in front of a car. If you see the emptiness of every situation, you don't look at your finger and take the knife and cut through it because it's empty. You know, that would be really, really stupid. You see the formations and see how formations move and collaborate together. So the clarity is actually keeps you safe without being self-protective. When you're in your ego formation, you're checking out advantage and disadvantage, winning and losing. Well, with clarity, life goes easy and you don't make so many mistakes. Okay, sorry, you want to say?
But for me, it's a ceaseless trustfulness in letting go the predictions. Mm-hmm. And how you can develop such a trust to come to Sanko, to everything will falling into place. That trustfulness is sometimes for me personally really hard.
Yeah.
Or hard is also again polarity, but it's hard.
Kannst du deine Frage auch nochmal auf Deutsch formulieren, weil wir verstehen nicht, was du sagen möchtest.
Ja.
Okay.
Deine Frage ist, wo ist die
I will
Frage?
repeat it in German.
Yes, of course. Yeah. Must be do. Yeah.
I hope you understand. Also wenn wir, er hat ja gerade gesagt, dass wir in einem Spiel sind und ich habe dann gesagt, wenn wir in diesem Spiel sind, müssen wir alle unsere voreingestellten Habitats, Gewohnheiten aufgeben. Das heißt, alle uns die Dinge, wo wir denken, ja, ich handle jetzt so, weil früher habe ich auch so gehandelt und das ist bestimmt gut. Das müssen wir ein Stück weit loslassen und dann müssen wir einfach, was das Feld gibt, was das Feld uns sagt, müssen wir tun. Da habe ich gesagt, das ist ja ein wahnsinniges Vertrauen, das wir haben müssen, wie vom 10-Meter-Brett springen in ein Wasser, wo man nicht wissen, wie tief es ist. Und dieses wahnsinnige Vertrauen, das fällt mir persönlich sehr, sehr schwer.
It gets a bit longer. So, although we say, that everything arises from the ground, from emptiness, it arises in different ways. So what arises from the ground for you is the speaking of German. And what arises from the ground for me is the not speaking of German. Because although everything we say has this emergent form, it's also within the field of cause and effect. So you went to school in Germany and your parents helped you to learn German and so on. So that is a developed skill on the basis of which certain doorways open to you that don't open to me. So that's clear. So it's not that we don't have any kind of predictable knowledge. I personally don't know how to drive a car. I'm no interested in driving cars. But many people do drive cars, so they have access to moving bits of metal around on the road that I don't have. So we have all sorts of different skills and pathways which open up or close down for us. This is absolutely determined on a knowledge base. But there are many, many situations in life which are particularly concerned with compassion, which are not related to that. Say, for example, you have an elderly relative who's dying.
I didn't understand.
Say you have an elderly relative who is dying, and you go to visit them, and they're lying in the bed, and it's their last days or last hours. What should you do? You can be a Tibetan Buddhist and think about the Tibetan Book of the Dead and recite some prayers and so on, but maybe they don't want that, maybe they don't need that. How should you be with a dying person? There are lots of manuals now and books and guides, but does anyone really know? No. You find a way, and that for some people that's easy, and for some people it's not. Of course, the key thing is to attend to the state of the dying person, not to have an agenda, but to be available and to find a way to talk if they want talking, to be in silence if they need silence, to be sad with them if they need to be sad, to cry with them if that's what's happening, to allow the feeling tone of the field to emerge through you. So in that sense, whatever you build up as knowledge could easily be a barrier to that. So that's really the specific area that we're talking about here. It doesn't mean that you don't need technical knowledge. But if you find that having technical knowledge gives you a certain power, and that power seems to be affirmative of my individual ego self, and then you take that as the total paradigm that you want to spend your whole life in, then you end up being very controlling and always trying to have knowledge in advance and set things up. And the phenomenological field, the field of the emergent potential, is then already inhabited by your projections, because you know how you want it to be. Of course, in work situations, you have to take control. You've got a paper to produce or a report, or you have to be at a meeting on time. But in a sense, these are all harmonic modes of energy. Because if the deadline for the report is next Wednesday, then you hold in mind, well, on Monday I have to do this, and Tuesday I have to do that. Actually, I have 3 hours to do the report. And one of the people who's going to read the report is a total shit, and they're going to be very critical whatever I do. Should I feel anxious or not? Why is a total shit making me feel anxious? I'll do the report as I can do the report in the 3 hours available to me. It will be that sort of a report. And if they're critical, why are they critical? Because they are critical. Critical people do criticizing. That's what they do. That's their hobby, their pastime. So we shouldn't be surprised. They're probably not going to be very praising or rewarding. So if they criticize, well, thank you for being you. So in that way, if we allow the world to be as it is, we don't have to be constantly trying to be the one that the other wants us to be. If we can be true to ourselves, not as a rigid fixed positioning, but as a way of working with it, then we come into a softer formation. And this is what Padmasambhava was talking about yesterday. The non-duality of appearance and emptiness, and the non-duality of the mind and emptiness. There's nothing fixed in there. So why are we limiting ourselves? The openness is not spaced out, nihilistic, cut-off openness. It is the sphere within which everything emerges. And so the more you have an open awareness, the more connected you can be. And not only do you see what you're up to, but you see what other people are up to. And then you realize, if I want to be free, I have to allow other people to be free. So I'm going to allow my boss to be unpleasant and critical, because my boss likes to be unpleasant and critical. So why should I try to change my boss? Let them be free to be horrible. What I have a freedom with is whether I take their horribleness towards me as in any way meaningful about me. Because if I internalize their sour face and then I feel unhappy that I shouldn't have to suffer this, then I want to protect myself from them and isolate, or I want to engage and change them. And what's the meditation instruction? Don't merge, don't avoid, just stay present. I have a horrible boss. Because of that, the feeling tone at work is like this. I'm present in an unpleasant feeling tone. But I don't like it. I want it to be different. What would be better? If we were all happy and collaborated, why would that be better? Well, I would feel more at ease. What kind of ease would that be? Well, it would be a kind of complacent, forgetful ease. Oh, so your horrible boss helps you to stay on your toes, alert, present. I thank the Buddha for sending me a horrible boss. Right, let's go on with the text for a little bit. So now we're still in the nature of non-duality, and we're the third aspect. Whatever appears is one's own mind, and there are no phenomena other than those which come from the mind. Therefore, appearance and the experience are non-dual. So, this is a critique of the position of objectification. We can conceptualize that there are phenomena which exist apart from our experience of them. There are many cities in Africa I have never visited and I will never visit, and they're just there. So people are going about their business there. But I just made a sentence saying there are cities in Africa which I will never visit. So what is in my mind is the expression there are cities in Africa. The cities in Africa that I am experiencing are in my mind. People who live in cities have an experience of the city. You don't live in Cologne. You live in your Cologne. You live in your Berlin. And your Berlin is not the same as anyone else's Berlin. You live like a mole under the ground in the little pathways of your own imagination as you move through the city. Even if you're sitting side by side with someone looking at a view, what they see and what you see, you don't know. What we have is experience. This doesn't mean that there's nothing there. What it says is, whatever is there is revealed to us as experience, and the basis of that experience is our mind. So this again is the middle way. He's not saying that everything is simply the projection of the mind, because the reflection arises in the mirror or something outside the mirror. But what is arising outside the mirror, we know as our experience of what is arising outside the mirror. What we have access to is our mind. We don't have access to anything outside the mind. So that's why the texts say everything is the mind. Because as soon as you enter into a relation with something, it becomes your experience. If it doesn't become your experience, it's not in your world. As soon as something plastic forms, there are scientific laboratories all over the world. People are looking through electron microscopes, finding out new things, developing new combinations, and so on. As soon as some discovery arises, people write a paper about it, they make a video about it, and it becomes known, and then other people start to experience what they have experienced. It becomes a mental phenomena. That which was not available is now available, but it is available as experience. A banana is an experience. Whatever a banana is in itself, you have no access to. What you have is your experience of the banana, which is to see the yellow color or the green if it's not quite ripe, or the darkness if it's getting a bit, if it's a little bit rotting. This is your experience. So this is something you need to investigate for yourself. It's not something to believe. When you look around the room and you see people, you see the colors of their clothes, you see the trees, you see the leaves coming out in this wonderful spring weather. Oh, the tree is really enjoying the sunshine. That's a comment on the basis of I see the tree. So I see the tree looks to me as if the tree is there, I'm here, I see the tree. Where do I see the tree? Within my mind. That's where it gets a little bit more difficult. Because if you think, my mind is in here, my mind is in my brain lets me look through my eyes, I in here see tree out there. That would be our normal conventional way of approaching it. As we were looking yesterday, where is the mind? Can you find it inside? Is it outside? Maybe the mind is ungraspable, indeterminate. So when you look at the tree, it is as if the tree is shining in your mind, because it's shining in the field of clarity, which is the radiance of your mind. So that's very, very important. Again and again, check and see this object, this thing which is not me, has a life of its own. Okay, what is the life of that object? When I was in primary school, we had to write essays like the story of a penny, like the story of a pfennig. Once upon a time there was a penny, which was brought from the bank by the father, who gave it to his son. The son put it in his pocket, but there was a hole in the pocket, and the penny fell down in the street and rolled down the drain. In the drain there was a big rat. Like this kind of shite you write in school. We invent. That is the imagination. We imagine things that we experience. What the Dharma is saying is everything is your imagination. These are images in your mind. You look at the tree. The images, the shaping of the tree, the color of the moss, the way the sunlight shifts and the patterns of the bark of the tree. This is something you experience. I think I am having an accurate perception of a self-existing object out there. This is normal dualistic consciousness. That is to say, I tell myself a story about what appears to be out there. If we relax from the story, you don't need to forget the story or how to tell stories, that's not the issue. If you just don't tell the tree what it is, and you open, this is arising all of a piece. It's all arising together. And the luminosity of the appearance that we call a tree is revealed within the clarity of our mind. For a bird, the experience of the tree is different. For the ant crawling up the bark is a different experience. What they have is their experience revealed through the sense organs that they have within the particular frame of reference that lets them look for particular smells, if they're looking for something sweet, some sugar to eat and give them energy and so on. So the bird is looking for a place to nest where the cat can't climb, because there's 2 very predatory cats in this garden. They're out hunting all the time, so the birds have to be a little bit intelligent. That the world for the bird is revealed in relation to the cat. My life is not very much determined by these cats, but if you're a bird, this is big danger. So this is the field of experience. Cats experience, dogs experience, frogs experience, our experience. 1 second.
Yeah.
And the kind of experience determined by our age, our health, our gender, our culture, and so on. We bring these components as part of how we interpret, but what we get is always an interpretation. So the world is interpretation. Yeah.
So we can not be sure that there is a tree also.
No, there is a tree for me. There's a tree for human beings.
There is a tree.
Yeah. There's a tree for human beings, because human beings are
Yeah,
creatures
I
who
call
see
them
trees. Yeah.
But can it not be that there is nothing, that is only a projection of my mind?
In which case you can run and bang your head on the tree.
Yeah, but
This is
I don't know if this is the
energy.
proof.
The energy of the mind manifests as the 5 elements. So we have space, which is ungraspable. Then we have the wind, which is subtle. Then we have fire, which is flickering. Then water, which has more shaping. Then we have earth. And the tree manifests earth through the movement of water and fire and so on. So we know that. And we also embody the 5 elements. And when they meet in the wrong way, if I stick my hand in the fire, this is a tragedy for my hand. So it's not that I can just imagine a new hand miraculously. But what I experience is the patterning of the 5 elements, which I take to be me. That there is a consistency in the world which permits prediction. You know, I know that at my age, with my weight, climbing trees is not a good idea. When I was 10 years of age, it was a very good idea. So my relation to trees is situated in my embodiment. It is relational and manifesting. But it's still the human. We are humans. We are born into language, and we mediate our experience of the world through language. But language is an experiencer. And one of the things that language does is it concretizes false experience, that I see a truly existing tree, and that tree is there whether I see it or not. Well, I'm happy to believe that. The tree is there whether I see it or not, but what is it there as when I don't see it? A bird flies into it. The bird doesn't experience what I experience. A bat flies and hovers for a little bit. Bees go around it. Wasps might try to make a nest in it. There are many, many potentials for relatedness to that which I call a tree. So my definition of it is a tree is not a defining limit of its potential. So what I call a tree is a potential which is, in a sense, undeniably there. The question is, what is it there as?
Yeah.
And that is always our interpretation, which is what he means by our experience. Our mind, you can't take your mind out of the tree because that's how you apprehend it, just as a bee apprehends it in a different way. So it's not saying there is nothing at all. It says the potential of the world manifests according to our mode of experience. So we know that if we are worried about something and preoccupied, we're busy in ourselves, you go for a walk and you come back and you don't remember anything you saw. Then if you're more relaxed, you go for a walk and you see all sorts of things because you're touched and moved. But when you're caught up in yourself, you don't see these things. So the world only has a capacity to show itself if I'm available. And my availability is already mediated through the contents of my mind. So all that we ever have is mediated or refracted through the particular dispositions or lenses or tendencies that we have. Which is why if we cling to a cognitive reading of the world, a conceptual reading of the world, we start with the assumption that we know what is there. We start with the naive correlation between the name and the object. That is a tree. That is a beech tree. That is an oak tree. So now I, here, know something definite about what is there. And on the basis of that pattern of conceptualization, I regularize my interpretation and know where I am. But that is a beech tree for me, because I speak English. In German, you probably don't call it a beech tree, you call it something else. So if you only speak English, you think it's a beech tree is a beech tree. Come on, don't call it something else. Why do you don't speak English? What's wrong with you? Huh? So that's naive language. You know, that's what you learn as a child. You give a definite naming onto it, and you think the name is exactly correlated, is exactly aligned with the object. Then we realize language is conventional. It's a medium through which we come about construing particular interpretations. And so it goes in that way. So this is what it means. We'll take a break in 1 second, but let's just look at it again. Whatever appears is one's own mind. So that's an invitation to think, well, is there anything which appears to be disconnected from your mind? When you see something, when you imagine something, when you conceive of something that seems to have a life independent from your mind, and you can know what it is, what would that be? Well, again and again investigate. Because this is something very essential in the Dzogchen practice. If the world is there by itself, and I'm just in here, I only have an opinion about the pre-existing world. I am completely marginalized, and my capacity and my power is diminished. But if the world is the world as it appears to me, and I can have no certainty that the world will appear to you in the same way, because we might go to the cinema together and we see a film and you highlight one notion of the plot and I highlight another. I say, were we in the same movie? Huh? What is that? So how your mind is evoked by the patterning in the film and how my mind and feeling tone is evoked is different. You could say, but we're watching the same film. But it's not true. A film is a potential. A novel is a potential. And each person who reads it brings their readering into the potential of the novel. The novel is co-emergent. The story is not in the book. And this, of course, is why studying Dharma is difficult. Because we bring ourselves into the study of Dharma and we mix Dharma up with our own thoughts. And it's very difficult to tease that out. So, I am implicated, I am involved, I am participating in the co-creation of the world. The potential of the object sphere and the manifesting potential of the subject sphere in their non-duality create the particular patterning which is my experience. There is no world without me, because the only world I will ever have is my world. whatever world you have, I don't have access to. This is something very strange. Through language, we create, by our reliance on concepts, the illusion that we live in the same world. But if you just think physiologically, in this room, because of the nature of our bodies, we are each sitting in a particular place. You have a particular visual arena of what you can see. Each person in this room sees their room. One second. They see the room as revealed to them. So actually, experientially, we are each in a different room. That is what is here, what is living for us. Conceptually, we all agree we're sitting in the main shrine room in Kamalashilashila. That is a concept which disguises the unique specificity of the moment of lived experience. So in Dzogchen we're returning to experience. It's, of course, you have to be able to use concepts as part of your compassionate relating with others, but if you believe that the concept is the truth and your experience is just some personal deviation, then the objective annihilates the living presence of awareness. Hey, that's a big problem. So you had a question there.
Yeah, but maybe already the question dissolved a little bit. But it was, we all are connected, but every one of us is a one world.
Could be.
Separate. Could be.
That's a concept, that we're all in one world.
Yeah.
That's all it. I mean, when we see that some countries are engaged in bombing civilians, the people engaged in these activities are not really in my world. Because I can't imagine what it would be like to fly in a helicopter and drop bombs onto a school. I mean, why would I do that? So I don't have access to their world. So their frame of reference by which they interpret what is valid and meaningful, that they might get promotion or they get a bonus and they can take their wife and kids to the seaside for holidays. Their frame of reference is unique and specific to them in their context. So for each of us, the world is revealed through our context. And this is where karma comes in. Because the karmic formation becomes the kind of foggy lens or screen through which we see the world. So the function of the practice, when we sit and the thoughts and feelings arise and we don't get caught up in them, is to allow us to start to have a clarity which is free of mediation through habitual tendencies, concepts, and patterns. So the second bit of number 3 that we're touching on is, therefore appearance and the experience are non-dual. Means it's not that you have an experience of the appearance, but it's like a coin. The coin has been stamped on both sides. It's one coin, but it has these two sides, and they are inseparable. So what you see as the appearance and the experience, they arise together and they are inseparable. So it's not that I experience that, otherwise you have the dualistic split, but they're arising together. So again and again, we are part of it. We are part of it. And if you imagine the social responsibility of that, it transforms the world. I was in India. I hadn't been there for a long time, but I was there for a brief period in the spring. And the amount of plastic which is littering things is just disgusting. Because this is not my world. Everybody's in their own little blinkered experience, throwing stuff away into their world. I want to shit in my world, so I see shit. Do you like seeing shit? No. So the the cut-off, the separation of the individual from the environment is the destruction of the planet. All the attacks on ecological integrity arise from selfishness, from isolation, of farmers wanting to make a profit in a particular way and resisting giving up particular kinds of pesticides and so on. It's always from me first and fuck you. Because these two are born together. Polite people only say, well, it's sort of me first. Of course, I have to take care of myself. But that's the mudra that is embedded in you. There is a violence in me first. Because if I forget you, I'm killing you off. If I'm disregarding your existence, I'm killing you off. So the idea that the appearance is something that I experience, then we make the world better by how we participate in it. So then the fourth point on non-duality. Regarding the mind of non-dual appearance, if one did not formally possess it, it could not have arisen later. Because it has been like that from the very beginning, the natural way or the intrinsic way is the non-duality of self and other. So this is a basic proposition in Dzogchen, that if you didn't have the potential of awakening, if the mind was not clear in itself, if the mind was something apart from appearances, mind and appearance could never be integrated in non-duality. Because if you took two things and you glue them together, the fault line between the two is still there. And that joint will be a weakness that will come apart under pressure. From the very beginning, non-duality is the actuality, or that is how it is, and duality is a delusive fantasy which obscures that which is always clear. And he's saying, if it wasn't like this from the beginning, you couldn't make it that way. So this is something really important. You cannot make yourself enlightened. Otherwise, it would be like building a garden shed. You know, everything which is constructed falls apart. All created things are impermanent. All compounded things move towards destruction. This is present in all the Buddhist traditions. So if enlightenment was a construct, if it was something that was created and achieved by effort, it would be vulnerable to the factors of maintenance and destruction and would fall apart again. It would just be another samskara, another constructive patterning. But it is intrinsic, there from the very beginning. Therefore, you don't need to make yourself enlightened. You, as the ego, will never be enlightened. The ego doesn't get enlightened. Enlightenment reveals that the ego is not the queen of the show. The ego starts with itself. I, me, myself, here I am irreducible, I am what I am. The ingredients of I am what I am are other. So I fill myself with things from the world and they're mine. So this is colonialism as practiced by the British. British India. We got here, we killed the French, and now it's ours. It is essentially theft. The ego is a thief. It steals, it appropriates, and pretends that what it has appropriated it belongs to itself. Rigpa, awareness, is not a possession that you can steal or buy. It's not something to find because it's hidden somewhere else. It is always there. And by doing the practice and relaxing into the openness, that which is there from the very beginning reveals itself. So the agency of the ego is not necessary for the path. Which is why when we do the sitting, we relax and we're just present. We're not trying to do anything. The intrinsic purity of the mind, the inseparability of appearance and emptiness, doesn't require anything from us. The ego is irrelevant, but doesn't have to be destroyed, because the ego is a manifestation of the energy of the mind, when the energy of the mind is misinterpreted as being something apart from the ground. That's why we take these emergent forms, and because we're not in touch with how they emerge out of emptiness, we don't see the emptiness, and so instead of appearance and emptiness inseparable, we just have appearance. There's a lot of stuff. What is this stuff? Oh, that's the bit I like, that's the bit I don't like. And we sort it all out and we make all these patterns. This is the activity of the ego. So when you relax into the ground nature, the ego formation is not required because there's nothing for it to do. So the ego is the builder of the obscuration which hides that which is unchanging. So that's its function. The ego is ignorance. But I'm me. What about me? My mum likes me. There's a lot of temptation to hang on to some sense of yourself as the starting point. I've always been me. I know who I am. So this is why we study the view, is to realize, oh, this is how I cheat myself. I believe a story, and I know that the stories are impermanent, which is why I have to keep telling them again and again, and something is there, a big emptiness, but that's a bit scary, so I keep telling stories to cover over this emptiness, but the emptiness is the ground out of which the stories emerge. So the story is the denial of its true origin. The story is the fabrication of the notion of self-existing object, self-existing subject, and this is deception. This is why it's delusion. So this is very important. So he says the intrinsic way, or how it is the non-duality of self and other. Because there is no basis for making a true separation. For example, some people go into an isolation tank. And an isolation tank might be quite nice for half an hour, 1 hour. But imagine if you spent 40 years in an isolation tank. You press the little buzzer, let me out, let me out. Nobody replies. That's very, very scary. Now it's just me. And because the water is at this particular density, I can't even really feel the separation of self and other. Not very nice. There is always self and other. When you get up in the morning, there is the room you're sleeping in. Maybe you're sleeping with someone. They're there. You get up, oh, where's my shoes? Where's my toothbrush? We are always relating to the other. Subject and object arise together. The self alone would be awful. The object alone would be meaningless. So the non-duality of self and other is inseparable from the non-duality of self and other as a pair from emptiness. Emptiness and self and other, inseparable. So then point number 5, he says, sound and emptiness. There are no phenomena which are not non-dual in this way, and so it is the great non-duality. So, here we have a sound, the sound of the bell. we have these two ways of approaching it that we looked at yesterday. I hear the sound of the bell coming from the church, or we stay with the experience. The experience, the vibration pervades the body. This is my experience. This is not something being done to me. This is my world as it is at this moment. So, we always have the choice to perceive experience in a dualistic way. I am the person hearing the sound, and then you have some opinion about that. Or you allow the emergence of the sound as the context of your existence. This is not something being done to me, this is part of me. This is the emergence of the rich, ceaseless variety of non-dual experience. And for that reason, it's the great non-duality, because there is nothing outside. So, when we get pissed off with things, when we enter into judgment about things, we are saying, this is something other than me, and I don't like how it impinges on me. This shouldn't be happening to me. But it is happening to you. It's part of how your world is. So this beating of the bell, our world, for a while. And then something else comes. So, because the bell is impermanent, we don't need to get rid of it. We need to find a way of allowing it to participate in the sphere of emergence, just as we participate in the sphere of emergence. And in that way, we become inseparable from the Dharma Dhatu, the space of all dharmas, which is hospitable to all dharmas. But if I have my individual agenda, then the arising of something which seems to go against my agenda becomes an attack on me. So I don't want to welcome it because I'm holding on to my agenda. This is what I have to do. I'm a busy person. So the more we are attached to a particular shape or trajectory, the more we discriminate between what is arriving and what we don't want to arrive. So then Padmasambhava says, in brief, from the open actuality, which is the pure form of the subject, that is to say, our awareness, all the phenomena of samsara and nirvana, whatever can appear, this arises unceasingly. And so non-duality is free of limitation. There is nothing outside of non-duality. There is no other which has another source than emptiness. Everything is always already within emptiness. So, whenever we enter into judgment, when we come into discrimination and allocate particular values, and we pull some things towards us and push other things away, we are operating in ignorance of the shared ground of all phenomena. Because how could you say that one cloud is better than another? How could you say that one reflection in a mirror is intrinsically better than another reflection? Because the essence of the reflection is emptiness. It has no self-substance. It's not defined by itself. It's an emergence without internal definition. So there is no limit at all. And if some of you will know Namkai Norbu, and when he used to teach in Italian, about every 3 sentences he said senza limita, no, without any limit. And without any limit means, who is the one who limits the world? The world is not limiting it. You are limiting the world. This is a thought construction arising in your mind that is installing self, not self, inside, outside. This is mental activity. It's not inherent in the world. Non-duality is introduced in this way, so that by removing the wrong idea, one will be liberated from attachment to the belief in separate dualistic phenomena. This is the key point, that we study this not as philosophy, but as a kind of relaxant. It's almost as if your muscles had gone into a spasm, and you might be able to massage yourself out of them, but if necessary you can have some intervention, some injection that will allow the spasm to release. So the whole of samsara is a anxiety-based spasm. It's the retraction into the ego self, which involves rejection. And you know, if you get a cramp and your muscle seize, you're absolutely limited in what you can do. And then when the muscles release, you can start moving freely again. So the constraint, the tightening, the lack of freedom embedded in the ego position, when you start to become aware of that, why would you want to hang on to it? When the Buddhist texts are talking about grasping and craving, these are all appropriative. They are quite tight. They pull in. They're retractive. If I want to pull my hand in, then, I tense the muscle and it pulls the tendon. Some of you as children may have played with chicken's feet, and you pull the tendon. So it's just like that. We tense up and we get smaller. Oh, I'm me. But I'm me because I'm holding myself apart. Being me is an activity of isolation. Integration is not something you do. You don't have to integrate at all. In Dzogchen teachings, integrate should never be an active verb, because integration is intrinsic. It is disintegration which is active. We disintegrate the world by this tightening and spasmodic cutting off. So he says the reason we introduce it, so you let go of this thinking that you're apart from the world. The purpose is the awakening to non-duality. All phenomena can be encompassed within the twofold aspect of the essence that is given above, and they are non-dual, resting in just one single point. So this single point is the tigli or the bindu. It means that, essentially it means a whole. Because a ball has no corners, it has no top or bottom. If you have a little glass bead which is made of a uniform color, if it's round, you turn it around and then you put it down, or here's the top, here's the bottom. Then you roll it and you can't remember what was the top and what was the bottom. The ball has no differentiation. So a tigli is a symbol which represents the undivided wholeness of the integration of the ground emptiness and manifesting appearance. So we have openness, or the ungraspable emptiness, which is revealed through awareness, riktong, awareness and emptiness, which illuminates the clarity of the undivided field, clarity and emptiness, saltong, and within which particular movements are occurring moment by moment, which is appearance and emptiness, nangtong. And this is how our world is. It's just like this. But if you don't see the ground openness, All you've got is movement that you have to make sense of. That's the difference between samsara and nirvana, between being asleep and awakening, is whether you see everything emerges effortlessly from the ground, or whether you see there's a lot of stuff, and now what the hell am I supposed to do? So these are the two options. It is the loss of the ground, and the loss of the ground, although it's not a fault caused by ourselves, we are not responsible for the beginning of samsara. We are implicated in it because the ego self emerges through the thickening of the obscurations which arise when the ground is not seen. So we touched briefly on these two modes of ignorance. In the first mode, co-emergent ignorance, you have the openness and the possibility of something other than the openness. So, like a very fine light cloud in the sky. The cloud is clearly not an enemy of the sky. The cloud is so fine you can see through the cloud. You see an airplane going across the sky. The cloud is almost translucent. So there is openness and something in the openness which is not different from the openness. So it can rock either way. But once the cloud starts to thicken, what emerges from this thickening cloud is the diverted light of awareness, the diverted illumination, which expresses itself as ego consciousness. I'm here, what's that? There's that and here. And that unfolds as being here. So the ego is not responsible for the arising of ignorance. The ego is developed through the manifesting of the potential of ignorance, because ignorance is the misinterpretation of the manifestation of the ground. So this is very important. We didn't make ourselves lost. We don't have to find out who we are. Who we are is always there, unchanging from the very beginning. This is the Vajra indestructible self. So this is the decentralizing of the ego. It's all up to me. I have to do it. I will save all sentient beings. So much spiritual language is highly egoic. And this is saying, careful, don't act in this drama of duality. You won't find a way out if you do that. You're starting in the wrong place. Start with the ground. But I don't know where the ground is. You got the instruction, you got a bum, put your bum on the cushion and follow the instruction, and the ground is there. The ground hasn't run away, because the ground is infinite. You've run away. Where have you run away to? Another bit of the ground. But you don't recognize it's the ground because you misinterpret the nature of manifestation. All manifestation is the radiance of the ground. It's all, the door to freedom is present in depression, anxiety, happiness, drunkenness, orgasm, fighting with your partner. In every single moment, this is the energy of the ground manifesting. So if you stay present with what's manifesting, this is the ground. This is the great integration. This is the great non-duality, in which the splitting of sacred and profane, high and low, enlightened, unenlightened, not there. But as long as you're working inside these polarities, you're trying to have pure holy thoughts and get rid of bad negative thoughts. And this is never going to take you very far. So, secondly, the natural way, or the manner of abiding, is as effortless appearance. So effortless appearance is a translation for Hlundrup. Hlun means a mountain or a heap, and drup means formed. So it's like an instant formation. So We're in this room, and the room is here. Now we think the room is here because somebody built the room. That's a conceptual interpretation. If you stay with the immediacy of your perception, moment by moment as you turn your head and move around, there is the unconstructed immediacy of what is here. You walk in the forest, step by step, new vistas of immediacy are arising. You have two stories. One story is, oh, this is an industrial forest. The foresters have come and planted the seeds or the saplings, and they're going to let the trees grow and then cut them down and sell them in the market. That's why they make the roads, blah, 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 blah. Story time. Or you stay present. The ceaseless flow of the clarity of the mind is the emergence of this experience. So that's Hlundrup. Number one, the character of all phenomena is to be devoid of all substantial reality, and thus actuality is effortlessly arising. So, he's repeating pretty much what has been said before. And if you're at all awake here with me, you will find that I'm repeating myself 1,000 times in these days, because there's not very much in Dharma. But it's a slow process to get this massaged into ourselves. So he says, all phenomena, whatever you see or hear or taste or smell, whatever is there, the truth or the character of these phenomena is that they are devoid of all substantial reality. They are not things which exist in themselves. And thus, the actuality is effortlessly arising. Actuality here, Tibetan's a very sweet language, so you can play all kind of games in it. So dharma, so phenomenon is dharma or chö in Tibetan. And the actuality is a translation for chö need, which means phenomenalness. So all phenomena in their seeming diversity, cars, houses, aubergines and so on, many different things, the phenomenalness or the dharma-ness of all of these phenomena is emptiness. So although we can apply different names and we identify different qualities, these qualities are relational, not intrinsic. What is intrinsic is emptiness. So there are different kinds of potatoes. Some potatoes are good for baking, some for roasting, some for frying, some for plain boiling, some for mashing with a butter and a bit of milk. Different potatoes. Some potatoes boil in 6 minutes, 7 minutes, some need 20 minutes. You have to know your potatoes. Mm-hmm. So this is the unique specificity of the forms of the world. But there is no potato-ness to potatoes. The only thing which is a ness or an essence to the potato is emptiness. Emptiness is the actuality or the dharma-ness or the definitional quality of what we take to be a potato. Potato is a name that we put onto this particular kind of tuber which was brought to Europe from South America. It has historical lines of how it was spread through different European countries and Asia and so on. It's not, a potato is not something self-existing. It came out of the ground, and if you keep it, it will start to put these little eyes, these little growth points come in it, and it changes color, rots and starts to smell. So the period in which we say a potato is a potato is when the potato is ready for my uses of the potato. If it's not ready, if it's green, we don't want it. If it's black and rotting, we don't want it. We only want it under these conditions. However, if you were in Siberia in a gulag, you might be very grateful of a rotting potato. So, due to causes and conditions, the value that you attribute to the object will shift and vary. It's not intrinsic. We come to this point again and again. What we see as the definition, this is what it is, the thing itself, is relational and emergent, connected with the network of language. And so he's saying, because it is, there is no internal definition, the potato or the people are here in this field, and this field is the only field we have, the field of experience. So for me sitting here, I see all of you in these particular positions. You are the inhabitants of my world, and how you are sitting is how this particular environment brings a subtle encouragement. Most people in Western Europe don't sit on the floor, but for some reason you feel as a Buddhist obliged to sit on a cushion. I don't know why, but it seems to be the done thing. De rigueur. Must be done. So, this is a contextual adaptation of the posture of the body. And so here we have the shapes in this room choreographed by the notion of proper Buddhist behavior. So the formational field, what is available to me is light and color. When you look around, what you see is light. You see someone's hair is like this, someone's eyes are like this, or the rim of their glasses catching the light. What I'm seeing is light. What I'm interpreting is different people. People of different ages, different kinds of clothing, and so on. This is the activity of the mind. What is immediately arising is the undivided field of clarity, the field of the display of immediate manifestation, light, sound, smell, taste. The interpretation comes after. It is indirect. Clarity is direct. So Klundrup is always referring to the unmediated, direct showing of the field of experience, within which thoughts, interpretations, memories, and knowledge move. It's not that you have to abandon knowledge. It's very important. If you go to the shops, you need to know what you want to buy. If you're in a hurry, there's certain ingredients that cook quite slowly, so you don't want to buy them. You want to buy something very quick. So you might have some salad, or you might decide to cook something, maybe get some eggs, and you can cook them up in a couple of minutes. So we bring the movement of mental activity into the world, which is part of our participation in the field, and what's emerging is the field. So it's not as if we're acting on the field, because we are part of the field. Duality means I extract myself. I take myself back and out of what's going on. And from this participation, I decide, okay, I'm going to buy some eggs and I'll fry them very quickly and have them with some bread. So that's what I'm going to have for lunch. It's quick. So I'm doing this. Who is doing it? This is the movement of the field in the field. Because I'm bringing the eggs, I break them in a bowl, I get the oil in the frying pan, I put it in there, maybe I want to toast the bread, I put it in the toaster, have I got time for a coffee? This is movement in the field. The field doesn't divide and break. You are moving according to the nature. If you have a gas stove or an electric heater, gas is quicker than electricity. So that makes a difference. What kind of frying pan is it? Is it non-stick, or is it an old one that's going to burn on it, in which case you don't have the heat so high? All of these factors are dialogue. You're moving with the circumstances you're in, and it's arising. And you feel inside your individual self, I am the one who is frying the eggs. But actually, you are mobilizing as the servant of egg frying. The eggs sit there and they look at you. And they say, "Hey, smarty, you didn't turn the gas on." Shit. Right? So we're being called into responding into the situation. So the more we see this, we are pulsating in a world where there is a place for us. We're not the boss. We're not always the servant. We are collaborating with circumstances. And this collaboration, working together, is the quality of non-duality. It's not dominance, it's not subjugation, but it's taking your place. And sometimes our place is expansive, and sometimes it's contracting. We need to know when to stand in a queue. We need to know when to push forward to get something done. So this is the meaning of Hrundrup. Then secondly, all phenomena are energy that is nowhere obstructed and thus subject effortlessly arises. So, when you look around the room, everybody's just however they are. Whatever you feel inside yourself as a direction or an impediment to your movement, I don't know. For me, the shapes of the people and the furniture in the room is how it is. So, it is how it is. It's unobstructed because it's just this. Now, you may have a desire, God, I'm getting a bit sore sitting, I wanted really to get up and stretch, but I'm not sure if it's polite to get up and stretch. And, you could have all sorts of mental stuff going on, but as you manifest, you are as you are. I am as I am. So this is, the phenomena are as they are. They are unobstructed. And this is this, in the sense of the great perfection. Each of us is perfectly ourselves. Now, in terms of who you might like to be, you may decide, well, hey, I'm not perfect. I could improve this or this or this. I wish I was kinder. I wish I didn't get angry so quickly. Whatever your quality. But you are a perfect angry person. You are exquisitely skilled in being lazy and avoidant. Why would this be changed? There is a place for you as a useless human being. Perfect example of worthlessness. Why not? Because we don't accept ourselves as we are, we take relative truth not as linking and connectivity, but we take it from the point of separation, which means comparing and contrasting. Oh, I wish I was able to do yoga like that person. I wish I was able to move the way that person moves. I wish I could do that. They're better at that than me. So this is what our relativizing does, not relational, connective, but separative and creating hierarchies. And on the basis of this privileging the template, the idea over the actuality of the phenomena, we say this shape is not how it should be. And that becomes very persecutory until you just think, James, you're fat. That's a fact. Fact, 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 fact. What do you want to do about that? Eat. It's just a fact. There's nothing to hide. It is what it is. But shouldn't it be different? Why? Oh, you might live longer, but I'm going to die anyway. Isn't there a better way to live? According to whose rule book? According to what template? There are plenty of rule books in the world, plenty of directions that will tell you you should avoid this, or you should eat more of that, and so on. We are as we are. Of course, our lives could be different, and we could change them. It's not a totally passive reading, but it's saying the starting point is how it is, not how you'd like it to be, because that's an idea, that's a fantasy. If you start with how it is, then in a concrete way, in the next moment, you're in the field of actuality, you're manifesting, and something might change. But to go up into the stratosphere of conceptual interpretation and move one idea about yourself with another idea, we know this doesn't transform behavior very well. So what he's saying is that the energy, which is what constitutes phenomena, the shape that is emerging moment by moment, is not obstructed because each is just what it is. It's only something's only obstructed if it's trying to get someplace else, if it's trying to be different. A raw egg is a raw egg. It's not boiled, it's not fried. So if you like to eat raw eggs, you prick at both ends and suck the egg out. All right, it's not so bad. Put it in a cup, put in some chili sauce. Very nice. So, but some people, they don't want a raw egg. Oh my God, my salmonella. Oh God. No, I'm frightened that the egg's going to kill me. This is all mental production. It is what it is. But I don't like it. I don't like it as part of the picture. You're entitled to have an opinion, but that doesn't change. It is what it is. And it is perfectly what it is. What you would like it to be, that's another level or another order of actuality. It's a conceptual move. But the phenomena, the insistent presence, it is what it is. And thus, subject effortlessly arises. That is to say, with the world as it is, given that the subject has no essence of its own, if we free the subject from the contamination, from the toxicity of privileging concept over actuality, you find that the subject, that is to say your receptivity and the basis for your participation, is not something which is determined by concept. So, you are part of the field and you respond to what is there. In some time we'll go and have lunch. The lunch is set out as a buffet. So, you take what you want. Some people take a lot, some people take a little. You can go back and have more if you want to have more. There are a lot of choices. The food is what it is. That's what there is. Each of us approaches that in different ways. You can simply attend to the food and be in touch with your embodiment, and then this is enough food for me. Or you might have an idea, oh, this is really delicious. I want to have some more. Why do I want some more? Because it's delicious. Do I need it? Oh, well, I need it to please my tongue. What does your belly say? Oh, please, no. But it's impolite to chew and spit. So maybe you can go to the edge of the garden under a bush. So these are the choices. The subject arises in relation to the field as it is. So he says, the subject effortlessly arises. If you have non-duality of subject and object, you find that you're there. So on Saturday night we'll have some music and dancing. If you hear the music dances you. The music allows your body to collaborate with the music. Is that true? This is what we know. So I'm not dancing to the music. The music is not dancing me. but I'm finding myself in non-dual integration with the music. It's a kind of dialogue, but it's not a dialogue of two separates. It's like a dance of Siamese twins, the music and the body. We're united together in this movement. So it would be the same way with the food. You can get your spoon, your knife, your fork. You get some soup, and you put your fork in the soup. It's a slow process. It's one way to be on a diet. So this is not collaborating with soup. With the soup says spoon. It's obvious. Soup. Liquid, water, give me a spoon. So you pick up the spoon and you hold the spoon in a way different from the knife or the fork. The soup, the spoon, your hand, your mouth are moving together in a sequence. This is what it means the subject is effortlessly arising. Our subjectivity is in tune with the world. So just as with the earlier thing, if you're crossing the road, you see the cars and you have a sense of the speed of the car coming towards you. And you judge, oh, can I get across? No, or not. You get the feel of the car as well. You think this fucker would like to hit me. So this driver's in a bad mood. Okay, I'm back on the pavement. You win. On you go, big boy. Oh, have a good day. Certainly it's like that in London. It's a lot of aggressive driving. So we pick this up because we're here. We're not daydreaming. We're not on a phone. We're here. So the more we are connected, then the object and the subject are seamless. And this is the functional non-duality. They're not put into a blender. They're not becoming homogenized as just one thing. There is differentiation within non-duality. And it is that collaboration which is the effortlessly arising subject. You don't have to think how to be. The soup shows you how to be. The music shows you how to be. And when we talk together with each other here, if you receive the other person, if you have their energy, people will show you whether they want to be silent or not. They don't need to say anything. There's something in their posture, maybe not even demonstrated very overtly, but just in their aura. It's like, I don't need sound. I don't need interaction. So that person is very polite. Why would you invade that space? Because you want to talk. So when you want to talk, this is not the subject effortlessly arising. This is the subject under the power of its loneliness or need to give vent to something. And in that way, subjectivity becomes a violence. It becomes an intrusion and an attack on the field of which it is a part. That's just like throwing your rubbish in the street. It's your world. So the subject effortlessly arising is part of the field of the object. Allowing the subject to arise with the object means no agenda. Now that's the very difficult part. It means all my karmic tendencies, all my desires as me, the individual, are like an obscuration to what's arising. But I feel I have to act on them. So hopefully you can see how this links to the meditation practice. We're not doing anything very complicated. We just sit and the thoughts and feelings arise. Many of these arising moments seem very fascinating. They seem to be saying, be with me, eat me, drink me, be involved with me. You need me. We don't. But if you maintain the habit of merging into the tendencies that are arising with you, they will cut you off from the world around you. This is how duality is maintained. But the more we sit and allow the arising to arise, as it says, phenomena are themselves. A thought is just what it is. It's absolutely perfect and it's self-liberating. It goes free by itself. I don't need to be involved. I didn't need to push it away. I don't need to hang on to it. And this is the heart of the practice. So I'm sitting and it goes. So, in the same way, I sit down at lunch beside someone and some thought arises in my mind and I want to talk about it. What's the feeling tone with this person? I can't speak. If I feel them, why would I tell them this? This is interesting for me, not for them. This is an intrusion on them. But if I don't have the meditation, if I don't know how to just resolve the thought, then I maybe retroflect it, I turn it back into myself, but then it cooks inside me with some resentment or some arousal. I'm not free. I'm constraining myself. I'm not being true to myself in order for them. So it's almost like they're winning because they're in a cut-off mood. What the fuck am I sitting here for? I should have gone somewhere else. Huh? So you can see all sorts of thoughts can arise. But the thought arises, letting go. Just sitting. I thought I was going to talk, but now it's silence. Now another thought comes, but I would prefer to talk. I want to talk. Thought vanishes. Now there's silence. I'm in the silence. So this is exactly the crossroads of freedom. If I want the false freedom of speaking when I want to speak, I'm binding myself into duality. If I find the true freedom of allowing arising phenomena to go free without being activated if there is no need to activate them, then it's a very different world. Does that make sense? The difference between the two. So that's something really radical for us, is to see that there is always a choice in manifestation. And that's why the work that Jayacita is doing is a very helpful scenario for exploring that if you're doing interactive work in an intuitive way, without relying on verbal explanations of what you want to do and why, you have to be very sensitive to the other person. Because it's about co-emergence. Not that they control me or I control them, but this is the mood. And that co-emergence is not about winning and losing, but clearly, if I'm sitting beside you and you are very quiet, that's an invitation for me to be quiet. It's not that you're forcing me to be quiet, it's just, oh, this is the mood. If you go into a church, you don't start shouting. When children go into the play park, they start to make a lot of noise, because these are situationally evoked responses. And that's really good, to know that you mobilize in different ways in different settings. So this is just making even more fine, more subtle the skills that we already have. Except we're not doing it intentionally so that mum's saying, shh, you're in a church, we don't make a noise. It's not that you have a learned internal control or right, wrong, good, bad, but it's just, it's in the air, it's in the ether. And your sensitivity allows the freedom of non-engagement. Okay? So, then he says, and this is something similar, the true nature of all phenomena is beyond understanding, and thus non-duality is effortlessly arising. That is to say, if you do a very simple exercise, if you go out in the woods in the afternoon and you find a nice place to sit near a tree or a bush, you can just do a little bit of practice, sitting quietly. And then you can go to the tree, relaxing the out-breath, and just allow the tree to fill the space of experience. You're not telling the tree what it is. You're not making a comment on how beautiful the leaves are. There's no conceptual formulation. You're just being with what is there. And the more space there is for this phenomena in front of you, the more empty your mind will become. The object frees the subject. The object as it is frees the subject. But if you start telling the tree what it is, like a child bouncing a ball off a wall, the energy that the child puts into throwing the ball at the wall comes back to it as the ball hits the wall with the pressure and bounces back. So I'm telling the forest what it is, and it becomes what I'm telling it. And now the tree is this particular tree as defined by me, and I'm me defined by my experience of the tree. So I'm limited and the tree is limited. This is our normal ego way of operating. But he says, how this bush or tree actually is, how it is, without your interference or commentary, is beyond understanding. It just is. So when you allow the fullness of the tree, it doesn't have even one hook for you to hang a concept on. There's no invitation to do anything with it. It's just, as it says before, complete, perfectly itself. So then you have the experience of, just wow. The mind empties in the fullness of the object. The object, as it is, delivers you from the prison of your egoic self into the unborn openness of awareness. And this is beautiful, because it's not artificial. You're not doing anything. You're allowing yourself to be in yourself, because the bush as it is doesn't collude with your fantasy of I know what's what, I know how things are, I know what to do. So when there is no object to dance with the subject, the simplicity of the object relieves the subject of the need for complication, and just open. It's very sweet, it's very nice, the best kind of practice of all. You can do it in the bus stop, looking at an advert. You can do it with anything. You just open yourself to what's there. And like, nothing. Nothing to say, nothing to do. Then you have space. And then inside that space, thoughts, feelings arise. But they're movements in space rather than my thoughts, how I'm thinking. There's no ego gratification or strengthening with it. So it's a very simple practice, and I would recommend it a lot. I've done it a lot in my life. The state, meaning the state of non-duality, the state of the non-duality of the ground emptiness and what is arising has not been produced by anything else. That is to say, there's no motive force or causal force behind this effortlessly arising formation. It just is. So, with that example, if you're looking at the bush, nobody's making the bush. Because what you see in front of you, if you don't tell it that it's a bush, if you don't describe its color or relate it to being smaller or bigger than bushes nearby, if you just allow it to show itself, it's incomprehensible, ungraspable, and there's nothing to do with it. So that's why he's saying it's not produced by anything else, because in the moment that you're just in the field of clarity shimmering, it's not a thing. It's not a result of a cause. It just is. It is the absolute presence of being, which is not something, and yet it's there. So this again is what clarity means in Tibetan. It is the lucidity on the subject side and the transparency or the translucence on the object side, and when these two meet together, then this is clarity. And so he's saying that this effortlessly arising is like that. Here is this bush de-bushing itself, because I'm not bushing it. It's being freed of the contamination of my projections, and in its pristine purity, I fall away from my constructions, and I am delivered to myself where I have always been. From the very beginning, it has been like that, and thus nature is effortlessly arising. So, this is not something new, because it's not created by causes and conditions, and yet it's there. It clearly has always been there. It just is. This is the isness of the world. So whether you're looking at the bush, or a tractor, or a farmer in the distance, all of these forms are just what they are, free of the grasping and controlling and shaping of your conceptual apparatus. It just is. So this is the great freedom. And this has not been created by anything and not by anyone. Dzogchen, like the whole of Buddhism, is non-theistic. It doesn't believe there is a creator God. It doesn't believe that the universe came into existence at one particular point. The open, empty sphere of possibilities has no beginning and no end. But within it, if this spiraling of energy tightens as an ego formation, it is as if I am here having my own life, my own experience. When that intensification and separation is relaxed, awareness is no longer seemingly obscured by the intoxication of the activity of a conceptual-based subject. And so we see, oh, it's always like this under all circumstances. Whatever it is. On Sunday, I'll go to the airport. It's not a bad airport in Cologne, but planes can be late, and you're queuing, and you've got to keep an eye on the little monitor to tell you where to go and when and so on. This is the radiance of the mind of the Buddha. Every shitty nonsense experience is the radiance of the mind of the Buddha. It is inseparable from the ground. What makes the airport awful is not the awfulness of the airport, it's the awfulness of my mind. There is primordial freedom, because it's in my hand. I'm not a puppet at the mercy of the architects and the crowd control specialists who have me like a rat in a trap. Here I am. Each moment you turn your head is like this. It's like this, effortlessly arising. That's what it is. So, whenever our life becomes limited or full of judgment, we're doing it. No one else to blame. Do we need to do it? Well, what's the benefit of running a sequence of complaining thoughts in your mind? Does it make you happy, relaxed, easy? No. It's a habit formation. It shouldn't be like this. There must be a better way to do it. I'm going to write to the director of the airport. Dear sir, it has come to my attention. People get into that, send a little blog now, Twitter. I was kept in a queue for 35 minutes. What were you doing in the queue? I was getting fucking angry. I'll tell you what I was doing. What is the nature of a queue? Sound and emptiness, light and emptiness. We piss on our own food. The ground is the great kitchen of life. You can tell it's getting near lunch. The ground is the great kitchen. Fresh food, moment by moment by moment. The bush in the forest will show you its freshness. And then you piss on it with your thoughts and your feelings. You contaminate it, so everything you touch has the same sour flavor of your own existence. So, Padmasambhava is indicating that's not a good thing to do. Then the last point here is all phenomena of samsara and nirvana are effortlessly arising, and there are no other phenomena anywhere which do not have this nature or this root quality. Therefore, it is the great effortless appearance. So, again it goes back to everything is experience. There is nothing anywhere which is outside the effortlessly arising field of clarity of your own mind. As soon as you think of something, it's immediately included in this infinite field of clarity. You've never heard of something before? Now you have. So now it's in your world. Where did it come from? It came from outside. Oh, now I'm thinking of the outside that thought came from before it came into my mind. The thinking of the outside is already in my mind. There is nothing outside the mind. If you truly see this, there is no other source than the ground. When you have duality and you split and you project and you say, oh, that was really interesting. At breakfast somebody was telling me something interesting about this and this and this. Where did I get this information from? Oh, that person I was sitting next to, they told me this. It came from them to me. This is our normal way of understanding. But my body sitting next to their body and their words coming in my ear is always already within the field of clarity. It's already on the inside, it's effortlessly arising. You don't have to believe this, it's not a belief system, it's something you can perceive for yourself. How do I introduce the toxin of dualistic thinking into the ever-fresh field of clarity? How do I do that? How do I contaminate the world?
Can you just say that again, please?
So, how do I contaminate the ever-open field of non-duality? With my judgment saying there's this and there's that, and this is better than that, and I want to have more of this and less of that, and so on. All of this mental activity, which could be simply empty thoughts arising in the space of lucidity, if we rest on them as voices of truth, they divide the world. So, when it says there's no real division between samsara and nirvana, it means the very thought which binds an ordinary person frees a yogi. So the yogi sees that the ground of the judgment, fuck off, I don't like you. Horrible thing, fuck off, just go away, I don't want to see you again. Oh, this is an expression of emptiness. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Where does it come from? It emerges. So if you go for the manifest content or the affective quality, fuck off. It's not very nice. We say, oh, that's a horrible thing to say. But what is it? It's sound and emptiness. Stay with the ground, stay with the emergence of the emptiness of the ground, and effortlessly the content, however it is, seemingly good or bad, you will see is within non-duality. But if you react in a vibratory way to the manifest content, to the semantic content, and you take it seriously, how dare you speak to me like that? Who are you to tell me? You're just a lost, lonely person wandering in samsara. All it was sound and emptiness. Well, I don't like that sound. Didn't sound empty to me. There is the choice point. We're always on the choice point. Relax and open, and you see the integration. Tense up, react, and then you have the duality. So this is our practice. Okay, so we start with the refuge in bodhicitta, and then we go into the 3R practice. And as we're doing the refuge in bodhicitta, we're making sound. And the sound arises because the wind is rising up from the lungs and it's going through the voice box. So you have the space of the open pathway And you have the vibration which is set up, it sets up the energy. And so the sound is emerging as a vibration which manifests, if you have the key to understanding the meaning of the word, then you have meaning. So there you have the three aspects of openness, the manifesting energy, and the co-creation of meaning. That the meaning is not embedded in the object, but it is revealed through the potential. So in the Nyingmapa tradition, there is a lot of emphasis on terma teachings. Termas are treasures which were buried at the time of Padmasambhava and later are discovered by great yogis. But in a sense, termas are being discovered all the time. So when someone here is talking in German, those of you who know German understand them. I, not knowing German, don't have the key to that treasure. So you can see that the knowledge that you have is opening particular doors like a key. And this is how the world unfolds for you. Oh, this is something really quite to see, like what kind of keys do I have and what kind of locks am I drawn to? Because some little boxes, maybe even in bank vaults in Zurich, only have dead rats inside. So many of the treasures we reveal in our life are not really worth the effort. So again, it's like sound and emptiness, that's the main thing. The meaning of the words has some value, 20% value or 80% value is just in sound and emptiness. Something is manifesting. It has a feeling tone, a resonance, a quality. We are mood-oriented creatures. Mood is everything. So if you listen to, I don't know, Debussy, this kind of swirling, symphonic echoing, it engenders a kind of quality of being that would be very different from listening to Wagner. Music, as it arises, brings into being certain formations of the sense of self. And often we forget that when we are simply caught up in the semantic content, in what the dictionary-derived meaning of the words is. So, as much as possible, we want to see this sound is arising from the space inside us as vibration. And there is meaning, but the main thing is feeling the energy. And same when you're moving. It's not so much that I'm going from here to there and I have to get there quickly because I must do this and I must do that. That's again the interpretation of the movement. But if you can feel the arising of the movement through the body, it's something quite different. Okay.